Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Accused, Imprisoned, Tortured, and Became Ronin the Vigilante Hero Part 1. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Unjustly accused, blamed for something he never did, taken prisoner by the person he respected most in this world, deceived by the one he thought would be the love of his life. Everyone turned their backs on him and finally he fell into hell. The hero Deku was lost. It was then that it happened. A few people who were in charge of training him made him break his limits for one last time. Deku died slowly, being betrayed, imprisoned and tortured, but from that death something was born. A new hero, something they had never seen a Ronin. Chapter 1. Clarifications. Inko is dead, and because of this Deku holds a certain grudge against Almight and Midnight. Deku was sent to Tartarus prison, hence the name of the story. You know Tartarus in Greek mythology and all that. Deku will be a SOBXD, he will be sarcastic, he will have a serious attitude, he will drive many people crazy, haha. If you were left wanting to read about brutal fights and entre héroes, like the beating of Class A, here you will read many of those. Deku is very smart. During his time in Tartarus, in addition to creating that sarcastic and hateful attitude, he also improved his strategic skills, managing to create plans at the moment that would ensure him a victory. He will be Op XD, but just because he is strong doesn't mean he will always come out unscathed. There will be stronger enemies than him, the clearest being All For One. I will leave love aside for a bit. It will be present, but it will take time since Deku has a grudge against his entire class. All Might still has the embers of One For All. His time limit is reduced, but he can still fight. The story takes place shortly after the sports festival. Class A is in its second year. A little more than halfway through, Deku will spend a little more than a year in prison. Few people will believe in Deku's innocence, these being Nizu, Snipe, Edge Shot, Endeavor, Todoroki, Mirio, Tamaki, Nijire, Eri, and Yayorozu, although the latter is in an internal struggle. And I think that would be all to clarify. I almost forgot. Deku's abilities. One For All. He manages to control this great power at 0%. It is almost impossible to see with the naked eye if he keeps moving. He is very agile. He would be at the level of Nightwing or Daredevil. Black Whip. A powerful quirk. The whips are indestructible and allow mobility in the air when used to swing or to attract rivals. But when enhanced by One For All and by Deku during his stay in prison, they evolve, making Deku able to manipulate his form, Venom type, either by covering his arms to give stronger blows or create some weapons. Although being part of the Freckled One, a strong blow would hurt Deku. Telekinesis/pyrokinesis. This is Deku's natural quirk which, being weak, did not manifest itself. Izuku is still somewhat inexperienced in the handling of this ability, but can still defend himself very well. Spider Sense. Sorry, I couldn't think of another name. XD. I don't think this needs an explanation. The Spider Sense is the danger alert. He develops it in the same way during his stay in prison. It appears as the tickling in the back of his head. It can be mild or very strong. A great weapon for Deku, who uses this to distract his enemies since no one knows about this ability. Healing Factor. Deku is forced to generate this ability while being trained by the hero killer among other characters. His body is constantly enhanced by One For All, so his healing factor is quite fast, healing wounds in seconds, although the price to pay is that he feels incredible pain while the wound closes. Izuku does not know what the limit of this ability is, although he does know that it cannot regenerate lost limbs. Finally, Izuku became someone very agile. He is quite fast and strong without using his quirk. Training with Edge Shot, Snipe, Endeavor, and other characters made him adopt many techniques. On the part of Snipe, Izuku obtained an amazing aim as well as a great handling of firearms. On the side of Edge Shot, he taught him many ninja techniques. So the green-haired man is very stealthy, knowing how to use some weapons such as kunais or ninja stars. He specialized in sword handling. He also taught him meditation techniques so as not to lose his mind due to anger or get carried away. Endeavor finally taught him to use his fire side, as well as gave him aggressiveness in all his attacks. Finally, Deku, using these skills, manages to mix them, achieving something new, something unique. Goodbye to the dream of being number. If you want to do the right thing, then you will have to break some rules. Deku died. But something was born. The hero without a clan, a deserter, a stray. A Ramen. Chapter 2, The Beginning of the Path. We see a prison, but not just any prison. This was the Tartarus maximum security prison. The most dangerous villains are here. Inside, the lack of light is evident as you go down each floor, but we will concentrate on the top floor, a place where there is only artificial light and very weak. The cells are in semi-darkness. In one of these we see inside someone tied with chains to the wall, hanging with his arms extended above. His head fell. He looked like an old doll with tatters that were once clothes. You couldn't see that guy breathing. He looked like a corpse that the wind would easily take away. Suddenly footsteps were heard getting closer and closer. Firm steps and the sound of heels, then a voice was heard. "Guard, hey D, you have visitors, dwarf." Then the chains moved, the body began to move quietly. The long green hair moved to the rhythm of the head that shook a little, releasing the drops of water from his hair. Some emerald green eyes opened, getting used to the lack of light, then opened a little surprised. On the subject's mouth a somewhat mocking smile formed. Deku, oh, they finally came. Izuku Midoriya had awakened, the boy who was once willing to give his life for others and was now chained like an animal. Nizu, hello again, young Midoriya. But he wasn't Deku anymore. No, not anymore. Deku died a long time ago. They were in charge of killing him. Now the one in front of them was someone new, someone they would regret turning their backs on when they could have helped him. Because he was no longer the kind and smiling boy they knew, and soon they would realize it. He would make them realize it. But we're going too far. Let's start from the beginning. UA High School, home of great heroes, home of thousands of students with great ambitions. But at this moment in the principal's office there was a large meeting involving all the teachers and even some pro-heroes, because the case of treason that had filled the minds of the heroes at the beginning of the year seemed to finally be resolved. Midnight, we agree that this recording was the only one missing, right? Cementos. But how do we know it's really ours? How do we know it's not a plan by them to deceive us? Nizu, let's find out. The rodent put the tape on. Everything was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and it looked legitimate. Apparently the video had finally been recovered. Ectoplasm. With all due respect, it looks too believable. I don't think the villains have enough capacity to do something so well, and they have never infiltrated the academy for so long. Almight, ectoplasm is right, director, but let's just assume that. Nizu, this is my school. We'll watch the whole video and find out the truth. Endeavor. And do you think the traitor will appear in the video? Edge shot, let's wait. Patience, virtue of wise men, can give victory in a fight. They waited, and so it was. The traitor came to light, but something left them surprised, scared, and regretful. A green hair approached the mouse's computer. Deku, this is very easy. Pretending to be weak brings you many advantages. While writing the password, even the director fell. To be the most intelligent guy, he behaved like a real idiot, and that's it. Class A in its entirety, teachers, schedules, everything. Okay, let's see. Oh look, a travel plan to the USJ, and apparently Almight will be there. Ha 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 ha. Okay, this is very useful. I'll send it to Shigaraki at once. The video showed Deku saving everything to a memory stick, turning off the machine, and then leaving through a window. Everyone was speechless. Was this for real? Was the traitor they were looking for the student they least expected? Endeavor, impossible. Almight, this must be a trick. Aizawa, that's right, Toga, she must be behind all this. She can become anyone as long as she drinks his blood. She's already done it once. Almight, but she joined the League of Villains shortly before camp according to reports. Endeavor, shut up both of you and better watch. Jumping to conclusions is all stupid, and I want to believe that you are not like that. Both adults fell silent and listened. Soon the answers to many dangers were revealed in front of them. Deku seriously seemed to be the traitor. The test was when everyone returned to school after the battle of All Might versus All for One. Deku left his room, only to find Toga. All Might, so he is the traitor? Toga, hello little greenie. Deku, stop calling me crazy like that. Toga, as you wish, greenie. Deku, what are you here for? Toga, Shigaraki wants to know how you are. Deku, now that idiot cares about me? Toga, don't get your hopes up. He only likes you because you're our contact in this shitty school. Deku, and I was starting to feel important. Mockingly, they haven't discovered me. Although it has been difficult, I hate having to pretend to be the TI shy and any nervous Deku. I have the power of stupid Almight. If I wanted this school, it would be mine or it would be in ruins. Toga, you know it and I know it. Settle for that. Besides, you are already important to me. Approaching seductively. Deku, I don't deny that. At that moment, the green-haired man attracted the blonde and gave her a rather risque kiss, even biting the villain's lip until she bled. The blonde moved away and licked her lip with her blood. Toga, you are very abrupt. Deku, and when has it bothered you? The blonde just smiled and walked away, but before she could leave, Deku slapped her hard, using one for all, making her jump and let out a moan. Toga, no drink here. Deku, then leave before I catch you. Here is the ID I stole from Uraraka. She will be punished. The blonde just winked at him and ran off. Deku just ran back inside, his gloomy eyes back to their usual ones, his tender gaze, and his nervous attitude returned. Then a sign appeared on the screen. Want more tests, heroes? We'll give them to you. So the recording cut out, and everyone was stunned. Was what they'd seen real? Was that boy, whom everyone loved, really the cause of so much misfortune? Nizu, no, this can't be. All Might, wretch, he cheated on me. Aizawa, I see. Endeavor, thinking, no, there are some inconsistencies here. Damn, what's going on? All Might, there, we have to arrest him, changing to his muscular form. Midnight, I agree with Toshi. Nizu, calm down. All Might, I don't like this at all. All Might, you were the one who made us see this. I'm not going to calm down. That kid tricked me. I gave him my power and my trust. Endeavor, use your head. Do you want to see him imprisoned? Gather all the evidence. Let's hope these idiots give us everything. The blonde just sat quite annoyed, while he returned to his skeletal form. Midnight approached him and took his hand, reassuring him. Nizu, determined, we will wait for them to give us what we want. Maybe we can even get more than what they expect to give us. Endeavor, thinking, that will give me more time to investigate. There are things that don't add up. Unwittingly, this was recorded by a microphone that contained the recording, which was transmitted to the villains, who smiled calmly. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, this is excellent. Now it's just time for step 2, disintegrating a photo of Inko Midoriya. Then Toga pressed a button and all over UA the lost recordings were shown, but the part where Deku kissed and spanked Toga was cut, but everyone still saw the rest, feeling great fury. In the classroom of Class A, only 2 students were missing, Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. They were in the gym training at the request of the vice president, who wanted to improve her technique and thought of the green-haired man because he was the one who perfectly mixed several fighting styles. Back in the classroom, they just wanted to tear Deku to pieces. He had deceived them for so long. Bakugo was making slight explosions. Then they played the recording of the teachers. Bakugo, wait a minute. I'll kill that stupid lying son of a hitch. Ida, no, we will follow the director's plan. When everything is resolved, he will be here, and if he tries to escape, we will stop him. Everyone nodded. They felt disgusted at being friends with the green-haired boy. So the days began to pass. Deku noticed the tension in his classmates but didn't ask, attributing it to the exams. He also noticed a certain contempt from his teachers. It even seemed that only he was given more homework than the others. The boy thought it was simply his thing. The only one who looked normal was his girlfriend Ochako Uraraka. The green-haired boy had confessed to Aries shortly before his rescue mission because he thought that given the danger that the villain had, his chances of surviving were very low. The brunette accepted immediately, and they seemed like a happy couple. Deku, call me crazy Ochako, but I feel like everyone hates me. Uraraka, alarm W, what are you saying? Deku, I don't know, it's just that it seems like they don't even trust me. I feel a little bad about that. Uraraka, hee no, don't be silly darling. Everyone here loves you so much, you're a true hero. The girl said that last thing very forced. Honestly, Uraraka did not share the same feelings as the freckled boy, or at least not as strong, for her love was a distraction, but she thought that becoming the green-haired boy's girlfriend would make her stronger. When she found out about her boyfriend's betrayal, she felt disgusted, but the truth is that she had a real and bigger sin. Deku, Hee, I must look crazy, right? Uraraka, hee, no way, honey. The green-haired man tried to approach his girlfriend to kiss her, but she avoided him not so subtly. Deku, are you okay, Ochako? Uraraka, what? Yeah, hee, it's nothing. Well, if I don't feel very well, I think I have to go to the infirmary. Deku, you've been like this for a while now, are you sure you don't want to go to the doctor? Uraraka, no silly hee, just that you know what classes with Aizawa-sensei are like. Deku, hee, that's true, well I have to go train, I'll see you later? Uraraka, yes. The boy tried to give her another kiss, but again she avoided it masterfully. The boy, somewhat depressed, left towards the gym, while the brunette walked towards the room of her class president. The girl knocked a couple of times and immediately Ida opened it. The girl threw herself into his arms crying. Ida, Ochako, what happened? Uraraka, it's the… Ida, did I threaten you? If so, I swear I'll… Uraraka, Tenya almost found out about me. I was close to ruining it. I was scared. He's a monster. Ida, calm down, princess. Everything will be over soon. I hope the tests don't take long. The girl approached the blue-haired man's face and gave him a kiss on the lips that he reciprocated. That's Uraraka Ochako, the woman Deku loved with his soul and for whom he would give his life, cheated on him with the blue-haired man. Everyone knew it and felt bad for the freckled man, but seeing the freckled man being discovered as the traitor, that feeling of guilt turned to mockery. On the other hand, Deku trained hard in One for All. The boy controlled 0% and managed to control this percentage when he trained with Endeavor and Gran Torino. Both adults took the freckled man to his limits on several occasions. He could even go up a little, but this was a significant wear and tear. The boy trained until he heard his phone ring with its characteristic ring that said, "We're here." Recorded with the voices of Deku and Almight, the boy answered when he saw the photo of his mother. Deku, what's going on? Inko, son, how are you? Deku, hee, okay mom, training a little. Inko, that's good news. Hey, I was calling to let you know. Deku, what's wrong? Inko, Toshi invited me to dinner on Saturday. Honey, I won't be home in case you wanted to come. Deku knew it. His predecessor and his mother had a romantic relationship which began shortly after his battle with All for One. The freckled one had no objection to this. As long as his mother was happy, he would be fine. Deku, okay hee, I wanted to take Ochako out to eat, but if you say you won't be there, then there's nothing to do. Thanks for the heads up, mom. Inko, it's nothing, son, sorry if I can't be here to receive you. Deku, hee, it's nothing, maybe I'll go to the movies with her. Inko, I'm glad you found someone like her, honey. They look great. Deku, hee, mom. Inko, okay son, I'll hang up, I'll see you later, try hard. Deku, yes. The green-haired boy hung up and continued training. Finally, life is going well for the freckled boy. Or at least that's what it seemed, because although the older Midoriya did attend the dinner, the blonde never came. Breaking news: Nomas are all over the city. The hideous creatures are appearing again, causing senseless destruction. The death toll is high. Hero No is of little help. Endeavor and other heroes manage to calm the situation, and even capture a member of the League of Villains. List of the Fallen, Inko Midoriya. The freckled boy's mother had died and no one had done anything to prevent it, not even her partners. Now we can see Deku in the hospital because he went out to help. The boy had some broken bones, nothing to worry about. It even seemed like he was healing alone. The freckled boy was dejected. He dressed slowly. He had just lost his mother. The most precious thing he had. His father had died a few years ago. Not even All Might tried to save her. In fact, the boy saw him until almost the end of the fight, and none of his friends went to visit him. The freckled boy was depressed until he saw the door slowly open. All Might Midoriya. Deku, hey, hello. All Might forcing a smile. All Might, how do you feel? Deku, better than I look, haha, thanks for caring. All Might, well, I'll see you at school then. The blonde wanted to arrest the freckled man right there. He was vulnerable, but he knew it was not time yet. The blonde slowly left, putting force on the goatee. With all the evidence he had, he was furious with Izuku. When he left, he found Midnight, who was wearing an elegant office suit with the neckline somewhat open. Midnight, did you finish off Toshi? All Might, no, But it won't be long now. Tsukachi has already reserved his cell next to All for One. I hope he likes the surprise. Midnight, you don't have to get angry, honey. It's not worth it. All Might, he cheated on me, Namiri. I trusted him. I loved him like a son. The brunette approached, and taking his hands, gave the blonde a kiss. Izuku, honey? Wait, Midnight? All Might? What's going on here? Both adults turned around and saw the freckled man. He was staggering, still unable to stand. All Might, Midoriya, what are you doing here? Deku, I went out to ask where you were during the fight. All Might, you know my time is short. Deku, but you still fight, I've seen it, we've all seen it now, tell me what's going on here. All Might, nothing of your concern, boy. Deku, you too, my mother was nothing to you? She gave you her trust and now you throw her away? All Might, what do you know about trust? Deku, more than you in loyalty. All Might, how dare you? Deku, how dare I? You cheated on my mother, since when have you been doing this, All Might? You're like a father to me and you couldn't mourn for her? The boy was furious, but Midnight used her quirk to put him to sleep. Midnight, I'll let the director know about this, Toshi. I hope this nightmare is over. All Might, dragging the freckled boy to his room. Namiri accompanied you. The next day the freckled boy was discharged, but when he got home there was no one was there, not his girlfriend, not his friends, much less his mother. The freckled boy stayed on the couch and after a while he started to cry. At the academy all the teachers, heroes and some police officers including Detective Tsukachi were watching the last video. Now they were not the security cameras. They were the street cameras from the day of the Hosu accident, on the roof of a building where Shigaraki and Deku. Shigaraki, so what's your report? Deku, not much, although I already took care of the hero killer. Shigaraki, really? Deku, you can't imagine how stupid revenge makes you. It was only necessary to follow that idiot Ida and he guided me to him, although I had to let them beat him and me a little so they would believe that I only went to help. Shigaraki, that's your problem. Deku, you know what I'm talking about, idiot showing his arm, do it before I regret it, do you want? The man just smiled in a twisted way and with his fingers drew some lines on the boy's arm that began to bleed. The boy groaned in pain but was able to resist it. Deku, they'll believe me with that, although you were a bit of an idiot. Shigaraki, calm down, shit, as soon as the master gives you the go-ahead you'll be blessed with a quirk. Deku, I hope I don't swallow a hair, the last one I tried tasted like cheap gel. Everyone watched the recording carefully, some with hate, others with disappointment and some with doubts. The boy just left, more shots passed, again these were shown in front of his friends. Ida felt that revenge and hatred ran through his veins. He couldn't help it, he wanted to kick the green-haired boy to death. Uraraka realized this and took Ida's hand, calming him down. Back in the principal's office they saw more and more evidence against the freckled boy until it ended. All Might, that's all, I'm going to arrest him now. Tsukachi, wait Toshi, if I came it was precisely to talk to you or well that you are present. In the battle as you read we managed to capture Kurojiri. He looked bad, very bad to be honest. He had marks of blows and was bleeding or what we can say is blood. When we interrogated him he spoke, he sang like a bird. Nizu, what did he say? Flashback. Tsukachi, all right Kurojiri, it's time for you to cooperate with us. Kurojiri, tell me Detective Naomasa, did you like our gift? Tsukachi, stop joking, why did they do it? If he's supposed to be one of them, why leave him to his fate now? Kurojiri, oh no, let me correct you Detective, he was never one of us, All for One led him to us, he took him one day after the mud monster accident. Tsukachi, wait, how do you know that? Kurojiri, he told us, he said he lost faith in you, in heroes, after All Might told him that without a quirk he was just a hindrance. If his greatest hero denied him his dream, then what would be his motivation to continue? Heroes, villains, it's all the same, he just lost his way. Tsukachi, so when he said one for all. Kurojiri, the master accepted him immediately, gave him meaning to his life, educated him, taught him to lie, but the boy never listened to us, he only responded to him. Tsukachi, What do you mean? Kurojiri. We made him angry. He in response killed Magna and ripped off Mr. Compress's arm. Sakachi. He did what? Kurojiri. That's why we gave them the evidence. We want to get rid of him. He's not a villain. He's a damn monster. Just watch how he left me. Sakachi. He made you like that? A high school student beat a real villain to such an extent? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Kurojiri. Maybe, but tell me, detective, would someone like me who can escape without problems let me get arrested so easily? Sakachi. So what do you want? A reduced sentence? More food? Kurojiri. No. I only ask one thing, arrest Izuku Midoriya. He is neither a hero nor a villain. Flashback end. Everyone listened attentively to the black-haired boy. He felt horrible. The boy was something unique in the world. He saw him in action. He saw him fight like a true hero. Almight, it's decided. I'll go arrest him. Sakachi, do you have his cell? Sakachi. Toshi is a minor. He can't go to Tartarus yet. Almight, and what do you want me to do? Wait until he's of age to take him? He has one for all. None of his injuries have been real. He controls it at 0% of his capacity. And if he knows that we know this, I won't be able to stop him. He's stronger than me. Sakachi, you gave it to him. Can't you just take it away? Something like an energy ball? Almight, it doesn't work like that, and you know it. He has to give it to me of his own free will, and I highly doubt he'll want to give it to me. Aizawa, actually, if there is a way to get him to Tartarus. Sakachi, I'm Detective Aizawa, if there was a way. Aizawa, there is. If we all take him with the evidence, there won't even be a need for a trial. If we mix it with the testimony of that clever villain, he'll have a cell ready in Tartarus. Sakachi, how do you know that? Aizawa, who do you think invented that law? How many villains didn't he bring under that decree? Nizu, don't you think we're rushing things? Almight, director, don't you think he made fun of us? Nizu, tell me this doesn't seem suspicious to you. Almight, all of this just now. Aizawa, what we think doesn't matter, we have to do it for the good of everyone. Everyone present discussed the issue except for 4 people, Endeavor, Snipe, Edgeshot and Sakachi. Finally it was agreed that they would let at least a few days pass to respect his mother. The green-haired boy mourned, even looked for a job to pay for everything because the government did not want to give him a penny. The boy tried hard, giving everything he could, and he succeeded. Only he felt sad because it seemed that none of his teachers felt sorry for him, leaving him more homework. Not even his friends helped him except for Todoroki, who helped him pay. His girlfriend never went to see him. Finally the boy managed to rejoin the school 0%. Although with that the deadline had expired, they could take him. To screw her more, the news of the traitor had already been given on the news. The supposed evidence had also been shown. Everyone now hated and knew what Izuku Midoriya had done. The boy got up and trained as always, but this time he felt total hatred. He could not ignore it. He asked the reason for this, but no one answered him. Finally the boy arrived to his classroom a little before the others as usual. He always arrived first, finding him alone, but this time was the exception. There were 2 people he knew perfectly. Uraraka, breaking the kiss. I can't stand it anymore, Aikun. I don't want to pretend that I love him. No more. I want to push him away from me. It's unbearable. Ida, I know, Okachan, but today we will finally get rid of that useless traitor. Uraraka, I want to be with you, Aikun. Ida, and so it will be, I promise. Both young people kissed again while hugging each other. The green-haired boy began to shed tears. He was about to end everything so they would be happy. The boy was willing to leave the brunette just so she would be happy, but then a hand was placed on his shoulder. Deku, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, come with me, brat. The adult pulled Deku, who almost fell but managed to recover. He walked to the side of his teacher and passed by the side of Class B. Monoma, seeing this, knew what was happening and couldn't help but mock him. Monoma, watch out, here comes the supreme monster. Deku, what did you say? Monoma, he's going to attack us. Aizawa-sensei uses his quirk on him so he doesn't kill us. Deku, what are you talking about? I never. Aizawa, shut up, Monoma, and you, keep moving forward. The green-haired boy was pushed and moved forward again. Monoma just mocked. Deku was puzzled. His friends had called him a traitor and now this? Deku, Aizawa-sensei, what's going on? Why is this happening? Aizawa, and you still ask? You should have left your robe behind, we already found out. The green-haired boy was scared. He continued moving forward until he reached the principal's office. When he opened the door, he found all his teachers and some pro-heroes with the exception of Endeavor, Edgeshot, and Snipe. Nizu, go ahead, young Midoriya said. Deku, why is everyone here? At that moment All Might in his muscular form stood up. All Might, before anything else, kid, I need you to give me back One for All. Deku, what? Why? I've mastered it much better now, All Might. Remember the training I had with Gran Torino and Endeavor? In it, I was able to reach. All Might, don't lie. Furious, I know you had it 0% under control, just as we all know here that you're nothing more than a common traitor, an infiltrator of All for One. Deku, what? The blonde put the recordings where he was seen with the villains impacting Deku, who believed it was Toga until the scene with the blonde happened. Deku, that's not me, you have to believe me. All Might, nobody here believes you guys, we all saw the tests, Tsukachi please. But the detective didn't move or say anything. All Might, Tsukachi! Raising his voice. Tsukachi, yes, Izuku Midoriya, for your crimes against the Hero Society and the UA Hero Academy, as well as allying with the League of Villains and the Master of Evil All for One, you are sentenced to confinement in the Tartarus maximum security prison, where you will be isolated from all contact with the outside world. Deku, and no, you can't do that, I've always helped you all, aren't you really going to believe them? All Might, you're like a father to me, please you have to believe me, starting to cry. All Might, give me back One for All Midoriya. Deku began to cry harder as he watched his father figure turn his back on him. Deku, you don't believe me? All Might, please, just give it to me. I believed in you, I trusted you, I supported you, and I saw you grow, but in the end you are just another villain. Now stop disrespecting us and give it to me. Deku, boo, but. All Might, your mother trusted you, young Midoriya, don't offend her memory with this. Wrong words from the wrong person. All the sadness Deku felt was replaced by anger. Did he really mention that? Deku looked up annoyed, remembering what happened at the hospital. Deku, you who do you think you are to talk about respect? All Might, Midoriya, calm down. Deku, you want me to calm down when you mentioned my mother so naturally? Do you really have the balls to do that? Tell everyone what happened at the hospital. Tell them how you, who had a relationship with my mother, arrived holding hands with Midnight after being who knows where, to then kiss her and leave after falling asleep with her Quirk. The man paled. No one knew he had a relationship with Midnight. Everyone knew the one he had with the green-haired man's mother. Deku, she waited for you. Because you invited her to dinner, she died waiting for you. The boy fell to his knees remembering this while crying. All Might, don't make me say it again, give me the. Deku, take it. The man did not hesitate, he grabbed a hair and pulled it. All Might, take him away. But then Deku opened his eyes, there was a little hope for him. Deku, I have a test. Aizawa test? Deku, proof of my innocence, if I bring it then. Aizawa, then nothing, one test is not enough against all the ones we have. Nizu, whispering, run boy. Deku heard this, he didn't think twice and ran out of there, knocking down the door with the remains of his One for All. When he left he was seen by two boys from Class B, Saburaba and Bando, who were scared by the way Deku left but quickly thought that he escaped from the heroes, so they decided to act. Deku, please help me. Bando drained his glue. Deku, seeing this and knowing what would happen to him, tried to jump but one foot was caught. Saburaba, taking advantage of this, enclosed Deku in a cube of air which solidified quickly. Deku was nervous, he knew he had that test, but they wouldn't let him go for it. He decided to use his One for All once more and threw the punch, destroying the precision, and jumped, breaking a window. When he fell he made a small crater. Since he fell on his side his arm was dislocated. When he looked up he could see all his companions. Mirio with his friends saw him. They did not believe that he was the traitor despite seeing the cameras. Mirio saw Deku's bravery in action. He simply did not want to believe it. Deku, please, I'm not the traitor, you have to believe me. Help me, please. But nobody did anything. The poor boy had some cuts. That fall had affected him. Suddenly a lightning bolt threw him a few meters back coming from Kaminari. Class A was ready to finish off the traitor. Everyone got down ready to fight. Deku got up heavily. Bakugo threw himself at him, and using a powerful explosion took him out of the academy grounds. Deku now began to bleed harder. He stood up, and knowing that they would not help him, he used one for all again, but being injured it was the minimum percentage. Ida was able to reach him and kicked him hard in the stomach. Thrown back to be received by another explosion from Bakugo. Taken in the air by Ciro's ribbons, who whipped him on the ground. Mina and Kaminari attacked him, but even with the minimum of their strength and putting themselves and used the OFA to jump, gaining ground, the boy managed to land heavily in the streets. People were scared, and when they saw who it was they were moving away. Deku was asking for help. There was little time left to get home. Nobody could get to him that fast. He used 0% to jump. He sacrificed his arms and legs, but it would be worth it if he could prove his innocence. The boy crawled slowly. He had lost part of his uniform because of those explosions. He thanked heaven because Todoroki wasn't there, or maybe he wouldn't have been so lucky. But then someone took him by the ankle, someone who could reach him, Almight. The people began to cheer for the hero as he lifted Deku up. The green-haired boy saw how his favorite hero had a face of hatred and contempt. Using the rays that came out of him, when he used the OFA he managed to blind the American hero who let go of him. Deku, despite everything, got up once more. He was totally hurt. His bones begged for rest, but he would not give up that day. The boy advanced a few meters until he heard how the rest of his companions were close. Soon he heard the sound that made Yaoyorozu while creating something. Did not want to turn around, did not want to know what it was. The boy advanced a little more, was already closer. Maybe if he jumped more he could reach, but then something hit him in the back. The green-haired boy screamed as loud as he could. People misinterpreted it as united with fury and frustration, but the truth was different. That scream was of agony, of pure pain, of sadness and disappointment. The boy finally fell defeated. Some spasms from the electricity were still seen. The acid still ate away at his burned skin. His broken arms did not stop bleeding. The wounds inflicted on him were obvious. Bakugo used an AP shot on Izuku, who received it without making any gesture. The body only rose a little and lashed more. Mineta used his spheres and stuck him to the ground. Suddenly Deku opened his eyes and tried to move. The poor boy was already pitiful. Finally Uraraka kicked him in the back of the neck with the aim of fainting him at the same time that Midnight used her quirk and put Deku to sleep, who slowly closed his eyes. The last thing he saw was Almight, the person he considered a father, who gave him a reason to go on and fulfill his dream. His favorite hero hugging Midnight the same way he hugged his mother. Either of them cried. On both of their faces it was clear that they were satisfied with fulfilling their duty. He also saw his girlfriend hugging his best friend, and then they kissed. The boy finally closed his eyes. Cementos created a concrete log on Deku to prevent him from moving. All Might took him along with Midnight and Aizawa. The other heroes stayed to congratulate their students from Class A for being so brave. The television was playing this on all the news. Niza lowered his head, sad and disappointed. He did not distrust the freckled man, and it hurt him what happened to him. Snipe and Edgeshot saw this on the news and lowered their heads, disappointed in the heroes and themselves, feeling the helplessness of not being able to help. Endeavor and Todoroki were in the Fire Heroes Agency. The pro-hero had told his son that he began to investigate to help the freckled man. The bicolor did not hesitate to help his father. In the end, Deku was his best friend. The boy had missed school that day, but after seeing what had happened they both went to the scene of the fight. Deku's blood was still on the cold and hard asphalt and concrete. Suddenly he moved forward and stood in the place where Deku fell for the last time. The sky clouded over and it began to rain heavily, soaking both of them, although Endeavor stayed dry because of his flames. Endeavor approached his son. Endeavor, Shoto, what's going on? Todoroki, I wasn't trying to escape. Endeavor, what do you mean? Todoroki, he didn't try to escape, it wasn't his goal. Endeavor, so? A lightning bolt fell, illuminating everything with its bright light, while Todoroki raised his arm pointing at something. Endeavor fixed his gaze on that point, seeing a house. The sound was heard while Todoroki spoke. Todoroki, he wanted to go home. Endeavor looked at his son, who was trembling a little. The fire hero knew it. He wasn't trembling from the cold but from the loss of his friend. Endeavor, how lucky it is that it's raining, don't you think? Todoroki, yes, the water will cleanse the blood, understanding what his father meant. Endeavor, yeah, come on, let's go home, son. The two left, just as Todoroki said. It was lucky that it rained because all traces of the fight were clean. Deku did not have an honest trial, there wasn't even a trial. With the evidence plus seeing the symbol of peace accompanied by the eraser hero along with other heroes was enough. The doors of Tartarus were opened. They did not cure Deku, they simply went down to the top floor of the prison where there was a plaque that said, "Welcome damned souls to the true Tartarus, a prison as far below hell as earth is below heaven." And taking advantage of the fact that the boy was unconscious, they threw him against the cold ground. They didn't put an anti-quirk collar on him because the peace symbol registered that it had been taken from him in UA. They simply closed the cell and walked away. What they didn't know was that some guards bought by All for One would be their custodians of the green-haired boy. Seeing that the heroes were no longer seeing them, they lifted him as much as they could, raised and separated his arms and chained him to leave him hanging. As a mockery, they put a plaque on the cell. Deku Hero VIP Suite, here lies the next symbol of peace. The inmates who were near Izuku's cell and who could see the badge were mocking. Some spat in his direction, all but two. One behind a door just looked serious, analyzing the situation, and the other was on his bed meditating, analyzing things and what would happen. Chapter 3. Do you want power? UA finally at peace. The traitor is arrested. After much effort at UA Heroes, you managed to arrest the traitor infiltrated into the League of Villains. UA students perform a brave and heroic act by assisting in the arrest. News like this was circulating everywhere, all presenting Deku's beating as an act of pure heroism. Not even a week had passed and everyone hated Izuku even more for hurting their heroes. At UA, Almight consumed the hair he took from the green-haired boy, feeling all his strength and more return. Uraraka and Ida openly announced their relationship. Everyone congratulated them, except Todoroki, who saw this with disappointment and contempt. Shinso immediately entered the hero's course, obviously in Class A. The purple-haired boy did not talk to anyone but Todoroki. He knew of Deku's innocence, and when he saw the news he was disappointed in his classmates. Mirio and company watched the videos in search of evidence to help their partner, but nothing. Everything looked so real. If it was a trap, it was too well done. Mirio cursed the villains more and more every day. The blonde also found out what All Might had done to Deku and also the infidelity of the symbol of peace towards the freckled man's mother as well as Uraraka's. So although he does not hold a grudge against All Might when he offered him one for all under the pretext of, "It was always yours, I made a mistake by giving it to a villain," this simply rejected it. The symbol of peace mist insisted, but the blonde simply never accepted him. In the prison, Deku lived it badly. The next day that dawned he found that he was tied up. He tried to get free but nothing. He tried with all his being but still nothing. Finally he tried to activate the one for all but it did not respond. The boy stopped trying, thinking that he had exhausted his embers in the fight. So he gave up and decided to face everything even though it was hell. The prisoners were freed with the help of the guards, who even turned off their collars. The prisoners who, when they saw themselves free of the object, tortured Deku using their quirks. All this was torture for the poor freckled boy who only thought about dying because although everyone had permission to torture, there was a law not to kill him. The boy was tired and hungry. Even the food was thrown into his mouth because not even for that they would lower him. Rarely managed to grab it. The rest saw him down there being devoured by the rats of the place. One day someone showed up in his cell, a man with a mask, a torn suit, Stain. The hero killer appeared before the boy. He threatened everyone. No one dared to enter. "Deku, I know you, you're your Stain. Stain, good thing you haven't lost your vision yet. I'd feel a little bad about killing a blind rat." "Deku, is that all you came for? To kill me?" "Stain, what else? You managed to fool me. I thought you were a real hero. I was just wrong. Heroes are all fake. There's only one true hero, All Might." "Deku, yes, repeat it until you believe it." "Stain, he came to lock you up. He's a true hero despite the damage." "Deku, if you came to kill me then do it quickly, I'm already tired." "Stain, tell me, kid, if you're really a hero, why did they frame you?" Deku, if I knew the answer, do you think I'd be here chained like an animal? You're brave, brat. A man walked into the cell calmly, white pants stained with dirt giving it a grayish color, a black shirt, or what was left of it, and white hair. Deku, oh wow, the freak show is getting packed its weight a minute. I remember, I investigated you for a while at UAU. You're the Garu monster. Garu, finally, someone calls me that. Deku, also known as the Hero Hunter. Garu, you impress me, you did your homework. Deku, who would have thought? A hunter and a killer come to see me. I wonder which of the two will be the first to kill me. Deku seemed to speak naturally. In the eyes of men he even seemed to accept death, but the reality is different. Inside he was suffering. Not much had happened after all, he was still a child. But he decided to give up. Stain, what are you doing here, Hunter? He's my prey. He had the audacity to play with my sense of justice. I'll kill him for it. Garu, I was curious to know what he was like who dared to betray the heroes for so long. Kid, you are my bucking hero, you really finished them off. Deku, I will correct you as I wanted to correct them. I would never dare to do that. Stain, you're lying. Step aside, Hunter. I'll finish him off quickly. Garu, you'll die if you try. It's not a threat from me, but someone already tried to kill him, and they killed him. So if this child is here, then it must be of some use. Stain, are you protecting him, Hunter? Putting himself on guard. Garu, no, I just want to know what he's doing here. Think about it, he's at the bottom of the prison. No one goes that low unless he's really a son of a hitch, and I doubt this brat is one. Stain, analyzing the situation so? What do you think is the reason why he's here? Garu, many of those who are in prison, whether here or elsewhere, are there because he arrested them. Do you remember that animal? Stain, muscular? Garou, yes, he said that only one person had defeated him, the Hero Deku, and unless there is another idiot who calls himself useless, I assume it's him, pointing at Deku. Stain, so what's your plan, Hunter? Garu, this child may be many things, but I don't think he's a monster. You and I are, but he doesn't look like one. Just look at him. He gave up. He's willing to accept death as a trophy. No one would want that, much less a traitor. Stain, are you saying he didn't do it? Garu, I think we should wait for whoever brought it to come see it. I suspect it's something bigger. Both men left, each step they took outside his cell making Deku lose hope. He hadn't been able to hear everything, but he was sure that nothing could be worse now. Or yes? A portal was generated in Deku's cell. Who knew who it was? The boy tried to get away. Of all the people he wanted to see, they were not on that list. Shigaraki, Toga, Dabi, Spinner, Mr. Compress came out of the portal. Shigaraki had a face of twisted happiness. Shigaraki, look who we have here, the Hero Deku, ladies and gentlemen, the one who swore to be the one who would protect the innocent. Deku, what are you doing here? Shigaraki, I just came to say hello to a friend. Deku, cell, wrong cell. Shigaraki, you mean Kurojiri? No, he can go out whenever he wants, unlike you, ha ha ha. Deku, you planned all this with fury. Shigaraki, bingo, ha ha ha, I knew that without you in the game everything would be easier, and it is, ha ha ha. My Nomas kill everything that gets in front of them. Sometimes I wonder why I didn't think of it before. Deku, you get rid of me and all the chaos you come up with is reality. Shigaraki, exactly, we already speak the same language, ha ha ha, how curious, don't you think? The symbol of peace, tricked into a child, along with his other classmates. Deku, when I take off these chains I will kill you myself. The green-haired man began to shake violently. He gathered strength and began to move abruptly. Without anyone noticing, light green rays came out of him, almost imperceptible. Shigaraki, really? And how will you do it chained? Deku, free me and you'll see who begs for help. Shigaraki, and you think you can take on an entire prison by yourself? The green-haired man continued to shake roughly. He was furious. Shigaraki, Dabi, help our new friend understand his place. Dabi, it will be a pleasure. The black-haired man approached Deku but deviated a few steps, finding the chains, and began to heat them. Quickly they turned red. The sound of the flesh burning slowly began to sound. The sound was dry, as if cooking meat. Deku clenched his fists and began to scream loudly. His screams echoed throughout the corridor, even being heard by the assassin and the hero hunter. Stain understood. He was not a traitor. They took him out of the way because of how dangerous he was. That's why he didn't feel lies in his words. Garu, on the other hand, continued meditating, although the freckled man's screams did not let him do it comfortably. Soon he remembered another child. The child who reminded him of himself. The child who protected him once, even knowing who he was, and for whom Garu himself was willing to give his life. You need to protect yourself. If you can't stand up for yourself, then don't wait for others to help you. No one's going to save you. You have to get stronger. Homework. Goodbye, old man. Tell me, old man, one more time, I'll kill you, brat. In Deku's cell, he had finally stopped receiving his punishment. The green-haired boy was now hanging while struggling to breathe. Shigaraki approached him, but when he was close enough, Deku pushed himself with his legs until he was face to face. The green-haired boy had a face full of fury, but Shigaraki grabbed him by the neck with fingers, although he alternated with his pinky between touching and removing it, making a mark. Shigaraki, who would have thought? You're quite resilient. I wonder what happens if I touch your whole face. Deku, I'm going to. Shigaraki, you know now I regret it, because I sent a Noma to kill your mother when I could have done it myself. Deku's eyes widened in surprise. Deku, what did you say? Shigaraki, why send someone when I could bring her and do it now in front of your eyes? The green-haired man was furious now. His teeth were clicking against each other. The veins stood out on his neck as a sign of fury. Deku, you're going to die from that. Then Toga jumped with a knife ready to attack Deku's manhood, but she couldn't reach. It was too high for the blonde. Toga, you're too high, Greenie, but someday I'll play jump rope with your guts. Shigaraki, ha, we're going to have fun with you, brat, that's for sure. Deku, I will look for you. I will find you and I will kill you, even if I have to come back from hell itself for you. I swear to God, Shigaraki. The villain opened a portal and walked out as if nothing had happened while the green-haired man shook violently in his chains. From then on, the green-haired man broke down. He no longer wanted to be killed. Now every time a villain approached, he devised a way to hit him. When he realized that they wouldn't let him free, he decided that he would train. It would be of some use to him. Using his chains, he began to do some exercises. His physical education classes as well as his hero classes gave him an idea of how to continue advancing, so without wasting time he began his training. He was not going to die. At least not so easily. Maybe he lost one for all, but that would not prevent him from becoming a hero. His ideals were firmly marked in him. Stain and Garu saw this from afar. Stain knew that he was motivated by revenge, but he also knew that inside the green-haired man there was a true hero. But also with this began a torture for the green-haired man, both physically and psychologically. The inmates were going to beat him between several of them, so he couldn't defend himself. Shigaraki and the others were also coming. Toga, he used it as a target. The blonde threw her knives and some hit their target, but none hit a vital point. But day by day they brought him things. Somehow they managed to get the uniform that Deku used in his first combat training against Bakugo. They filled it with explosions and blew it up in front of him. They also brought him photos of his time with Uraraka and then others of the brunette with the speedster from the same day, either in the morning or at night. They also brought videos of the class now with Shinso in his place, or of Almight walking next to Midnight showing off their relationship. After this they showed photos of Inko's grave, which looked deteriorated. Nobody was going to visit her. Deku was angry. Had they really replaced it so quickly? Not even a damn month had passed. Deku's training was stronger than before, but then... Deku. The boy was doing arm exercises using the chains as a bar, but suddenly light green rays began to come out. On previous occasions they had come out, but they were imperceptible, and the green-haired boy was immersed in fury, but this time he had seen them. Deku, is it possible? Pulling his strength once more, is it one for all? But it must have run out when I was heading home, and I also gave it. That's not entirely true, boy. Deku, what? Who said that? I'm glad you were able to answer now, but seriously, don't you remember me? A figure formed, slowly taking shape. It was Funky, the sixth carrier. Deku, you what are you doing here? Funky, wow, Looks like you're chained to a problem. Deku, and I thought my jokes were bad. Funky, I saw what happened, brat, the others too. Deku, the others? Funky, don't interrupt, kid. Why didn't you use one for all to escape? Deku, I don't know if you forgot it, but I don't have it. In fact, why are you here? Funky, you don't have it? Then what am I? Hitting Deku, what is this quirk? Using his black whip to attract him, and more important, what the hell is this? At that moment Funky made a gesture with his hands and Deku's green rays came out once more. The green-haired man was amazed. Deku, boo, but I lost it. Ko, how is it possible? Funky, I hate explaining these things. Okay, pay attention, I won't repeat it. You know the story of One for All, right? Deku, I'm not stupid, pay attention to history class. Funky, well, that saves me explanations. Listen, you know it well. One for All cannot be passed on by obligation, it cannot be snatched, it has to be a voluntary delivery. That prevents the quirk from falling into the wrong hands. Deku, I know. Funky, well, we saw what happened because we are inside you. We saw how All Might turned his back on you along with other teachers and how they forced you to surrender. Deku, it was fair, that's why I handed it over, that's why I don't have the quirk. Funky, and go with that, I'm starting to think that being locked up has already affected your head. Yes, you gave up and gave the One for All, but a part of you didn't want to. You know that you are innocent, you were forced to give it up. When you told All Might to take it, it wasn't because you were willing, or was it? Deku, no, I know what I did, and betraying my friends, the heroes, and my principles is something I would never do. Funky, there's your answer, that's why you still have One for All. You won't lose it until you want to give it the right way. Deku, then why can't I use it? Funky, you were going through a moment of tension, boy, you literally lost everything. It was normal and you felt like you lost it. That's why you couldn't access it. But now you can not only use it, but you can also use my quirk. Deku, your quirk? Funky, did I tell you or not that time? My quirk is activated with anger, fury, and guess what you felt these days? Deku, damn. Funky, ha ha ha. Will you learn to use my quirk and One for All, or would you rather spend these days in prison like an animal? Deku, I choose. Funky, oh man, I ran out of time. That was a good talk, kid. The rest is up to you. The sixth bearer disappeared while Deku let himself hang in the chains, but a smile could be seen on his face. Deku, I choose the first option. At that moment the boy began to exert force while the chains trembled. Each time Deku put more force. Deki, come on, don't fail, please don't fail, please don't fail, please don't fail, One for All 100%. The lightning began to slowly come out, increasing in intensity. The chains creaked and tightened, they were about to break when. Garu, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Deku, hero hunter. Garu, I liked you better when you called me monster. Deku, don't even think you're going to kill me, no more, I'll get out of here, starting to force myself again. Garu, you alone against an entire prison? I could, but you? You're an amateur. Besides, if you break those chains and that guy with the hands comes back and finds you free, I don't think he'll give you new ones. As far as he knows, you lost your quirk. Deku stopped. He was right, Shigaraki thought he had lost. The green-haired man stopped his attempt and stared at the man. Deku, and what do you suggest I do? Being locked up and tied up here isn't something I like very much, and there aren't many ways to train. Suddenly footsteps were heard approaching slowly. Stain, maybe I can help. Deku, for the last time, I don't want to die, okay? Stain, I misjudged you, I admit it, but I came to remedy that, and as Garu says, if you break your chains you die, and I assume you don't want that, much less now that you are motivated. Deku, if I can't escape then I'll train here. I'll train and control my power. Garu, what's that power, by the way? You looked like a Christmas tree. Deku, it's a strength boost. I can increase my physical abilities, so I can defeat Stain. Stain, and boy does it hit hard. Deku, but I still don't have 0% control over it, since being inactive for part of my life made me not get used to it, so if I overdo it I'll break my bones. Garu, so that's your plan? Train while you're here, and then what? Deku, It was true he only thought about killing Shigaraki and escaping, but there was a good point. He was in prison, and not only that but in maximum security. 1 foot outside his cell and everyone would go for him. Deku could not defend himself, or at least not from everyone, because he still did not have a clear fighting style. Garu noticed this and sighed tiredly. Garu, that's what happens when you're an idiot. Come on, I'll help you get down from there. Stain, Hunter if you break his chains. Garu, I know, old man. The man adopted a position ready to jump and pushed himself off. With his hands he managed to climb the wall until he reached the chains. He hung from them until he reached the shackles. He got stuck with his legs and grabbed the shackles so that seconds later he could open them using force. He did that to the other one and the green-haired man fell to the ground. Garu, landing that would have looked great if you weren't so weak, kid. Deku, no, don't burbles. Deku finally stood up. The boy cracked all his bones and twisted his arms a little. Garu, from what I see, you don't have a defined fighting technique, right? Deku, and what does that matter to you? Garu, tell me something. What would you do if I taught you how to fight? Deku stared at him just like Stain. Deku, what are you trying to do? Garu, during my free years I learned many fighting styles. I wanted to become a monster, and I achieved it. I also learned many fighting styles. Some are deadly, and I'm sure you couldn't fight against them. Deku, what are you? Garu, you are someone who uses your fists and legs. You did not have a teacher to teach you how to fight properly. Deku, how do you know that? Garu, I see your legs and arms. They are scarred by your stupidity. Deku, you're just a talker. At that moment Garu used a technique he hadn't used for years, the Garu, Flowing Water Fist Crushing Rock, Ryujui Gansai Ken. Author's note. You guys give your opinion. I'll leave the name of the attacks in Spanish or I'll put them in Japanese. Deku was hit hard and thrown against the wall. The green-haired man got up and threw himself with his quirk active, but the result was the same. Garu, no matter how many times you get up the result will be the same, and in the end you will die. Deku, what is that thing? Garu, it's a martial art brat. I learned it from an old man years ago. You know, kid, being a hero was never my thing, but I'm asking you, if I teach you these techniques, if I teach you how to fight properly and control your power, what would you do with that? Stain looked directly at Deku. Revenge was a motive. What would the boy's response be? Deku, I would use it for what I was made for. I would adapt it to me and my fighting style. I would make that power my own and I would become a hero who never turns his back on people. Garu, decided tomorrow I'll come to train you. You better not die, okay? Stain, damn okay, I'll help you. Deku, wait, what? Stain, don't make me repeat myself. I'll help you with your training, martial arts, and I'll help you with some weapon fighting techniques. I hope you don't disappoint me. Both adults left the cell and were on their way to their own. There were no words between them. Do you really think you can help him? Garu, did you say something, old? Stain, shut up. He is condemned to die. Garu, you don't know. Stain, listen, Hunter, just because we train him doesn't make us friends. You don't mess with me and I won't mess with you. Garu, I wasn't saying it to you but to him. The man pointed to a cell where a head of ash-blonde hair was visible. Stain, muscular. Muscular, hello killer. Garu, if you hold a grudge against the boy, go and kill him, but if you value your life, stay inside. Muscular, honestly, he's in here. It doesn't matter if I don't kill him, one of the thousands of us here will, and you won't be able to do anything. Garu, I wouldn't do that. Someone already tried and they killed him. Besides, you already heard it. Whether I like it or not, that child is now under my guardianship. They want to kill him, I will kill them first, and you won't be able to avoid it. Muscular, then it's okay. We'll see how long it lasts. The man just started laughing like a madman as he went deeper into his cell. Garu, you can get attached to that crazy bastard, right? Sarcastically. Stain, forget about him. How do you plan to start training him? Garu, I have no idea, but we better do something murderous. The two entered their cell and seconds later the entrance doors opened, revealing 4 subjects, 3 pro heroes who were heading to see the freckled man accompanied by the director of the UA. The men finally arrived at the freckled man's cell where they found him on the floor training a little by kicking the air. Nizu, young Midoriya, I see you are as active as ever. Deku, what are you doing here? Endeavor, we believe in your innocence. Deku, good joke, talk now. If not even All Might believed me, why would you do it? Snipe, I saw you fight in the USJ. You were ready to sacrifice yourself so that All Might wouldn't die. If you had been the traitor, you wouldn't have behaved like that. Plus, during your school days, you showed progress. That's hard to fool. Edgeshot, because you have the heart of a warrior, you have the attitudes of a true leader, an indomitable spirit. Endeavor, because you are one of the few people capable of carrying the title of hero on their shoulders. Because you are not driven by greed but by the desire to do the right thing. Because even when you could have easily won, you decided to help others. The green-haired boy listened to his superiors with a certain look of surprise, although imperceptible. Finally, the boy saw the director, who now no longer showed a friendly smile. Nizu, because I know what it feels like to have someone turn their back on you, to have them not believe in you and want to hunt you like an animal to finally lock you up like one. Because I know what it feels like to lose everything, including the will to live. Boy, maybe I am the one who understands you best in this world. Deku, what did you come for? Nizu, Tsukachi doesn't really believe what Kurogiri said either. We agree that it could be a trap. Deku, and why didn't you help me? Why did you let me be hunted like a dog? Nizu, sorry kid, we couldn't help. Deku, and what did you come for then? Nizu, Tsukachi, as I told you, he believes in your innocence, and you are also a minor. We managed to get you a small protection order in which we can take you out for a few hours to give you classes. Deku, I assume Aizawa doesn't know about this because he's not coming with you. Nizu, exactly, and I wouldn't approve of it. You know what public opinion is about you. Deku, yes, so that's all you came for? To offer classes out of pity? Nizu, not only that, boy. Endeavor, let's just say the classes were just a facade, a white lie. Deku, why? Snipe, to hide our true intentions. The boy half closed his eyes as he analyzed his superiors. Endeavor, I'm investigating. Those alleged videos don't convince me. Kid, I'll find a way to prove your innocence. Deku, and I thought I'd escape by fighting my way through. Edgeshot, that's why we will train you. We will give you the necessary technique. Deku, I don't know if you've forgotten, but the UA only accepts people with powers, and I'm not on that list. Nizu, are you sure about that? Snipe, we knew you were chained. We can see the marks on your wrist. It takes a lot of strength to break them. Nizu, you didn't give him one for all, right? Deku, I don't know. Honestly, I still doubt if I have it, but what I do know is that with the embers I can do the same, at least until they are erased. Nizu, well then it's decided. We'll do that. You'll study and we'll train you properly. Deku, sir, I don't mean to sound rude, but Shigaraki. Nizu, I know. Do you think we miss the memories? Calm down, son, you just have to be strong. Edgeshot, but for now we've already drawn enough attention. Sorry Izuku, but we have to. Deku, I know. The heroes chained the freckled man again. Endeavor welded the shackles and they left. Deku was smiling. There was hope now and he would cling to it. After a few minutes Shigaraki appeared. Shigaraki, hello again, brat. Deku didn't respond. He pretended to be fainted. Shigaraki, Dalby, please wake up our friend. The black-haired man heated the chains again, causing Deku to let out a loud scream. Deku, look who's back. Shigaraki, you know kid, we heard a rumor that Yue came to pay you a visit. May I know why? Twice. No offense, but who would come to see a vulgar villain like you? Deku, because why do you think I would tell them? Shigaraki, I'd like to assume you like living. Deku, I'm in prison. I don't have a very long life expectancy. Toga, someone woke up in a good mood. Shigaraki, come on kid, it's not too much to ask for that information, is it? Izuku just stayed silent. Shigaraki, honestly, I don't understand why you don't want to talk. They turned their backs on you, took away your quirk, and yet you still protect them? You're weird. Deku, her name is Bravery, maybe a little will do you good. Twice. I call it stupidity / although the boy has balls. Shigaraki, anyway, in a few more days we'll get the information out of you, Deku. Deku, we'll see who can resist Tamura Shigaraki the most. The villains left again, leaving the freckled man alone. Deku, this will be interesting, haha. And so it was. The next day early his teachers went for him and took him out, but they didn't take him to the UA. They found a place. They dedicated some time to studying. Nizu and Edges took care of that, but when that was over the director left. Director, I have to leave. Snipe, can we proceed with the plan? Nizu, yes, he will know how to do it. Deku, wait, what? At that moment Deku received a full power flare from Endeavor. Endeavor, don't get distracted, in a battle you can't do that and you know it. Deku, weren't we practicing? Edge shot, attacking Deku, remember this, you are not in UA, you are not a student, this is basically street training. Deku, okay, come with everything. Getting on guard. Snipe, okay, starting to shoot, they're not real bullets, kid, they won't go through you but it will hurt. The boy activated his one for all once again and defended himself from the attacks. Although the weakness from the lack of food as well as the torture took its toll on him, the boy was massacred by the attacks, but he did not give up. At one point he managed to find a pattern, but his superiors only had to change technique, and the freckled man was again on the ground. Deku, I'm starting to think they enjoy this. Endeavor, just a little. Edge shot, here, eat something. Deku, I'm fine, I just have to breathe and. Snipe, shooting at Deku's forehead, you're far from okay, right now we're just warming up, you better be recovered or you'll die at our hands. Edge shot, a warrior must feed himself to perform, but if you don't, you'll only give up before you can fight. Deku, you seem to be the only wise one of the. Endeavor, it's time to return to Tartarus. Deku, can't you just say I knocked them out and ran away? Snipe, you? Someone who's so scrawny and also lost their quirk was able to defeat 3 profession heroes in perfect condition? Deku, it wouldn't be that hard to believe, would it? Endeavor, also taking into account that you are the infamous traitor of the UA. Deku, I get the point, let's go now. Upon arrival, they treated him like any other prisoner. Endeavor threw him back into his cell and locked him up again. A few hours later, Stain and Garu opened it ready to train the green-haired boy. Garu, we are not idiots, because the UA came. Deku, I don't intend to deceive you, you came because you don't want to leave me without classes. I will receive education until I am of age or until you release me, whatever happens first, I suppose. Stain, well, I have to accept that it is something valid, we could not teach those subjects, now come, it's time to train. Garu, and here you need to eat well. The white-haired man threw him a small box. Deku held it for a few moments. It didn't weigh much. When he saw the label he saw that it was food, or at least that's what it seemed like. Deku, tell me it's not cat food. Garu, no, a very kind inmate gave it to me. Deku, there are no kind people here, what did you do to him? Garu, you should be more grateful, now come, we got a small training room from the prisoner who wanted to kill you. The 3 headed off. They all wanted to use the green-haired boy as a punching bag, but just seeing the assassin and the hero hunter together made them hold back their desire. When they arrived they started without saying any warning. Garu used that technique again, throwing the green-haired boy against the wall, where after that he attacked him in a brutal way. Then he threw him so that he was received by Stain, who also hit him relentlessly. Deku, for those who trained me, you're behaving like bullies. Garu, we're prisoners, brat, better us than those out there. Besides, if you want to win sometimes you'll have to show no mercy. Stain, a victory today is better than a death tomorrow. Deku, boo, but I. Garu, listen carefully, Izuku, right now you are as hated as we are, maybe even more, and in this world you have to learn a valuable lesson, the popular will win, the hated will lose. It is a tragedy, I know, but if you want to avoid this, if you want to change it, then do not lose to anyone. Become stronger. Become the strongest monster, and change this scenario forever. Deku, Garu. Garu, and above all never let them see that you were hurt. Deku, what are you? Garu, the world thinks you did it, that you betrayed the UA, right? Deku, why yes. Garu, sigh. So if the world believes that you can only be false and dishonest, there's no point in trying to be anything else. Deku I. Garu, the lesson is over, let's return to your cell. Stain, I'll go to mine. Garu, oh no, you're coming with us, I don't want to face the hand guy alone. Stain, you're joking, right, Hunter? Deku, he comes more at night, he likes to keep me awake with torture. Garu, that's good to know, anyway you're coming with us, assassin. Stain, you're crazy. The hero killer took a different route and met Muscular again. Muscular, have they killed the insect yet? Stain, you heard Garu, we can't. Muscular, but they want to train him, may I ask why? They know that because of the crimes he committed, he won't see the light of day, right? Stain, there is always justice for the brave and punishment for the villain, proof of that you and I. Muscular, honestly, I don't understand, but well, I guess it's not my problem. Stain, you said it. The murderer continued walking until he reached his cell where he locked himself in. Again. Back in the freckled man's cell, he was sitting on a stone while eating. Garu watched the corridors hoping that Shigaraki would not arrive. Deku, he won't go in there. Garu, is he a magician? Deku, he sacrificed his partner who has a portal quirk so that he could come whenever he wanted without caring about the alarms. Garu, he's not as stupid as I thought back then. Deku, this tastes like cat food. Garu, the guy had a transformation quirk from what I know, maybe he turned into some feline. Stop complaining and eat, you'll need strength. Deku, when will I learn your technique? Garu, which one of all of them? Deku, the one you always use, the destructive river of I don't know what else. Garu, fist of flowing water crushing rock, and you still have to do that, plus I have more techniques. Deku, oh yeah? Garu, yes, I even copied one of them from a hero who wore a dog suit. Deku, you're joking, right? Garu, no, it's a full dog costume, his hero name was Gardog Man. Deku, that's ridiculous. Garu, and even if you don't believe it, he was a very surprising rival. I only knew people so strong capable of defeating or killing me. He was one of them, another used a bat as a weapon. Deku, tech bat or super bat? Garu, no, it was an ordinary bat, so it was indestructible, but up to that point, the other one was the most dangerous. It was Calvo, it even seemed like nothing mattered to him, besides he had nothing special, no fighting style, nothing, he was just very strong, ha 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 damn. Deku, you really are strange, Garu. Garu, maybe I'll tell you more someday. Have you finished eating now? I have to chain you up or he'll notice. Deku, I know, do it quickly, I hope this food doesn't kill me. Garu, cats eat it and stay alive. Deku, they have 7 lives, I only have 1. Garu, you were willing to die and you almost succeeded, I think you have more than 1, now you just have to make it worth it, kid. Deku, it was just luck. Garu, chaining him again, I'd say it's more than that. Deku, I honestly doubt it, but you are the master here. Garu, well, I'm done, I'm leaving. Think about it, kid, you have 1 more chance to live, think about what you'll do with it. Deku, I know what I'll do. Garu, just don't let revenge consume you. The white-haired man left, and as Deku knew, Shigaraki returned a few hours later. Deku, you don't get tired, do you? Shigaraki, I'm just 1 portal away, believe me, it's very convenient. What are you going to do now? Threaten me with knives? Burn me? Try to disintegrate me? Shigaraki, I'm in a good mood today, I'll just ask 1 question, the punishment will depend on you, answer me honestly, hero, why did the UA come for you? Deku, they brought me mail, I think it was a puppy. The white-haired boy had a twitch in his eye and hit Deku hard. Shigaraki, let's be honest please. Deku, it's okay, they came to tell me that they would reduce my sentence if I behaved. Shigaraki Dabi. The black-haired man lit his fist on fire and hit Deku in the mouth and face. Shigaraki, next will be twice or toga, you decide. Deku, why do you think I'd say something to you in the first place? And then to you? Shigaraki, I guess you like living, Deku, you ruined my life, what good would it do me? Shigaraki, I can't believe you gave up so quickly. Deku, I challenge you to live what I lived. Besides, unlike you, I have principles, I have values I don't know about you, but my mom raised me well, ha ha. Shigaraki got angry, he hit Deku with everything. In the end the boy was left hanging again. Shigaraki, you're unbearable and you make me angry. Deku, I have the facility. Shigaraki, we'll see how long it lasts. The whole league left while Deku hung there smiling. Deku, you'll have to wait sitting, damn it. Thus began the green-haired boy's training. Now a little more recovered, motivated, he trained alone, studied with his teachers and trained with others as well as in jail. Deku learned quickly, which surprised everyone. Endeavor did not have much progress in his dress, which frustrated him, but still did not give up on helping the freckled Deku in his progress and had already begun to train with Garu's fighting style. It was difficult for him because he had to remain calm and he thought about revenge. Garu mercilessly beat the boy so that he would learn, and after not long he managed to learn him to start other techniques. Stain for his part also began to teach him some sword techniques using a broomstick and a bar that Garu ripped from a cell with another technique. Thanks to this, Deku received very hard beatings, forcing himself to stay awake all the time. As the days went by, a new ability emerged in him. The freckled boy felt a small tingling in the back of his head which warned him of danger. This manifested itself as a slight pain or an immense one. Deku suffered when using this because when it was a strong pain it distracted him and made him get hit harder. Garu's tank top onslaught was brutal. He also perfected this technique with his teachers, managing to dodge some attacks. With Shigaraki he couldn't use this since he was chained, but he didn't give up. No matter how much they hit him, he never gave up. All of this only served as fuel for his revenge. Shigaraki, you really surprised me, you're still alive. Deku, ha ha ha, you don't know how stubborn I can be. Shigaraki, I wish your mother had been that tough. Deku, mention her again and the punishment you will suffer will be worse. Shigaraki, that reminds me, I brought you a souvenir. Deku, if it's a dead bird, give it to Toga, she's the crazy one. Shigaraki, I hope you don't mind, I brought you a TV. Deku, great, everyone sit down, there's a game today. Shigaraki, annoyed, enjoy your movie. The video was played. It was the day of the Nomus attacks, specifically the security camera of the restaurant where his mother was. Deku opened his eyes. He could see how his mother was terrified while she called Almight's number incessantly, leaving him messages, as well as his son. Deku remembered him, he had answered her. But he was on the other side of the city. Deku, Mom, are you okay? Inko, son, everything here is chaos. Deku, I'm coming right now. Deku was heard hitting a Nomu. Inko, son, you're working, it would be selfish to come all the way here. Deku, or I'll send someone for you, but you have to resist. Inko, I already called Toshi. I know he was working around here, so he will arrive. Deku, Mom, I'll come for you. Inko, no son, you be a hero, I'll be fine, All Might will come, he's number, remember? Deku, keep me posted on anything. Inko, I promise son, now be a hero, take care of yourself. Deku, you too please. Inko, yes, I love you my boy. Deku, and I love you. The call was cut off, some Nomas began to enter, people stepped back, everyone was very scared. All Might did not appear. Inko Midoriya gathered her courage and threw a knife at a Noma, hitting it in the brain. Inko, my son is a hero and he's out there fighting. I don't have a license, but I won't give up either. The older green-haired woman stood up. The Noma continued advancing. The woman used her power and lifted all the cutlery she could and threw them at the Noma with so much force that it pierced its body, but the wounds regenerated, and it continued advancing. The woman put more force and, breaking her limits, managed to throw a table which took the beast out of the restaurant, although that cost her dearly because now she was bleeding non-stop from her nose. Suddenly another Noma came in from the roof. The woman was able to get out of the way and avoid it by centimeters, but she didn't count on the monster hitting her. The woman got stuck in the wall. Inko, Toshi, please come now. No, I won't be able to resist much longer. Deku, take it away. Shigaraki, please. Shigaraki, wait and the good stuff comes. Inko could be seen completely hurt. The motivated civilians had helped but could not do much. The corpses were gathering everywhere. The woman armed herself with what she could. But now totally beaten, there was not much to do. A Momo arrived. It was the size of Almight in his muscular form. The woman saw it, thought it was her beloved. Blurred vision prevented her from seeing clearly. A Momo hit her, embedding her further into the ground. The Momo that had just arrived took her by the neck and lifted her up. Inko had several broken bones. Her clothes were torn. She was half naked, glass embedded in her body. The Momo slammed her against the ground and lifted her up again. The woman saw the Momo, and with the little strength she had left she spat on it. The beast began to squeeze her neck. Inko, no, you're not going to win. All Might and my son will defeat you. The Momo exerted more force. The woman's eyes turned white. Inko, hi son, be you sorry? I wasn't that strong. Toshi, why didn't you come? Then the monster put all its strength until it heard how the neck of the older Midoriya broke. Then the monster whipped the corpse a little more and bored through it. The corpse slammed against the wall. The video was cut, and seconds later it exploded. The glass fell on the body of the freckled man who was crying with fury. Shigaraki, I don't believe this. The number hero crying? Deku, even if I have to make an arrow out of branches and the tips are my nails, I swear I'm going to kill you. Shigaraki, a hero? Aren't you supposed to not kill? Deku, I swear you'll regret it. The villain was laughing along with the whole league, and after that they left the cell while the green-haired boy was hanging, whipping himself furiously. The boy took out his black whips and felt no pain. The boy noticed this. Deku, I can never give up. No, never let them see that they hurt you, Mom. I swear I'll never fall again. I'll avenge you. The green-haired man began to notice an immense pain in him, but attributed it to his wounds. Beaten and tired but with an insatiable fury, the green rays came out without stopping, as well as the black whips, while all of Deku's wounds were healing without the green-haired man noticing. The next day the same thing happened. Deku was intelligent. Nizu and Edshot saw it. He was a high-level strategist. He did not falter in any subject. The green-haired man trained and told his teachers about his skill with the black whips. Edshot taught him how to use it. Snipe trained him with aim. Deku used Garu techniques for the first time, surprising his teachers, especially Edshot, who did not know how the freckled man managed to do a technique like that. Deku, on the other hand, made better use of his tickling that warned him. The green-haired man managed to dodge attacks, and using the flowing water fist crushing rock he managed to do significant damage even to Endeavor. His superiors smiled at what they saw. The boy was getting stronger. In Tartarus things were also going well. The training was progressing with significant achievements. Deku managed to learn the Stain fighting style with the sword, and Garu taught him the movements learned from the guard dog man. Deku learned it quickly, and from there other fighting styles followed. They also taught him to control his power. That initial 0% became 0, then 0. His training with the heroes made him reach 0%. The days passed and Deku gained knowledge of his healing factor. It became stronger and faster. As he became stronger, as well as his sense of alertness, which Deku named Predator Sense, the days turned into months, and these were about to turn into years. The freckled man with his 0% of 1 for all was already quite skillful. Now we can find Deku fighting against Endeavor, Edshot and Snipe. Endeavor, fight, kid, fight or you'll die. Hitting hard. Deku, I fight, but what about you? I haven't seen any progress in my defense. Edshot, boy, the patience. Deku, virtue of wisdom, but you don't know what it's like to be locked up like a damn animal. Endeavor, don't get distracted, kid. The fire hero launched a great and powerful attack, but Deku exploded. The fury, the pain, the sadness, all of this combined made the green-haired boy let out a loud scream. The attack was about to hit when something stopped it. As if it were an invisible wall, the fire split without touching the boy, who was bleeding from the nose. Deku prepared to launch a smash, but then the fire went to his fist, and with the burning fist he hit Endeavor. Everyone was impressed by this. Nizu, who was entering, was also impressed, and without denying it he was also scared, but after that the green-haired boy fell to the ground, fainted. Endeavor, enough is enough. Snipe, I don't think Genji Todoroki can hear you. Edshot, will it be a new ability of one for all? Endeavor, awaken another quirk? Nizu, I don't think so, but I have to do some analysis first. Telekinesis and pyrokinesis, it seems the doctor had been wrong. The freckled boy may have had that joint in his foot, but he did have a quirk. His mother's telekinesis had mixed with his father's fire breath, giving rise to pyrokinesis. Although being in a situation of extreme tension, he managed to separate the telekinesis, achieving this quirk. It was still unstable, and there were some consequences to its use, but Deku was no longer the same as before. The green-haired boy's clothes were torn. Whenever they gave him new ones, it ended the same. Now it was burned. Deku told his teachers in prison about the awakening of his pyrokinesis. Both were amazed. Garu helped him control it better. Either of them had taken a liking to the freckled boy. They considered him a monster just like them. Although he had earned their respect, now we can see Deku eating. Deku, who would have thought? I was eating next to two monsters. Stain, you're in the same boat as us, kid, don't feel important. Garu, you know, brat, there are times when I see you distracted. What is it? Deku, they wouldn't understand. Garu, I lived outside of prison for a while. Saying I wouldn't understand is almost an offense, you know? Deku, Sai, have you ever fallen in love, Garu? Stain, you're right, I wouldn't understand. The black-haired man stood up ready to leave, but a chicken bone courtesy of Garu hit him in the back of the neck. Stain, what's that due to? Garu, you are his master just like me, don't forget that, and answering your question, no, never, I had better things to do. Deku, yes sure, hunting heroes sounds like something very tiring. Garu, you know, where I come from, heroes always want to stand out, they move to bigger cities leaving people to their fate. The few that exist have no powers or are useless, few are truly admirable. Deku, like that guard dog man? Garu, hey yeah. I guess so, though you know what's bad? If there are no heroes in a city. Deku, then that becomes the target of monsters. Garu, exactly, although there are people who can handle them, I can't stop thinking that my home is a real dump, ha ha ha. Deku, and what about you, Stain? Satan, don't even think I'm going to tell you. Garu, just be honest, I was already an old man. Stain, Sai, you two are really annoying if there was someone. Deku, I didn't expect that. Garu, me either, I'm already curious. Stain, idiots, it was years ago, long before I became what I am, when I still believed in justice and all that shit. There was a girl drinking water from a cup. She was pretty, I have to admit, very pretty. I never thought she would notice me, but she motivated me. She told me that I could be a hero and that she would always support me. Deku, what happened to him? Stain, she was taken from me. A hero killed her. Deku, I am sorry. Stain, it wasn't your fault, kid, you know. Before she died, she told me a few words. No matter what others say, to me you'll always be a hero, Kaizum. You'll always be my hero. Deku saw this with a certain touch of sadness. During his training, Deku adopted a mocking and serious personality, getting to the point of driving both villains and Shigaraki crazy. But he had never seen this side of the assassin that he showed. Stain, but back to your question, Izuku, what is the reason? Deku, I had a girlfriend. I don't know if I should consider her that way after what happened, but oh well, I had someone with me. She was the one who gave a new meaning to my name, Hero Deku. Garu, making yourself useless wasn't a great idea. Deku, she changed the meaning. For me, Deku means you can do it. You know, I loved her. I really loved her. She was everything to me. It sounds exaggerated, but that's what I thought. She motivated me. She encouraged me to be a better hero, to train to control my power and give my all. Stain, and what happened? Deku, I confessed to her shortly before a special mission. I felt like I wouldn't get out of it alive. He was a powerful rival. She said she felt the same as me. We started a relationship and I thought nothing could be better, but then I found out she was cheating on me with who I thought was my best friend. Garu, you are salty idiot. Deku, I found out the day I was arrested. It's funny, right? I lost my mother, I lost the girl of my dreams and the chance to become a hero, and I got beaten up pretty good. Sometimes I think life hates me. Stain, no, sometimes even fate has favorites, boy, but there is a saying, whoever has always had everything on a silver platter will suffer the worst fall, but whoever has suffered from the beginning is because they are on the path to greatness. Deku, yeah, maybe even though it hurts, you know? I really loved her. I might seem crazy, but... Stain, you're very young, you know? I was talking about it when I was older than you. Love breaks the heart, and it's a hitch, so. Deku, yeah, I guess I got it. Garu, well, brat, you've finished eating and so have we, so goodbye. Stain, rests, brat. The adults left. Deku just finished eating and stretched a little before picking up a photo of himself with Uraraka. Deku, they're right. Love is just shit. The green-haired man used one of his whips and broke the photo with it. Then using these he chained himself again, and with his pyrokinesis he welded the chains together, waiting for Shigaraki to arrive, which didn't take long. Shigaraki, well, look who we have here. Deku, the circus owner and his animals. Shigaraki, I like the new look, now you look like a bum. Being in prison for so long had made Deku have long hair, quite long actually. His beard had also grown covering his mouth. Twice, you look like a bush / or a tree, it's your choice. Shigaraki, although it seems that you have already gotten used to your new life, right? Deku, over time you grow fond of them. Shigaraki, that's good because it occurs to me that you could ask them for a hand. Deku, if it's to kill you, let me tell you that I can. The green-haired boy began to scream, but now they were heart-rending screams. His vocal cords would burst at any second. Because Shigaraki had taken Deku's left arm with his entire hand, the arm began to disintegrate to the terror of the green-haired boy and the delight of Toga, who saw this excitedly. Shigaraki, you look much better. Deku, someday Tamura Shigaraki, someday we'll be even bearing the pain. Shigaraki, but it will be in another life, I suppose, ha ha ha. Tamura started laughing madly as he walked around the cell kicking everything he saw. Deku began to feel the pain caused by his healing factor. He hoped his arm would rebuild but nothing, and due to the lack of support, Deku broke free from one chain and hung tightly from the other. His arm could be heard dislocating. Shigaraki, it's good to know that UA builds strong people. It's good to know that you haven't died yet. Deku, I will free myself, Shigaraki, I swear. Shigaraki, that's not up to you, kid. The league left, leaving Deku alone, who waited all night for his healing factor to heal him, but nothing happened. He could heal him from cuts, broken bones, poisons, and other things, but apparently regenerating tissues and bones was more complicated. Deku, I'll get out of here. Chapter 4, Part of You. Deku woke up hanging. His arm didn't regenerate. Deku, at least I know the limits of my regeneration. The green-haired boy began to cry in frustration as he tried to get away. Deku, damn! I'm still weak. At that moment Niza entered with his teachers, but they could not help but be amazed at what they saw. Deku, you already realized, right? Endeavor, child, who? Deku, Shigaraki. Edshot, boy, how are you? Deku, honestly I feel weaker, although it could be because of the blood loss. Snipe, boy, we're canceling practice today. Deku, no! If I stop today it will be a wasted day and Shigaraki will have one. I don't want to be weak anymore. Endeavor, boy, I understand how you feel, but you can't fight like this. Deku, please, I don't want this to limit me. Don't look at me with pity. I'm a hero and I'll overcome this no matter what. Mizu, I guess if you put it like that we won't be able to persuade you. Okay, I'll make some calls after today's training. Snipe, director, are you sure? Edshot, an unbreakable will and a warrior spirit, you are certainly someone admirable. Okay, I'll help you get down. Deku didn't give up. The lack of a limb wouldn't be a limitation. It was complicated for him without a doubt, but he knew he wouldn't give up. Deku, never let them see that they managed to hurt you. The training was difficult. In addition, his predator sense was somewhat damaged by his arm. He did not react to all the attacks, and also because of the lack of an arm his attacks were limited. The training ended, and he returned to prison. His teachers there had no mercy, with only the question of, "Are you okay?" And a nod from the green-haired boy was enough answer. Deku was massacred by the two, although this time they taught him some one-handed fighting techniques. His swordsmanship was good. Using one hand limited him a bit, but he was still strong and even motivated him to be stronger. The days passed. Deku had learned many fighting techniques. The lack of an arm limited him a bit, but he was able to compensate for it. It bothered him to be chained by one hand, but he decided that he would deceive Shigaraki. The boy adopted a face of defeat. In the eyes of the villain he did it, he broke the green-haired boy. His punishments were no longer so serious, Deku smiled internally. Over time he mixed the fighting styles that were taught to him. He managed to learn with relative ease a powerful Garu technique, the secret combination, Cross-Fang Dragon Slayer Fist, Renkei Oji, Kyoga Ryusatsuken, a technique that according to Garu needed 2 people but both were able to adapt it to just 1. Also with his teachers at UA he achieved another technique. Using his pyrokinesis he managed to shape the fire. A huge dragon, thus he created a technique, one that only he knew how to use. He called it, Taste the Blade of Dragon God. Ryujin no Kenwakuri. The technique needed a sword to guide it, although being a technique that occupies a quirk that he has not yet mastered he could only use it a few times. Although he discovered that he could generate fire on his own with the help of his quirk, he could also steal it from others. As was the case with Endeavor, with whom he used his technique several times, since when stealing it he only had to be careful not to overdo it. Several days passed until one morning the director arrived, but this time he did not come alone. An old acquaintance of the Freckled accompanied them, All Might's best friend, David Shield. Deku, Professor Shield, what are you doing here? David, boy, I saw the news, I saw what happened to you, and let me tell you, this time I disagreed with Toshi. You saved me. You risked your life to save me and Melissa. Boy, you acted like a true hero, and I don't think you're capable of betraying me. Deku, Professor I. David, dude, I came here because the director told me your status. Dude, there is an option. It's experimental, but it might work. Deku, what do you mean? David, your arm. Deku stared at his armless shoulder, instinctively taking it. Nizu sighed calmly. Nizu, come with us, son. They all left the cell and went somewhere else, again an abandoned place, but perfect for David Shield to explain his plan, which was not very complicated. The scientist had made a significant advance in bionic prosthetics. This after seeing how his daughter created the full gauntlet, and how well it worked. The experiment was advancing by leaps and bounds because it was the first one that tried to make the prosthesis connect with the body. The professor studied the human body in depth because his goal was not an easy task. To see a 3-dimensional scheme, to see how the nerves connected, the function of the brain and its mobility. David Shield was committed to his task. Deku was fascinated by this, and as soon as they gave him the option to be the experimental subject he could not refuse. It sounded exciting. Now he trained with some scanners. David did not want to leave any loose ends in his work. As a precautionary measure and to monitor his movements, they gave him a simple prosthesis. Obviously Shigaraki did not like this at all, who every time he saw a new one he disintegrated it, always telling him that the heroes were the guilty of their state. Shigaraki, I'm serious, kid, think about it. We sent them a video, but they could have consulted with you first. Being honest, we didn't think it would work. All Might is the symbol of peace. He would never let anything happen to you. He loves you like a son, right? Deku didn't answer. The boy had decided to remain silent. The words would hurt him, but if he wanted his plan to work he had to remain silent, so Shigaraki could see that he won. Dabi, I think he's already gone crazy, or maybe you've traumatized him. Toga, Shigaraki, if he's no longer useful, can I keep him? Even dead, he'd be useful, and he has something between his legs that could be useful to me. Twice. Ha ha ha, but it wouldn't work anymore. Well, yes, as edible, that's disgusting. Toga, I can stick a stick in it, and keep it hard just for me, don't be stupid. Shigaraki, silence. Let's go now. Deku just smiled maliciously. He had noticed a tone of fear or doubt in Shigaraki. The fish had taken the bait. The following days passed better. Deku, motivated, performed much more. There was good news regarding his arm too. His training was paying off. Now he was able to maintain a fight with Garu and Stain without using one for all. His predator sense was very sharp, his healing factor faster. He could withstand the pain without problem. With his UA teachers it was the same. Deku kept Endeavor at bay even with the minimum of one for all. His handling of the black whips was perfect. He even managed to access a second phase. In this the whips were like tar. When they came out of him they looked like tentacles. The first time Deku used this he scared his teachers because the boy let himself be hit until they left him against the ground. In that the mass began to surround his back. Everyone was surprised. What was that thing? Deku, and to think they forced me to wear this. Endeavor, boy, who is? Deku, it's something I like to call revenge. The green-haired man stood up, completely bleeding but no visible wound was seen. Suddenly the mass began to form into tentacles which rose a little. Deku, smiling grimly, well, let's start now or they'll just stand there. The boy's gaze turned dark and sharp. It reminded everyone of that Deku they saw in the videos. Endeavor launched himself with force like Deku. The green-haired boy launched one of his tentacles which Endeavor dodged with relative ease, but thanks to this he was distracted, giving the green-haired boy the opportunity to give a good and strong kick. Endeavor launched a fire attack which Deku stopped with one hand. When he closed his fist, the fire disappeared. Endeavor gritted his teeth and charged again against the freckled boy. Snipe shot without stopping and Edge shot through himself at the boy using his ninja technique. Deku predicted the shots with his predator sense and managed to dodge these shots as Edge shot approached at full speed. The ninja's plan was to stir the green-haired boy's intestines to put him to sleep, but a wall created by the black liquid surprised him, forcing him to unfold his head, which was hit by Deku and thrown against the ground. In one jump the freckled man approached Snipe, taking the gun from him. The cowboy retreated and took out another one. Deku used this one and started shooting at his teacher, who was also shooting but was moving. Deku then smiled and stopped shooting. Deku, smiling, I have them. The three professionals saw how they were together. They understood that it was the freckled man's plan, so they wanted to separate, but Deku used his black whips and kept them together. Deku, it's useless. This is his destiny, it's his defeat. The green-haired man raised his hand and then something surprised them. A huge ball of fire was generated in his palm. It became bigger. Everyone thought that the green-haired man had reached his limit, but this sphere became even more immense, which baffled everyone. Deku, looks good, right? Thanks, Endeavor-sensei. Without you this attack wouldn't have been possible. Endeavor, that's my... Deku, exactly, I made your attack disappear but I reattached it to my fire, now it's his defeat. The sphere was not that big, but it burned a lot. The heat it emanated was suffocating. Niza thought that being among villains made the green-haired boy like that, but suddenly this sphere disappeared and Deku knelt down. His whole body began to steam. The boy was exhausted, taking great gulps of air. His vision returned to normal. Deku, even you, there's a lot of room for improvement. Endeavor, what was that? Deku, a new technique, using my whips and my pyrokinesis. But it is still very new and unstable. Also, if I had touched the whips it would have hurt me. Snipe, does it have a name? Deku, not yet, I accept suggestions. Edge shot, it's a dangerous technique from what I see. Deku, if she gets out of control she could kill me, she needs a lot of concentration. Even if I had let her fall right now I would have lost the ability to use my quirk for a while due to the excess force she uses. Niza, so you just tried it now, you wanted to see how much power you could use. Deku, yes, but I still have to practice it. Endeavor, and that mud that came out of your body? Deku, they are my black whips. I was able to access this form in which I can use them however I want. I can wrap my fists even to give a stronger blow or create a wall. The only bad thing is that if I cover my hands or legs I become a little slow because I am putting a weight on them. Nizu, boy, you are amazing. Deku, Edge shot sensei, thank you for teaching me meditation techniques. With them I was able to do a lot. Edge shot, a ninja not only stands out for his strength, staying stealthy and cautious is key to success in combat. Snipe, I see you've improved your aim a lot. Deku, yes, in my cell I can practice this with the darkness and the stones. Edge shot, the heart of a warrior, a true ninja, a great hero. Deku, yes, speaking of which, Principal Nizu, is there any way I could change my hero name? Nizu, despite your crimes, you are still a minor and being an orphan your documentation remains in UA until you come of age and can fend for yourself. In short, yes, you can. Edge shot, what are you thinking, kid? Deku, they locked Deku up, he stayed, died and rotted in prison. I want to leave that name behind. No more useless disguise as. You can do it. Snipe, a new name? Boy, it's not sure you're coming out yet. Deku, I'm innocent, Snipe-sensei. One day that will be proven. Endeavor, you have my attention. Boy, what name will you use? Deku, I got kicked out of UA for something I didn't do. They turned their backs on me and sent me to hell. I don't have a family, nor a clan. I'm basically a stray, eh? Edge shot, a Ronin. Deku, what do you think? Endeavor, the lone wolf, the Ronin hero, sounds good. Snipe, I understand you wanted to be number, right? Deku, this is like a cake. If you want to do things right, you have to break some eggs. Endeavor, doing the right thing. Deku, to do the right thing, some rules will have to be broken. Number is a very public thing, and I hate that. I prefer to stay away. Nizu, despite having one for all? Deku, not all the holders were number, or were they? Nizu, okay Ronin. I'll take care of that. Time to head back to prison. Deku, never let them see that you were hurt. The boy returned to prison where his teachers took him to train once more, but this time when he arrived his predator sense was immediately activated at full power. The boy, using his great agility, effortlessly dodged a tackle from a blonde whom he never wanted to see again. Deku, what are you doing here? You were caged. Muscular, just like you, and look at you. The green-haired man growled and launched himself into the attack. Muscular too, using his quirk. They had a long battle. Deku used his quirk to move and give some small attacks. His healing factor and his predator sense gave him a great advantage, but he knew that he couldn't extend the fight for much longer. Muscular, stop thinking. Taking a big hit. The freckled man was thrown several meters back, hitting a wall. Muscular, that makes you slow, it makes you weak. Deku, what do you know about that damn murderer? Muscular, do you want to win? Believe that you will win. Fight using your strength without holding back. Strike as if you want to kill your opponent. Even if you rain down blows starting to hit him, each blow must be designed to kill the other person. Deku, I won't kill. Hitting hard. Muscular, you're a hero, aren't you? Sometimes you'll have to get your hands dirty with blood. Don't think about others, think about yourself. Kill or be killed, this life comes down to just that, survival of the fittest. Deku, you don't know anything. Muscular, I decided to turn my back on society. They turned their back on you, didn't they? Deku, shut up. Muscular, everyone did it, even your mother died. Almight turned his back on you, and your slutty girlfriend was bucking someone else while you dreamed of doing the right thing as a simple Boy Scout. Deku, I said shut up. The green-haired man charged 0% of one for all and started to hit Muscular without mercy, but before he could kill them, someone hit him. Garu, guard dog man moves. Deku, adopt a fighting pose secret combination, Dragon Slayer crossed Fang Fist. Renkei Oji, Kyoga Ryusatsuken, breathing peacefully abandonment, Mikiri, whispering one for all 0%. At that moment Garu regretted teaching him those two techniques. The green-haired man was attacking at an impressive speed. The human monster was being brutally beaten. Stain joined the battle, and although for a moment he was able to keep him at bay, it was only a matter of Deku using his adaptability to be able to turn everything back in his favor. Muscular got back into the battle. Garu, what the hell did you say to make him get like that? Muscular, that doesn't matter now. Stain, he's right, Hunter, we have to stop him. Deku, why is he here? Garu, now you want to talk? Stain, Garu freed him. The freckled man stopped his attack. Due to the excess of force, he fell a little to his knees. The muscular man was about to hit him, but it was Garu who got in his way. Deku, why did you do it? That animal almost killed me. Muscular, don't tempt me to do it, kid. Garu, I already told you what will happen if you do it. Now answering your question, Izuku, I have to tell you that I did it because I thought it would be useful to you. He is an animal in a human body. He advances only by instinct. He only wants to fulfill his objective, but he has something that you lack: brutality in attack. You think about each of your movements, he does not. He does not care. Deku, if I attack left and right, I'll only become a danger, and they'll really want to keep me locked up. Garu, yes, but that doesn't mean you have to be like him by force. You just fight, adapt the brutality to your fighting style. We told you, boy, don't show mercy against your rivals. They won't do it to you or to the people. Muscular, believe me, this displeases me as much as it does you, but I hope you learned something stupid. At least now you can fight me. You've been taught well. Deku, fight you? If I wanted to, you'd be dead already. Garu, that's what I mean. You can learn something from this brute child. Deku, okay, do we have a muscle deal? Muscular, one day they won't be there. Deku, and if you talk like that again, I'll make sure no one finds your corpse. Stain, well, since everything is okay, how about we continue with the training? Garu, wait a bit Stain, kid, I'm surprised you used abandon. Mixing it with the secret combination is brutal, although there are other techniques that would work better. Deku, I know, I'm working on some. Garu, although I remind you that using that technique consumes energy and too much of it. Deku, I know, but you know it gives you many advantages. Garu, damn, sometimes I wish I hadn't taught you any of that. By the way, how's the prosthesis? Deku, he fulfills his goal for now. Garu, yes, I don't believe that. You just destroyed her with that combination. Luckily it was you and not Shigaraki, even though he asked you why you did it. Deku, luckily I have a crazy killer on my side. Seeing muscular. Stain, I see you recovered, grab your sword. Deku, that's a broomstick. Stain, someday kid, for now it's good to know you're a fast learner. Adaptability, a technique that would also be considered an art. This technique is Deku's and he has had it for a long time. With it he could do his hero analysis. In the same way when he studied at UA it helped him a lot, since using this he could make great plans, managing to defeat his targets when he worked as a team. Now in prison he improved it. With this he was able to learn the various fighting styles that were taught to him during the time he was there, managing to learn to use a sword in a short time, surprising Stain. Also with this he was able to obtain a very advanced aim due to his training with Snipe. The days passed. Now Deku training a little with Muscular. The villain did not want to recognize him, but the green-haired man had become dangerous, too much. His fighting style was nothing like what he faced the first time. Even the villain thought that in a hand-to-hand maybe he would even manage to kill him. On Shigaraki's side he smiled evilly. He achieved his goal. The villain commented it with his sensei all for one. All for one, tell me Tamura Shigaraki, how is your plan going? Shigaraki, sensei, I've finally made it, no one is incorruptible. All for one, are you sure? Shigaraki, I destroyed him psychologically and physically, I killed his mother, I framed him for something he didn't do, I tortured him and ripped off his arm. Sensei, he's ready. All for one just smiled grimly. All for one, who would have thought? Even the purest of heart can fall into darkness if you give him the right push. Okay, Tamura Shigaraki. Proceed with the next phases of the plan. I will finally manage to snatch some of All Might's heart. Now he will bear his sins, ha 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 ha. The green-haired man for his part did not stop in his training. The boy changed prosthetics too many times, but that's why they managed to make several improvements in what would be the definitive one. He also learned a lot from the meditation techniques that Edge Shot taught him were effective. Deku learned to control the pain. His healing factor was painful and that made him hold back in battle, but if he could control the pain he felt he could fight without restrictions. The boy was an ace in battle now. His training achieved a goal, to turn the freckled man into a weapon, a great fighter, a relentless martial artist. The boy managed to mix everything they taught him. He adapted fighting styles, he modified them. His quirk became powerful. One for All was nourished with his abilities to a level he never imagined, as well as his knowledge. He could not just be a mass of muscles and quirk without a brain. In the words of director Nizu, knowledge is also a weapon, it changes the fate of a battle if used correctly. So he managed to spend a year. And a few more months. But now we will focus on the UA, that prestigious school, whose students had passed to second year and that now passed as the safest. The news of the arrested freckled continued to be headlines because for the local media the investigation had finally culminated and the arrest was seen heroic in front of the cameras. No student was bothered by what had happened to Deku. Class AYB still thought that arresting Izuku was the best thing. Some people regretted having met him. Ibara Shiozaki blamed herself for having believed that the boy was a pure soul. Except for Todoroki and Shinso, everyone hated the boy, although there was someone who did not know how to feel. Momo Yayorozu. She was confused. She remembered how during the USJ accident the green-haired man tried to help everyone, even hurt except for All Might. She also remembered what had happened during the camp. Those words he said during the entire time he knew him will never be erased from her mind. I want to help them. I'm going to save everyone. I won't stand by and watch everyone go to danger. She had seen the freckled boy's fighting heart on multiple occasions. She even thought of him as a motivation alongside Ida and Todoroki during the provisional license exam. She witnessed his strength multiple times. But she had also seen the videos. The evidence was clear. There was no other way. He was the traitor. Was he the traitor? She had seen how Uraraka and he had become a couple after rescuing that girl Eri. She herself had heard from the brunette's words how Deku had defeated Chisaki as long as he didn't take the white-haired girl. In those moments she saw her so excited, so in love. When he found out that she was cheating on him with the blue-haired Momo, he didn't know how to react. What could she say? And after seeing the supposed evidence, a character that was poetic justice, but inside her there was a struggle. She didn't know who was right. Jiro, hey girl, are you okay? Yayorozu, what? This one, yes of course, hee. Jiro, funny, I guess you never know who to trust. Yayorozu, what do you mean? Jiro, well I mean Midoriya. We always saw him so nervous and scared that it never occurred to us that he could do all that. Yayorozu, and have you not thought about the possibility that he wasn't the one? Jiro, what? Yayorozu, well you know. Jiro, are you defending him, girl? Yayorozu, no. It's just that, well, you know, he always took risks for everyone. I didn't think that could be faked that well. Jiro, Yamamoto, you are really adorable sometimes. He cheated on us. The videos are there. We all saw them. Now I feel bad for Uraraka. All the time she was the girlfriend of a traitor. Yayorozu, yes, I'll go to the toilet. Jiro, are you okay, girl? Do you want me to accompany you? Yayorozu, no thanks, it won't be long. The brunette went to the bathroom, but she couldn't stop thinking about the freckled man. A part of her believed he was the traitor, but another part believed he was a true hero. Back in Tartarus, Deku's training was coming to an end. The boy managed to complement the fighting styles he was taught. He managed to adapt muscular brutality to his fighting style without leaving aside his analytical thinking. The green-haired boy was taken to a laboratory that Professor Shield had built specifically for that day. The operation took a long time. One mistake and they could even lose everything. Melissa was present helping her father as well as his teachers and Principal Nizu. They all monitored Izuku's vital signs, who was lying on the stretcher asleep, cables, screws and spare parts. In the end they succeeded. David, how do you feel? Deku, honestly I slept badly. You get used to sleeping on the floor and hanging, so being on something so soft is uncomfortable. Nizu, it's the pillow too. Deku, excuse me? Nizu, I used to sleep on the floor, tortured, with rocks for pillows like a caveman in your history books, when I finally escaped and was able to sleep in a soft bed. Deku, it's like a marshmallow. I feel like I'm going to sink to the floor. The director gave him a smile that Deku reciprocated. David, and how do you feel, boy? The freckled man looked at his new arm. Goodbye to the old prostheses. This was the final one, completely metallic gray, with pads on the palm and fingers. He didn't see any cables or anything like that. The arm was divided into sections. At each joint there was a slight green light. Deku, it's very eye-catching. David, well, yes. Deku, never let them see that they managed to hurt you, Professor. Is there any way to hide it? I don't want to draw too much attention. David, let's do a few tests first. I have what you're looking for. Deku, okay. So they started some tests like ball throwing. They told the green-haired boy that his arm had more strength. The process to get it to join the rest was painful because they had to cut more of the arm, almost reaching the chest. Taking advantage of his healing factor, they wouldn't have to let it recover. Although they would have to work fast to prevent the wound from closing before, that way they could connect the cables with the nerves. In this way it was a little likely that he could use one for all on both arms, but since they weren't sure, it was better not to find out, since if he failed he would only destroy his new arm. They did some mobility tests, some of comfort among others. Deku, this doesn't turn into a cannon, right? David, haha no, although if you want. Deku, ha ha ha, it was a joke, teacher, although it would have been great to be able to say booyah. David, I also have to tell you, kid, that not knowing if your arm can do one for all, I have to say that we added a metal that makes it stronger. It is very difficult to destroy, as well as its blows are very strong. You have to learn to control your strength as much as possible. Deku understood. Melissa, and now what you asked for. This is a paint capable of covering everything. It was invented for people who wanted to hide their prostheses just like you. It is waterproof. It looks great with your skin color. You can swim, although tanning is another thing. Deku, very funny. Melissa, although it is not perfect, strong blows can hurt it, and exposure to fire can damage it, show burns and such. Deku, bad fire, but I don't know if they told you my quirk is fire. Melissa, then pray you can't get it in that hand. The green-haired boy was taken back to prison where he was received by his teachers who were surprised by the strong arm the boy now had. Garu, and that? Deku, a scolding, they didn't like that I always had to change. Apparently they got fed up. Garu, at least you won't be asking for a hand for everything anymore. Deku, haha, great joke. Garu, listen kid, in this world you will always be alone. It's kill or be killed, hero or villain, both are destined to kill each other. Deku, thanks for the advice if you can call that advice. Stain, listen to him, boy, you're good at fighting like a hero, but remember that you have fighting skills taught by villains. Let's say you're something new. Deku, a stray, that's what I am. Garu, you're like me. Deku, you were expelled and I. Garu, they did the same to you, idiot. Deku, there is a difference, you are a hunter, mine was a mistake. Garu, and what would you rather be? The sweet, weak child who didn't know how to use his power? The idiot boy whose girlfriend cheated on him without his knowledge, or what you are now? An expert fighter who can hold a candle to the three of us? Deku, you turned me into a weapon. Garu, and that's what you should have been. You had an incredible quirk and you didn't know how to use it. We made you better. Deku remained silent. The white-haired man was right. They did better than before. He was no longer a crybaby. He no longer got nervous. He had left all that behind. Deku, I just want to be left alone. Garu, peace is something you will never have, child, or at least they took that option away from you. Listen carefully, Izuku. They sent you to the worst prison in the world. A damn villain controlled them with false evidence to make them do that. They turned their backs on you. Deku, and what did you do? Garu, we kept you alive. We gave you the weapons you needed to defend yourself. We trained you so you would never be anyone's laughingstock again, and listen to this. We never loved you. We never cared for you. This isn't a nice, loving story. You just earned our respect and that's all. Now when you get out of here, I don't care how long it takes. I don't give a damn if it's in 20 years or in a week. When you get out of here, because I know you will, you better not make a fool of yourself, because now you're not a stupid kid anymore. The white-haired man left the cell quite annoyed. Muscular also went to his cell without saying anything. Stain for his part saw the green-haired man who chained himself once again. Stain, I didn't know he could get like that. Deku, I don't care about that. Stain, boy, I know you did that attitude to keep everyone away from you, but you won't be able to with us. Among monsters, we understand each other. Each one has his own demons. Deku, you carry yours with ease. Stain, because I learned how to do it, you should too. The day you do it, you will enjoy this new opportunity. Deku, whatever. Stain, sigh, I guess it's not worth arguing with you now. Listen carefully, Izuku. Write down this address mentally and I want you to record it. On XXXX Street you will find an abandoned house. Search. You will know where to find it. Deku, find what? Stain, a gift. I don't know when you're leaving, but you better not forget the address. The man also left and Deku was left alone. He didn't want to chain himself up like an animal, but he knew it was necessary. The boy waited for Shigaraki to make an appearance, but he never did. Deku didn't close his eyes all night. Although as always the small leak in his head helped him stay awake, the boy stayed alert for anything. Back they come, Yue. We can see Mirio running towards Yue, followed by Nijire and Tamaki. Nijire, wait, Mirio. Mirio, I can't wait, I have the answer. Sighs, answer to what? Mirio, Midoriya didn't do it, and I already know how to prove it. Nijire, how? Mirio, wait and see. The boy arrived at the principal's office where Endeavor was with the rodent watching the video finding evidence. Endeavor, there has to be something that will help me. Nizu, do you think it's possible? Endeavor, he didn't do it. Mirio, entering suddenly. He's right. Nizu, young Mirio, what are you doing here? Mirio, I know how to prove it. I know how to prove Midoriya's innocence. Endeavor, I've been trying to achieve this for over a year now. How do you think you can help? Mirio, at the most basic level, we never realized it. Nizu, explain. I'll call the other teachers. Everyone has to see this. The rodent pressed a button and all the teachers were notified. In a matter of minutes they were all gathered. Almight, what's the emergency, young Mirio? What are you doing here? Nijire, we are here too. Midnight, what is so important that it requires the presence of the big three and a pro hero? Mirio, I have proof. Midoriya never betrayed us. Cementos, boy, I don't understand. We all saw how that traitor deceived us all. Ectoplasm, I know you think you're doing the right thing, but don't be fooled. Mirio, nothing like that, he didn't go. Almight, young Mirio, you are an intelligent young man, don't ruin all that by defending a villain. Mirio, I defend what is fair, what is right, that is why I am an aspiring hero. You are wrong, Almight. Almight, I accept that you didn't want one for all, but this is. Endeavor, let him speak, Almight, he has the right. Midnight, but the. Nizu, this is my academy and you will abide by the rules. Everyone be quiet, now please, young man. Mirio, thank you. As I was saying, he didn't betray us, he would be incapable, and yes, I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I will also tell you where we were wrong. It was in not believing, in being so absorbed in seeing that they already had the evidence that they didn't think about whether it was real. Almight, what do you mean? Mirio, the video starts by showing what happened shortly before the USJ, right? Well, that was a traumatic event, but director, did you speak to Midoriya before the accident? Nizu, never. Mirio, was he at the address or did you see him using his computer? Nizu, no. Almight, it's just a test, he can't answer everything. Mirio, damn, Aizawa isn't here. Okay, tell me, did student Ochako Uraraka get any reports for lateness on the day of the video? Nizu, not that I remember, Aizawa never mentioned anything. Almight, me either. Mirio, they were so focused on watching their tests that they didn't see what was happening around them, plus Midoriya's height. Tsukachi, leaving the office as I understand it, and forgive me for interrupting, Midoriya is taller than Toga by a few centimeters. Mirio, and in the video they look the same size. Almight, he wasn't. Mirio, no! Now you see? They framed someone innocent. Midnight, that doesn't explain why he ran. Cementos, and because it left the academy grounds. Mirio, and haven't you wondered why no one reported him missing at that time? Endeavor, Ed, a good question. Mirio, his classmates held a contest for the king of the room. He was there at that time, and if you don't believe me, then believe Todoroki. He was the one who gave me that information. They entered, bypassed the security system, and managed to do that. Endeavor, besides, he didn't run away. He was going home before you tried to kill him. Cementos, he said he had proof of his innocence. Almight, that doesn't prove anything. Mirio, it proves he was innocent, that you tried and imprisoned him under belief. This is a video that the villains sent. The blonde approached Almight, who looked at him with some doubt, but before he could do anything a portal formed in the room from where applause began to be heard. Shigaraki, leaving the portal. Very good, very good, it took longer than I thought. Heroes. Almight, Tamura. Shigaraki preparing to fight. Shigaraki, symbol of peace. I wouldn't move if I were you. Almight, why would I listen to a rat like you? Shigaraki, because I want to believe that you care about your students. At that moment, the screens in the principal's office showing images of the entire UA showed images of the school being attacked by Nomus and some members of the league. Shigaraki, you don't know how easy it is to wreak havoc in a school like this. Cementos, damn. Shigaraki, wait, something, or rather someone is missing. The guest of honor, Kurojiri, please. Then in the main courtyard where students from Class A and B gathered to fight, a figure appeared, one that everyone recognized. Deku was in the fight now, wearing an elegant black and red suit. He was brandishing a knife like Toga, and his look was evil, sharp, mocking. Immediately everyone focused their attention on him. Bakugo, damn, what the hell are you doing here? Deku, what am I doing here? Even the question offends me. I came to finish what I started. Grinning like a madman, Deku brandished his knife, but it didn't stop there because in the brilliant Nizu's office, a Deku exactly the same appeared. All Might, young Midoriya. Deku, so you remember me. Endeavor, Tsukachi. Tsukachi, he is locked up, he never leaves his cell, this can happen. Deku, but if you can, detective, am I here or not? Nizu boy, but. Deku, ha ha ha, you should see their faces, they are simply amazing, I feel like killing them all right here and now. Shigaraki, no kid, they're still useful to us. Endeavor, looking at Deku's arm, boy, he ripped your arm off and you're defending him? Deku, what? But my arm is right here, raising his arm. That's all Endeavor needed. Without wasting time, he shot a fireball towards the boy, destroying his arm. Immediately the green-haired boy dissolved into black mud. All Might, what the buck? Shigaraki, I have to bring the original, I guess. Immediately the green-haired man who was in the courtyard entered the portal and appeared in the living room, but before he could even say anything he was hit by a wave courtesy of Nijire. Again the same result. Mirio, clones, I knew it, you never had Midoriya on your side. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, no, we never could, he's too upright even though it was a good idea, right? He framed him, you believe him, you arrest him and that's it, ha ha ha, I have the free path to do whatever I want. All Might, wretch. Shigaraki, wait, are you calling me my bastard? Was I the one who locked him in the deepest cell in Tartarus? No, wasn't I? Mirio, you made the biggest mistake by coming here. Shigaraki, I don't think so, I can leave as soon as I can, you know it's very easy and even more so when you have a computer expert like Brava on your side. After that everything was simple, make her bypass security, have twice create a few clones. Make a replica of this same office and that's it, ha ha ha, they are so stupid and gullible that they didn't even bother to check the dates, ha ha ha. Each laugh was a blow to the teachers and even more so to All Might, who felt that he had betrayed in the worst way the person he considered a son. All Might, Shigaraki. Turning into his muscular form. Shigaraki, ha ha ha, or please All Might, don't make me laugh, are you really going to lecture me? You of all the people here feel you have that right? You betrayed that idiot, you turned your back on him, you took away his quirk, you locked him in the worst hole in the world, on top of that you cheated on his mother with a heroine, and you still want to act like that? You really are incredible. Midnight, you'll pay for what you did to our Izuku. Tearing his suit. Shigaraki, ours? Wait, did you really say ours? I remind you that you're not his mother. His real mother is buried under a tombstone that not even the symbol of peace can visit. His real mother is the woman he was with before you confessed to him. Midnight stood still while the villain just laughed. Shigaraki, which reminds me, you guys should even thank me. All Might, you're a bastard. Shigaraki, if it weren't for me you wouldn't be together. Midnight, what do you mean? Shigaraki, you can come in now. At that moment, Kurojiri appeared from the portal and created a Midnight exactly the same. Everyone was impressed. All Might did not believe it. The blonde looked at the woman next to him. Midnight, Toshi is me. Midnight, Toshi, don't pay attention to her, I'm the real one, she's the imposter. Midnight, it's not true. I'm Namuri Kayama, the professional heroine, and plus Midnight, Tashinori, listen to me, you know me. Midnight, you know me too, you know who I am, ha 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 ha. At that moment, the Midnight that appeared from the portal, besides laughing like crazy, began to melt, changed her height, and then they saw her features. It was Himiko Toga. Mirio, boo, but how? Toga, you don't know? Well, there was a battle a while ago, they thought they had caught me, ha ha ha, how naive. It was just a matter of changing shape a little and that was it. But in my battle I faced Midnight and guess what? Nizu, you stole his blood. Shigaraki, you don't know how much fun it was to play with the heart of the symbol of peace. Kmentos, bastard. Toga. Oh Toshi, I've always been in love with you. You're my hero and my reason to continue. I love you so much, my symbol of peace. Ha ha ha, it was very fun, although if I have to admit something is that Hex with you is intense, ha ha ha. I mean it, I couldn't walk well after such an intense and rough session. The blonde opened his eyes in shock and then felt fury. He let go of Midnight's hand and prepared to hit his enemy with everything, but Shigaraki just raised his hand. Shigaraki, I wouldn't move if I were you. In fact, I wouldn't even think about activating your quirks, or else I'd be forced to unleash all the nomus I have against your dear students. Almight, you won't get away with this. Shigaraki, shut up, will you? Almight, or else? Shigaraki, I wonder what the press thought about the news. Almight has Hex with the villain Toga, who is also a minor also. You should be grateful, because if it weren't for me making sure Midoriya's mother was dead, you wouldn't be able to beat Togther. Almight stopped his attack before Shigaraki's amused gaze. Shigaraki, what a good dog, ha 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 ha. Endeavor. I don't care how long it takes, I swear we'll finish you off. Shigaraki, I want to see that, heroes, but first let me give you a little gift. It's 0% authentic, I give you my word of honor. At that moment the villain left, and a video recorded in Tartarus prison was played on the office screens. You could see Deku tied up in his chains. He had cuts on various parts of his body, some burns and marks from Shigaraki's disintegration. You could also see that the entire league was with him, but what was surprising was that Deku was laughing. Shigaraki, Midoriya, please tell me what's so funny. Deku, League of Villains, now that I think about it, it's a silly name. They seem pretty relaxed for being locked up like me. Shigaraki, do you think we're locked in? No, you're the only one. Korajiri is here. It's our exit and entry gate. Deku, they risked their partner just for this? Shigaraki, it's a very small price to pay, and with you here, we'll finally be able to overthrow the UA. Deku, they planted false evidence, turned everyone against me and killed my mother. It seems that their attack was more towards me. Shigaraki, small details, now tell me, hero, the UA blueprints. Alarms, teacher schedules, everything you know. Deku, why do you want to know? Don't you already have everything planned? Shigaraki, we already have everything we want, but we were wondering if there was anything you would like to tell us. Deku, there's something. Name, Izuku Midoriya, rank, UA student and hero aspirant, serial number, 0, and that's all you're going to hear from my lips. The recording ended and everyone was surprised. No matter what happened, he didn't turn his back on them even when he was locked up. Nizu, okay, so he wants to play well. Tsukauchi, you know what to do. Tsukauchi, director. Nizu, go to Tartarus, tell them that the director of the UA Niza Hero Academy approves the release of prisoner Izuku Midoriya and that all charges against him are dropped. Almight, he can't do that. Nizu, of course, he is a student of this tank institution. Since he is orphaned, his documents remain at the school until his position is decided, and since his innocence and incorruptibility have been proven, then the crimes against the Hero Society that were charged against him are annulled. Almight, but director, with all due respect, the boy has spent a little less than a year and a half. Do you think someone in his condition is capable of integrating into society? Nizu, if that video doesn't lie, then I have no reason to doubt him. Tsukauchi gives that order now. I'll go pick him up myself. Endeavor, all might come with me. Endeavor, yes. Nizu, Midnight, you too. All might, but why her? Nizu, if something gets out of control due to our presence, especially with yours, it is preferable to have her close by. Her quirk can put him to sleep. Let it be known that I said put him to sleep and not kill him, as is her specialty. All might, what time do we leave? Nizu, looking at the cameras now. The rodent saw everything, hoping that the clone boy had already left like the Nomus. Seeing that it had been like that with everyone and left, the other heroes only saw him leave. The three big ones for their part had a small smile, even Tamaki. Mirio, just wait Izuku, they're coming for you. Back in Tartarus prison, its interior has that evident lack of light. The lamps flicker in a terrifying way, looking like a horror scene. On the top floor, all the cells are in semi-darkness, some illuminated by a few weak lights that barely let you see the bars. But in Deku's we can see him with chains to the wall, hanging with his arms extended above, his head drooping. He looked like an antique doll with torn and burned shreds that were once clothes. You couldn't even see him breathing. The poor light of the place and the place he was in made him look like a corpse. For the first time in the year, and so many days that he had been in Tartarus, he was able to sleep. It hadn't been pleasant, but it had been a while after all, although that was soon ruined as footsteps were heard getting closer. Firm steps and the sound of heels. Deku snorted, quite annoyed. Shigaraki hadn't come to bother him, and neither had his teachers. The boy understood the latter because he knew they were pro-heroes and his presence was required outside. The boy was trying to find out who was coming to interrupt his pleasant dream, but... Guard, hey D, you have visitors, dwarf, let's go up, it's not time to sleep. Hitting his cell hard. Then the chains moved. Slowly his body began to move calmly despite the considerable noise. His long green hair moved from side to side a little, releasing the drops of water. His emerald green eyes opened, getting used to the lack of light, then opened a little surprised because he definitely did not expect that surprise. A somewhat mocking smile formed on Izuku's mouth. Deku, oh, they finally came. Izuku Midoriya had awakened, the boy who was once willing to give his life for others and was now chained like an animal. Nizu, hello again, young Midoriya. All Might looked at his former disciple with a touch of regret, sadness and sorrow, but he didn't know that the one there was no longer Deku. No, not anymore. Deku died a long time ago, and although All Might didn't know it, he and the others were the ones in charge of killing him. Now the one in front of him was someone else, and soon they would regret turning their backs on him when in the past they could have helped him. Because the one hanging there was not the kind and smiling boy he met a long time ago, and soon he would realize it. Everyone would realize it. Izuku would be in charge of making them notice. All Might, young Midoriya. Deku, hello All Might. Chapter 5, Hello Again. All Might, young Midoriya. Izuku just smirked as he looked at everyone. Thanks to the light that Endeavor gave off, the boy stretched his body a little, making his chains rattle, giving midnight chills. The green-haired boy cracked his neck. Deku, I'm sorry about the mess, but as you can see, spreading his arms, I don't get many chances to clean, haha. All Might boy. Deku, Principal Nizu, to what do I owe this visit? Tsukachi, Izuku Midoriya is hereby released from Tartarus' maximum security prison as the evidence against him was found to be flawed. He will be allowed to leave legally and with justification. He is also asked for an apology and Nizu, and you will be allowed to re-enter UA Hero Academy, where you can once again share your dormitory. Deku, what if I say no? Nizu boy, you said you were innocent and you are, that's why we freed you. Deku, so they believe lies and end up here again? Thanks, but I'm already used to looking like a chained Christ. It's good for circulation, and food is not far behind. It's cat food, but if Simba could grow healthy and strong with insects, then I can too. Principal Nizu knew he was just being annoying, just like Endeavor. All Might, Director Nizu, I told you this was a bad idea. You've spent too much time in the company of villains. If you weren't a danger before, you are now. Deku, hey? Did I hear that right? Are you calling me a threat, All Might? I just wanted to prove my innocence, and you just beat me up and left me here to my fate like a rabid dog. All Might, changing to his muscular form, don't make me do it. Deku, ha ha ha, so you already gave one for all. All Might, what? How do you know? Deku, how do I know? Easy, if you still had all the power, then there would be no need to enter the weak Tartarus. You would enter like All Might, showing all your power, shocking and scaring everyone. I assume you did it to save energy and not exhaust your embers. All Might, very smart. Deku, just like I know that Endeavor came as a support force in case I get violent, and Midnight came to put me to sleep. Midnight, like. Deku, know your enemies and you will win the fight. Midnight, we are not your enemies, son. Deku, never say that word again, you are not worthy. All Might, he's not Principal Izuku anymore, understand that he's been here for a year. Deku, almost a year and a half, but who counts the days, right? All Might, besides, he doesn't have a quirk, so why would we receive it? Deku at that moment put strength in his arms and began to pull his chains. They tightened and began to sound. All Might, young Midoriya tall, they are steel chains, it is impossible to break. But the freckled man didn't pay attention. He kept trying, but he felt something coming out of him. He knew it was his characteristic raise. Deku, in a low voice, no, I'll break this without using you, I'll keep the surprise. The green-haired man continued to use all his strength. All Might, stop! But it finally happened, the chains gave way, they broke and the freckled boy fell to the ground. The blonde couldn't believe it, then Deku stood up. Deku, it feels so good to stretch your legs. Midnight like. Deku, breaking a shackle with some ease, maybe they were rusty. There's a leak above me, although what was really interesting was the fascinating conversation we had. Is there an option to go back? All Might, boy, you don't have a quirk, without a single one. Deku, I'd just be a hindrance, I've heard that before, so what do you think? Midnight, director really isn't serious, he's had a great time here. Nizu, the choice is his, if he decides to return it is his right. Deku, fantastic. I miss Yue already, I really have big plans. Nizu, well, it's decided, let's go now. Endeavor walked slowly, followed by Deku, Principal Nizu. Behind were Midnight and All Might, who doubted accepting that the boy returned to the academy, but when passing by Garu's prison the boy felt guilty about what happened to his teacher, so he approached carefully, but All Might took him and handcuffed him, moving him away. But Garu, listen to me carefully, kid, you better do what I told you or I'll kill you myself, understood? Deku, Garu. All Might, come Midoriya. Deku, let go of me, curse. Endeavor, come, I'll take it. The fire hero approached and took the boy by the handcuff chain and pulled him. The boy kicked but saw how his master smiled. Garu, in a low voice, good luck, Izuku. The director got into his vehicle ready to drive. The director's car was made especially for him. In the back there was a car where Deku would be. The car was with automatic driver. Deku got in front along with Endeavor. In the back went Midnight and All Might, who were still thinking about what had happened and what was happening. But then after a long part of the way in the front part where Izuku was traveling, noises, screams and blows began to be heard. Endeavor, stay still. Deku, force me, flames. There were some knocks and then nothing. All Might stayed still in his muscle form. The rest of the trip was like that. They finally arrived at the UA where everyone got off. But the surprise was Deku, who now had handcuffs on his feet and a muzzle that prevented him from speaking. The boy also had blood on his forehead. All Might, Endeavor, what happened? Endeavor, he wanted to escape. I only asserted my right as a hero. Now move quickly, brat, pushing Izuku. Deku fell to the ground, but Endeavor lifted him up suddenly. The man with this action earned a look of hatred from Izuku, who walked. All Might, weren't you supposed to believe in his innocence? Endeavor, I do, the bastard won it, although it's funny, right? All Might, what? Endeavor, I was hated by my children and now I'm even reconciled with them and my wife. All Might, what's so curious about that? Endeavor, I was bad before, but I still didn't turn my back on the boy even though I didn't know him, and you, who were almost a father to him, did it. That's funny, or maybe ironic, I don't know. The fire hero advanced with the freckled man, leaving All Might thoughtful. Endeavor, Principal Nizu, and what will happen to him? So they've already filled the gap left by the boy with Nizu. I told Aizawa that a new student would arrive. I didn't tell him who it was because I didn't want complaints. Deku, leave it to me, it sounds fun. The green-haired boy had a muzzle on, so nothing of what he said could be understood, although Nizu could recognize the boy's look since it was the same one he put on when he took revenge or when he applied an exam like the one he gave to Mina and Kaminari. Nizu, do you want us to leave it to you? Deku, nodding. Nizu, fine, just don't be too rude, kid. Endeavor, you want to scare them? Deku, nodding again. Endeavor, okay. Classroom A. Hero Analysis, a class that was supposed to be taught by All Might, but since the American hero was not there, it was being taught by Aizawa Shoyuta. All his students were thinking about the freckled boy, although in different ways, because they all thought one thing: getting revenge on Izuku Midoriya. But at that moment they heard chains followed by screams that Todoroki recognized and a few blows. Endeavor, I told you to move fast. Aizawa, who will he be fighting with now? It's true, I had forgotten, they will have a new partner. Mineta, what? Kaminari, at this point. Aizawa, Don't look at me like that, it's the director's order. Shinso, and what will become of me? Should I transfer to general courses? Aizawa, no, or well, I don't know. As soon as the director comes, I'll talk to him, okay? Endeavor's footsteps were heard closer. Shoji made use of his quirk, creating an ear, as did Jiro, who used his jack, connecting it to the wall. Shoji, it can't be. Jiro, this has to be. Aizawa, peeking through the door, what is he doing here? Nizu, calm down Shoyuta, you need to relax, you weren't there when the Nomas attacked. Aizawa, I saw your call, but my responsibility to my students is greater, so. Nizu, that's why you missed everything, but it doesn't matter, this boy is still a UA student, so excuse me. The friendly rodent entered, followed by Endeavor, All Might, and Midnight. Nizu, hello everyone. As you can see, and I hope your teacher has told you, you will have a new classmate. He is someone you already know, and although life is unfair to him, it does not stop him from following his dream. Everyone was waiting to see who it was except Jiro and Shoji, who looked scared. Kananari, hey Kyuka, what did you hear? Jiro, he's back. A long green hair peeked out from the door frame. Everyone was surprised, and in the case of Mina, Hagakure, and Mineta, they were afraid because in front of them all was their former partner, the traitor Izuku Midoriya. His appearance was deplorable, dirty, worn pants, and what before seemed to be a shirt, but now they were only torn and blackened pulls. This showed the green-haired boy's body, showing that he had no scars now. His face, stained with dirt and blood, was not very visible because of the bushy beard he now had. His eyes lost their characteristic shine, and his gaze went from giving hope to fear, because now it was sharp and serious, with a slightly furrowed brow. Immediately someone stood up. Ida, with all due respect, what's that threat doing here? Nizu, didn't Aizawa tell you? He's your new partner. Uraraka, he is a traitor, he attacked us in the morning. Izuku only opened his eyes for a moment, but then returned to his normal gaze, so Shigaraki had arrived before him. Nizu, well, that's what they're doing. Bakugo, holy crap. That idiot should be in jail like the damn street rat he is. Bad words at the wrong time. The director was not at all pleased that the green-haired boy was called that. Nizu, young Bakugo, do you have a problem with rats? The blonde realized his words, so he just grumbled angrily but said nothing. Although that didn't stop almost everyone from starting to complain, except Koda, Yayorozu, and Todoroki. Nizu, silence! Young people, I remind you that as heroes we must give second chances, your partner, believe it or not. Bakugo, UA is a damn elite school for people with quirk, he doesn't have one, so he has no business here, smiling mockingly. At that moment Deku sharpened his gaze even more, amused, now he knew it. Deku, thinking, Kaken, sometimes you are a great help. Everyone supported the ash blonde, but they didn't count on the fact that the freckled boy would break his handcuffs, and then his feet. The boy touched the muzzle and ripped it off with a jerk. Deku, throwing the muzzle, wow, that was easy, retro technology, one guess, come on, I'm a villain accused of I don't know how many things and they give me this? I deserve more respect. Endeavor smiled amusedly, but the others were just impressed. Deku, wow, Bakugo, you do have a big mouth. I bet everyone thinks the same, right? The shouts and insults were not long in coming. Deku, okay, that makes it very clear. What will I do? I know, I propose a bet. Aizawa, bet? Deku, yeah, a simple bet. Everyone already knew that I'm quirkless, right? All yes. Deku, fine, that saves me time. The bet is like this, you against me, an army of 20 students against a villain. If you win, I'm leaving. If I win, I'm staying. Ida, you're crazy, we'll kill you. Deku, they tried it once and I'm here, I guess either they're unlucky or I can't die. Ida just turned away angrily. Uraraka took her boyfriend's hand. Izuku saw this but didn't care. Deku, so what do they say? Aizawa, there's no need for that, you simply don't have to be here. Deku, come on, it'll be fun. Besides, didn't Bakugo say this was an elite school? Are you going to tell me you're afraid of a quirkless? Are you afraid of losing or of me? Ready, hook, cast, it was just a matter of. Bakugo, I'm going to kill you, you bucking orphan. Ready, it took less time than Izuku expected. After that, everyone followed Bakugo's lead. The green-haired boy smiled amused. His plan worked. Deku, well then, if everyone agrees, go outside, put on your workout clothes and stuff. Aizawa, you don't give the orders here, kid, but if you're leaving with this, then go. The entire class quickly left, followed by Aizawa. Almight along with Midnight, Endeavor and Nizu stared at the boy. Deku, Director Nizu, tell Vlad King, if possible I would like Class B to also see the fight. Almight, what for? Deku, so you can see who you're dealing with. Everyone was ready, standing ready to start their fight, the UE uniform proudly placed, sly smiles adorning their faces. Finally Deku appeared before them wearing the same thing he arrived with. Deku, it didn't take long, was he that eager to come? Ida was talking to Uraraka, possibly to defeat him, maybe it would work against the old Deku, but this was not the Yaoyorozu. He elegantly stood in front of everyone along with Todoroki and Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, Izuku Midoriya, you betrayed your friends, you turned your back on your ideals, and that's why you were sent to Tartarus. You got out somehow, and now you want to come back as just another student. You will be punished accordingly. Deku, girl, be more careful, that's not how you should treat a hero. Yaoyorozu, you're addressing an aspiring heroine and member of the Yaoyorozu family as a child? Despite being on the verge of death, you're funny, but what do you think of this? Will she be fair to you? Creating a sword. All Might, young Yaoyorozu, what are you doing? Yaoyorozu, I would feel bad attacking someone quirkless and unarmed. Aizawa, no. Deku, seriously? You'll give me a weapon? Yaoyorozu, consider it an act of respect. Deku, thanks but no thanks, I don't want it. Yaoyorozu, you understand what would happen if… Deku, I just don't want the fight to last so little. The boy smiled amusedly. Deku, and honestly I don't like fighting and I don't have time for it either, but since… The green-haired boy felt his predator sense activate strongly. He saw how Yaoyorozu created another sword and threw herself at him. Izuku was able to dodge it, but he wanted to see how strong everyone had become, so he let himself be cut. Deku, thinking, damn, if it's sharp, they really want to kill me. The boy screamed and then fell to his knees while the brunette satisfiedly cleaned the blood from her sword. But soon those screams would silence. The girl would turn around and see that the freckled boy would get up without a problem. Deku, I didn't like it, you left some parts short and others long. You're not a good hairdresser, I'll have to fix it later. The girl saw how she had only cut part of the boy's long hair and beard. Yaoyorozu, and no, how can you did you dodge all my attacks? But your blood, you should be covered in wounds. Deku, wounds? What wounds, girl? The boy turned around and raised his arms, but there was no wound. Yaoyorozu, no, it's impossible, Bakugo said. Deku, and you believe him? You already threw the first punch, now comes mine. The boy was about to attack when explosions interrupted him. Bakugo, damn nerd dies. Bakugo, true to form, raised his voice and flew out ready to end the fight, but as he approached, Izuku adopted an animal position on all fours and began to run towards Bakugo, but before the blonde could attack, the green-haired boy walked long, which infuriated Bakugo, who was chasing his enemy, but before he could do anything, Deku stopped, and pushing himself with his arms, he kicked that landed on the explosive fall. The boy immediately jumped because the tickling behind his head warned him of the threat that was a full power kick from Ida. Mineta, is that bastard beating us? Kaminari, we're not even fighting yet. Ida, come back here, you damn traitor. Everyone join the fight, we can beat him if we all go. Deku, landing in front of Ida, are you sure about that? The blue-haired man gave another kick that was now received by Izuku, who caught it with his arms and, taking advantage of his rival's instability, he kicked the other leg to carry him and throw him to the other side. Deku, come then. If you think you can beat me, come all of you without fear. Ready, now Class A prepared for the fight. Up above watching from a safe place, Class B watched this fight. Kendo, he's here. Monoma, what is that idiot doing here? Vlad King, believe it or not, he is innocent. Kendo, I'm not serious. Vlad King, I know what you're thinking. Back in the fight, the entire Class A launched themselves against the green-haired man who waited for them. Deku, breathing calmly Mikiri. Insert TNT from AC/DC. Bakugo was the first to arrive, but Izuku dodged him with relative ease. Although Shoji came next, the boy attacked brutally, but Izuku dodged him well. Deku, honestly Shoji, you are one of the people I like the most in the class. The boy hit him hard in the shoulder joint. Shoji, does that have to hurt? Deku, that was a thoughtful blow, my friend. It may not hurt, but you won't be able to move your arm. The gray-haired man tried, but it was true, it was useless. Although that did not say that it was his only arm, the enormous gorilla pounced with force, creating other arms hitting Izuku, who dodged some attacks. Deku, you are fast attacking, I admit it, but you are big and heavy, that makes you slow when moving. Izuku moved quickly and gave no chance to poor Shoji, who finally fell, but after that came an imposing ice glacier. The predator sense was so strong that even the freckled man felt a slight discomfort in his head. Todoroki, I'm sorry Midoriya, but you wanted it. Deku, tell me something Todoroki, do you know how to fight? Todoroki, what's the point of the question? Deku, then I'm sorry. Taking a fighting stance, the green-haired boy attacked his friend. They were martial arts, and although Todoroki had a taste for the traditional Japanese style, his fighting technique was not good. The two-colored boy had to use his quirk in its simultaneous activation mode to be able to fight alongside the freckled boy, but Izuku was quickly able to overcome the fight again, but the freckled boy was now more aggressive. Every blow must be with the intention to kill. Todoroki was impressed. His friend had never shown himself like that. That look was cold, calculating. Todoroki thought he was even reading his mind, but when he closed his eyes because of a huge flame that he himself made, it was his downfall. Deku, I told you Todoroki, I'm sorry. A blow to the back of the head and Shoto Todoroki fell to the ground unconscious. Izuku was also wearing down. The fights against Shoji and Todoroki were exciting, but he still hadn't mastered the Mikiri in its entirety. If he wanted to win, he had to do it now. He couldn't think much. A blow took him out of concentration. The cause of this was Sato, who after consuming a lot of sugar was now stronger than before. Sato crushes broccoli. Traitor broccoli. Deku, do you know the irony when you want to beat me and you talk about yourself in the third person? Sato, broccoli offends Sato, Sato crushes. The boy threw himself at Izuku, who dodged all the attacks. Sato was easier than the others, he was strong, yes, but also stupid, and Deku would use that to his advantage. Jiro, Kaminari, what are you doing? Kaminari, wait, it's not ready yet. Jiro, what? Kaminari, my special attack. Izuku was already panting a little, he had to finish Sato now. Jiro, Kaminari. Kaminari, done, just get him close and I'll fry him like a kushiage. It was what Jiro needed to hear. With his jacks he attacked the green-haired boy, but he dodged it, but it also hindered him so he could dodge Sato, who hit the boy. Deku, okay Jiro, you have my attention. The green-haired boy headed towards the violet-haired girl being chased by Sato, but quickly his predator sense alerted him to Kaminari, but then he had an idea. The boy turned around and attacked Sato. Kaminari, he's ignoring us. Jiro, and what do you want me to do, genius? Kaminari, bring him here, I only have one shot. Deku, just one? Honestly, I feel cheated. They both turned around when they heard the green-haired boy's voice nearby. The boy was running towards them being chased by Sato. Sato, broccoli making fun of Sato. Jiro, Kaminari now. Kaminari, yes. Electro ball. The blonde generated a sphere of lightning which produced sparks that even affected Jiro, as she was the closest to him, but when he was about to throw it, the green-haired man was already too close. The blonde wanted to move away, but he couldn't. But before Izuku crashed into him, he moved away. Kaminari saw how Sato was now the one running towards him. Jiro, don't leave a woman's job to a man, heartbreak fuzz. The girl threw her jacks towards Deku, but he saw them and skillfully took them to throw them towards Kaminari, who was barely hitting Sato. Both were affected by the blonde's attack, but Jiro also received the discharge in her jacks, leaving her stunned. That part was filled with smoke until Izuku saw a figure come out. Sato, sleep now. The boy fell face down. Kaminari was in his idiot mode and Jiro was on the ground hugging his ears. Deku, I told them it wasn't my intention. The green-haired boy dodged another paw from Ida and a slap from Uraraka. Ida, you will pay with your miserable life. Uraraka, I can't believe I once loved you. Deku, and I can't believe you never had the balls to tell me. The boy didn't hold back from that attack, he took a fighting stance and... Deku, Rinkei Oji, Kyoga Ryusatsu Ken. Kendo was surprised when he heard this. The girl paid attention to the green-haired man's movements. The attack was brutal, neither of them could defend themselves. They could only endure the beating. Kendo, but how? Tetsu, what's up, Carrot? Kendo, this attack is a combination of two fighting styles. It takes two people to pull it off. Ibara, what? Yui, but you just saw it with only one person. Tetsu, that's true, it's probably just a myth about the two people. Kendo, no, my father told me about that technique when he lived somewhere else. He said that only two brothers could do it. There has only been one person who managed to mix it. Yui who? Kendo, they called him the Garu Monster, the Hero Hunter. The nickname alone sent shivers down everyone's spines, reminding them of the hero killer stain. Back in the fight, everything was in favor of the freckled man. He had already defeated several of his companions. Yaoyorozu, round 2. Deku, whenever you want. The green-haired boy approached Yaoyorozu, but before he arrived his predator sense alerted him. Behind him Bakugo was approaching at full speed propelled by his explosions. The boy managed to turn around ready to protect the brunette from the attack and stop Bakugo, but the girl, seeing the opportunity to win the fight, did not hold back and launched a thrust at the same time that Bakugo launched his explosion. Deku used his pyrokinesis to prevent the explosion from touching him, and that the damage was minimal, but the shock wave made him throw back and his back was completely embedded in his torso. The boy felt the worst pain while Yaoyorozu dropped the sword and put her hands on her mouth, horrified by what she did. Nizu, young Midoriya. Endeavor, damn! Preparing his flames. Yaoyorozu, no, I didn't want to, Midoriya. Deku, lard, get out of here. The boy used his black whips without anyone noticing and hit the brunette in the torso with enough force to throw her far away, even though it meant hurting her. Since she was far away, the boy got up while the smoke dissipated. Bakugo approached triumphantly. The green-haired boy just shook his hands, removing the blood that was left, and pulled out his sword in pain. Bakugo, I win again. I will always win. Deku, is that true? Frightened, everyone watched as the dust dissipated, revealing the figure of Deku, who was standing. Yaoyorozu, but I. Deku, can you keep fighting? Bakugo, your hands. Deku, now you see them, and now closer. The green-haired boy approached at full speed and began to hit him with the guard dog man technique. The blonde had to use an explosion to push him away. The boy was about to attack the blonde again when he felt a strong blow followed by another from a different place. Deku, Tsuyu and Hagakure, it seemed strange to me that they didn't do anything. Hagakure, don't talk to us, villain. Tsuyu, only my friends call me traitor. Tsuyu. Deku, well, how do I tell you now? Spider frog? The green-haired girl threw out her tongue, which Deku caught with one arm. The boy wrapped his arm a little more, attracting the girl, but his other arm was caught by Siro's tape, so the boy was trapped from both sides. His captors made the freckled boy extend his arms, so they could hit him. Ida, Kirishima, Uraraka, Mineta, Tokoyami, Aoyama and the others, but the freckled boy, fed up with the rest, began to move from one side to the other using force, back and forth. Kirishima, what's wrong with him? Bakugo, he's already gone crazy. Let's finish him off once and for all. Fire hairs. Kirishima, yes. The boys were about to jump but stopped when they saw how Deku crossed both arms tightly, causing both the black-haired boy and the frog to fly towards the boy, who jumped, landing on Siro's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He grabbed Tsuyu by the neck, slamming her against the ground and pushing her away with a kick. With his predator sense, he noticed the presence of Hagakure, whom he surprised with a strong knee to the stomach that made her faint. Tokoyami threw dark shadow, but Deku dodged him and reached the boy. Deku, relying on your quirk is not good for you. A hammer blow was enough to knock out the boy of darkness. Aoyama tried to attack, but Izuku used Zero, pulling him from the tape, and with the blow to the effeminate blonde, Minato went to attack Izuku because he thought that if he managed to knock out the green-haired man, the women would see how incredible he was. Needless to say that apart from being stupid, his plan failed majestically. The green-haired man used the combination he used against Ida and Uraraka, this time more aggressively, causing the dwarf to fly. Although with him he was more cruel because his blood was running through Deku's fists, but now Izuku was breathing with difficulty because the fact that he had not yet fully mastered the Makiri was a drain on his body. The green-haired man would not last long, then a blow brought him back to reality. The fighter of Class A, Mashireo Ojiro. The green-haired man then smiled. Deku, just the person I wanted to see. Ojiro, I see you have a fighting technique. That's interesting. It's a shame you're the bad guy. Deku, it's a shame you're my opponent. The green-haired man stopped using the Makiri and took a fighting stance, one knee bent, another at an angle, one hand raised in a claw and the other at an angle. Ojiro, let it be an honorable fight. The blonde took an equal fighting position and both launched themselves. Blows came and went. The blonde admitted that his rival was good. He did not expect such good blows, even though he also fought properly, although the advantage was in using his tail. He tried to catch Izuku off guard, but he never succeeded. The blows would not stop in that fight for either, although Ojiro in a desperate movement took Izuku by the neck and tried to throw him back, but Izuku was faster. He fell on his feet and threw himself against Ojiro, grabbing him by the shoulders, preventing him from moving. He carried him and let himself fall, doing a suplex. Deku, you're good, Ojiro. You're the only one who gave me a good fight, and I respect that. Deku turned around only to see Shinso in front of him. The purple-haired boy, seeing himself discovered, just raised his hands. Shinso, smiling, hello Midoriya, I'm glad you came. How have you been? Deku didn't answer. Shinso, it's true. It's silly to ask. Hey, I give up, old man, seriously. You just fought the whole class and you don't even look tired. I don't have a fighting technique like everyone else. What do you think if we leave it like this? Friends? The purple-haired boy extended his hand with a smile that the green-haired boy responded to. The boy also shook the purple-haired boy's hand. Shinso just smiled maliciously. Shinso, I got you. Deku, are you sure? The purple-haired boy tried to twist the boy's arm, but Deku pulled him down, ready to hit Aizawa's protege in the face with his knee. But the boy managed to get away and used his hands to cover himself, avoiding the blow. Shinso, don't you trust me? The green-haired boy didn't say anything. He just kicked the boy, which dodged and hit him in the face. But the green-haired boy managed to dodge it and hit him with both hands on the chin. Deku, I only trust one person and you're watching them. The annoyed purple-haired boy gave a low kick that knocked down the green-haired boy. The boy tried to hit him with his elbow, but Deku dodged it, although Shinso saw one of the swords that Yaoyorozu created and tried to attack the boy, but Deku managed to hold it with both hands. Deku, one of these hurt me. Shinso, and with this you will leave. The purple-haired boy made more effort cutting the boy's hand, but the green-haired boy pulled the sword and hitting it with his elbow managed to break it. He took the broken blade with his hands and quickly tried to attack Shinso, who covered himself. A kick to the head was what he received. Deku, consider it an answer. The green-haired boy walked a little more relaxed, but an explosion threw him far away. The boy was tired and just looked up to see Bakugo. Deku, for some reason I always forget about you. The furious blonde launched himself to attack. He used his explosions and gave a double kick in the air that Deku could not dodge. His strength was almost exhausted, but Izuku decided that he would use his head in this fight more than his fists. Even so, his suspicion may be confirmed. Deku, a kick with an explosion. It's good, but to be a fighter, you have to be more than just explosions. Distracting the blonde, Deku approached at full speed, stomped hard and kicked the blonde's ribs, who quickly got back up and threw himself again. He grabbed Deku by the neck, and while he dragged him, he pushed himself with one hand, although he used the interlude between explosions to hit his rival in the face. Bakugo, who needs to be a fighter in a world of quirks? You're just a nuisance that I'll permanently eliminate today. Deku, sure, whatever you say, and that's why I'm holding back? At that moment Bakugo opened his eyes confused, which Deku took advantage of to bury his whips in the ground, stopping. Bakugo released the green-haired boy and continued on his way. He stopped, but when he turned around he saw how Deku hit him brutally in the face. Deku, double move! Guard dog, crossed fawn! Bakugo would regret having been distracted now. The beating was brutal. Each hit made him feel intense pain. Deku, and I thought you would be a challenge. Bakugo, shut up. Hypernova. Deku, say it, damn it. Bakugo, smash. Deku received an explosion. The explosion was so big that the boy flew out, hitting a wall. Deku, that was a big explosion. I was quite surprised, to be honest, but I was more surprised that you said smash. Tell me something, Bakugo, do you have my quirk? Bakugo smiled with triumphant mockery. Bakugo, and what if it is like that, damn it? With this power I will finally defeat you and I will be the number hero as it should always be. Deku, yes, honestly I lied to you. I knew you had it when I arrived. It wasn't that difficult, honestly. You're an open explosive book. I just had to provoke you and you said it yourself. The blonde man approached at full speed, ready to silence the freckled man, but the latter dodged him gracefully. Kendo, wait, did they take Midoriya's quirk away? Vlad King, I had no knowledge of that, thinking, does that kid hate All Might enough to reveal his secret? Yaoyorozu, but that's why Bakugo had such incredible explosive force. Shinso, did he steal your quirk? Todoroki, and Midoriya is the bad guy. Deku, nobody knew that they took my quirk. I don't know why keep it a secret, but oh well, and as soon as I arrived you were the first to tell me, Quirkless. Besides Mirio having received it, and not you, then he would be here dodging. Admit it. You were so weak that you had to take my quirk to be strong. You had to take someone else's power to feel safe with yourself. Bakugo approached with his explosions, trying to hit the boy without success. This frustrated him more and made him attack without thinking, but All Might realized something bad. All Might, young Bakugo, stop. Bakugo, I'll finish the fight. All Might, don't interfere. All Might, no, he won, now stop. Deku, I won? How easy, I didn't even try. Lie, the green-haired man was exhausted. The use of the Makiri was still affecting him. Also the loss of blood made his vision blurry. He didn't have much strength left, but enough to finish the fight. Bakugo, I'll kill you. Deku, you couldn't before and you won't be able to now. Besides, All Might already said I should win. You didn't even scratch me and yet you said you were better than me. If you only use my power to raise the dust, then you won't be able to. Bakugo used 0% of One for All on him and launched himself at full speed, preparing his fist and Bakugo, Killer Smash! The blow embedded itself in Deku's stomach, throwing him far away. The boy nailed himself to the wall, leaving a large hole. Bakugo, smiling sadly, it wasn't that difficult. I don't understand why the hell you kept breaking your bones. I just had to copy your stupid full cowl. Deku, wow, that was a good hit, though it wasn't enough to defeat me. The blonde turned to the direction where Deku was, who now stood up without difficulty. The explosive was stunned. One blow from All Might had been enough to cause rain, so why didn't the green-haired man die? Deku, what's wrong, Bakugo? You look scared. Bakugo, no, I should have. Deku, I'll guess you should have killed me. That's not very hero-like, is it? Whispering once again, One for All, Makiri, One for All, 0%. The green-haired boy discreetly used One for All on his legs and threw himself at Bakugo, who didn't expect that. The blonde was scared, and then clap. Deku clapped in front of his rival, a simple clap in his face, and Bakugo Katsuki stood there, expressionless. His explosions died down. Deku, good night, old friend. The green-haired boy deactivated One for All along with Makiri and hit Bakugo in the stomach with his elbow, and then extending his arm he hit him in the jaw, knocking him down and winning the match, a single-person beat. Deku, I win Class A. Class B looked at the green-haired boy closely. How was that possible? How could a Quirkless beat an entire class? Izuku just raised his face while smiling. He was about to take a step but stumbled. The Makiri and the blood loss were the cause, so he took the sword that Yaoyorozu created and with which he stabbed him, and used it as a cane. Deku, that's why I don't like to fight, because I know I'm going to win. Chapter 6, and the days passed. With that victory, Deku managed to stay at UA. although seeing that surprise in his dorm was not satisfactory. Deku, are you serious? His room, which was once filled with Almight items, his laptop, furniture, and clothes, was now upside down. The green-haired man made an annoyed face. Deku, tell me a tornado just passed through my room. Nizu, if by tornado you mean your room was ransacked, then yes. The bed had no mattress, the posters were ripped, others were gone, either was his computer, his closet was empty, the drawers were out, in short the room was empty, all of Hero no S items had disappeared. Deku, okay, it's okay that I'm not a fan of All Might anymore, but this is going too far. Do you have any idea who it was? Nizu, no, although the cameras surely caught it. Deku, and my notebooks? Nizu, I have them. Young Todoroki came to deliver them to me because he knew what would happen, although one notebook is missing. Deku, it's in my house, or what used to be in my house. Nizu, it still is. Endeavor bought it so no one would interfere. Deku, Endeavor? I understand that you didn't believe I was the traitor, but don't you think it's too much? Nizu, you changed his life as well as his family's and many other people's. I guess it's his way of saying thank you. Deku, I see, and what will I do now? Nizu, we'll find the culprits. In the meantime, tell me if you need anything. Deku looked at his room for a few moments. Deku, I'll need tools and materials. I'll do a redecoration. Nizu, take it for granted, kid. Deku didn't leave his room that day. Nobody saw him for the rest of the afternoon. The green-haired boy changed everything completely, thus beginning his life as a student again. The days for the green-haired boy were now different. His room had changed. If Todoroki's was traditional, Deku's seemed more feudal. The boy didn't even have a bed. A single blanket was all he had. Sleeping so much in prison made him adept at that style when it came to sleeping, although what nobody knew is that he hardly slept because whenever he tried to fall asleep the scenes of his torture tormented him, as well as those of his mother's death or his expulsion from the UA. You won't win, my son will beat you. 0. I'm scared I couldn't. I can't pretend that I love him. Give me one for all. He is accused of treason and conspiracy against the heroic society. The boy always woke up sweating from fear. Sometimes he had to hit his head to get some sleep. The only technological thing he had in his room was his new computer. The room full of posters now only had a few pictures of his teachers, Endeavor, Snipe, and Edge Shot. He had not put Stain and Garu for obvious reasons, but for him they would always be present. Also, as soon as he could recover his notebooks, he could start a new one. He made new notes, such as one for all in Bakugo or Yaoyorozu's new fighting techniques, Kaminari and Jiro's technique, as well as techniques to counteract them. He was also able to design a new suit and give it to the director so he could give it to Hatsum. He always sat alone. Everyone was afraid of the freckled one. Some from Class B recorded the fight and made it viral at school, where after seeing it obviously their fear of the freckled one increased. In class he did not do badly. He was better in grades than Yaoyorozu. The boy limited himself to studying when he was in the living room, although Hate's comments were several even once Momo tried to bother the green-haired boy. Needless to say, that was a big mistake. Deku, in the cafeteria line. Hello lunch. Lunch rush, Midoriya. It's always a pleasure and a challenge to see you again. Deku, what can I say? Ha, you have never beaten me. Lunch rush, here, specially made for you. The hero cook served the green-haired boy a huge plate of food, and this was because his metabolism made him need to eat large amounts to function properly. The freckled boy took the tray and saying thank you went to his seat, but when he was about to arrive someone put their foot in his hands. Izuku, seeing this coming, was able to prepare himself and surreptitiously kick. The boy didn't know who had done this, but he would find out. He finished eating and waited for everyone to stand up. Then he saw Momo limp a little, so he knew who it had been. The boy smiled and stood up ready to put down his tray, but as soon as he was about to put it down he quickly moved it to the side, preventing the blonde from touching him again. Momo, very good reflexes. Deku, and you want to be bothering me? Momo, I'm curious to know what technique you have. When you fought against your useless class you said you had a quirk. I just want to see if it's true. Deku, and why? Momo, so I don't get bored sweeping the floor with you. The blonde used his other hand, but at an incredible speed Deku took another tray, and with that same one avoided the touch. Deku, if you want to keep your hands, I would suggest removing them. Monoma, you're funny. Deku, don't say I didn't warn you. The boy used both trays and pushed the blonde's hands and then slammed them against his ears. The blonde was stunned. Deku used a tray and hit him on the head, and with the other he hit him with the edge in the jaw and finished him off with a kick in the ribs. Monoma, coughing bad damn Quirkless. Deku, believe what you want, mirror. Kendo, I regret my partner's behavior, although you don't think you went too far? The girl was somewhat afraid of the green-haired man. She knew what he was capable of with his martial arts. Deku, I don't care, Kendo. Keep your dog on a leash and we won't have any problems. Monoma, you and I will settle accounts. Bastard, I challenge you to a fight. Deku, I already fought against Class A and won. What makes you think this would be different? Monoma, we will force you to use your quirk. Deku, yes, he didn't create it. Pact fixed. A fight between both classes was seen. Vlad tried to reason with his students but none gave up. Even Kendo wanted to hit the freckled one. The teacher had no choice but to support the boys. Deku trained as much as he could, taking advantage of the fact that he didn't sleep to get up long before everyone else. Train. Go back, prepare his breakfast, and go back to training was his routine. Soon everyone knew about the fight because Monoma was saying that he was going to win the fight. Finally the day arrived. Some classes were present including A. For the first time in a long time they supported the opposing class. Everyone except Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, although the surprise was that Ojiro was also somewhat against the fight. Yaoyorozu, don't you think it's too much, Todoroki? He hasn't been here long and he'll fight again soon. Todoroki, I want to believe they forced him. The izuku of before was somewhat reluctant to fight. Yaoyorozu, I don't think that's the case with this Midoriya. You saw him when he faced us, he seemed like he enjoyed it, even what he said at the end about not using his quirk. Todoroki, I think he just played. They supposedly took away his quirk, or at least that's for sure, Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, what if it was true? He just played with us then. Todoroki, we were able to defeat him. There has to be a way, and if we manage to hurt him, but I say we better watch the fight, something will come out of here for sure. Yaoyorozu, or force him to use his quirk if he has one. Todoroki, or he beats them like he beats us. The fight began. Everyone was wearing their sports uniform except Izuku, who was only wearing pants. On top he was wearing a black t-shirt. The boy was stretching when his predator sense warned him of an attack from Shishuda in his beast form. The freckled man immediately threw himself to the side and using the watchdog man's stance he launched himself to attack the beastly student but was tackled by Awase who tried to weld him to the ground but Deku moved quickly. Deku, Ryuji Gansai Ken. The green-haired man hit Awase freestyle until he got tired. The combination was brutal, but then. Do you want to vent your frustration? The green-haired man felt a presence behind him, so without hesitation he turned around giving a strong blow, but behind him there was no one. Are you frustrated because you know you betrayed us? Back again, now he kicked and dodged Kuroyoro. Or is it because you know you were never worthy of love? The green-haired man attacked with force in all directions but nothing. I don't know how you beat Class A, you're just a weak crybaby under a layer of. Deku caught her. A perfectly hidden mouth, said Tsunetokage. Her quirk allowed her to separate her body. Deku, you talk a lot. Tokage, how else would I get your attention? Deku, if you want to flirt with me, don't do it in the middle of a fight. Wait, Ryuji Gansaiken. The green-haired boy managed to hit all the remains of the body that Tokage sent towards him, and then covered himself from a tackle from Shishuda in his beast form, but the boy put Tokage's mouth in front of him. The attack hit her full on. The green-haired boy was only dragged a little. When he let go, he kicked the beastly student's nose and then let go of the girl who slowly joined in. The freckled boy threw himself at Shishuda, managing to grab onto the boy's back. Shishuda, get out of the way. Deku, I've never ridden a beast, it's exciting. The rude boy ran at full speed trying to get rid of the green-haired boy, but he had grabbed well of the fur that covered the brown-haired. Even grabbing two strands he pulled them, making him get more furious, and in his attempt to get rid of the boy he knocked down several of his companions. Deku pulled him so hard as to tear out his strands, which made the Beast Boy and move forward with the desire to crush Deku, but he managed to free himself before receiving the impact. The freckled one went to the belly, and with a blow to the stomach with Stain's fighting style he knocked out the boy, although he received a metallic tackle. Deku, just who I wanted to see. Tetsu, I may not know martial arts, but I do know how to put a stray dog to sleep. Deku, you know, I wanted to try a new technique, I hope you can help me. Deku breathed calmly. He launched himself at Tetsu, who was right. He didn't know anything about martial arts, although he did land good blows. Izuku landed powerful blows until he found a gap in the Boy of Steel's defense. He prepared himself and... Deku, now don't fail me, steel-cutting wind fist! Senpu Tetsuzen Ken. Author's note. When they are new techniques I will use the Spanish name once so there is no confusion. Putting his hand in a claw and alternating with punches, poor Tetsu could do nothing. From the moment he heard the name he knew it was dangerous. Soon he felt defeated, massacred. Deku, and they say they're better than my class? I'm not using all my techniques. Totally true, he wasn't using the Mikiri, and the only new technique he had done was the one he used against Tetsu, although the comment made everyone angry. Then Deku saw people he recognized immediately, the first attackers the day he was expelled. Deku, you too, to be honest, I don't remember your names. But you're not very important either, although it's time to settle scores. Deku breathed calmly. Kendo thought he would use that combination he saw him use against his class, but... Deku, prepare yourselves. Water whirlwind, sky-splitting flying fist. Senpu Ryujui Goki Kuretsuken. A new technique, they used glue and wanted to trap him in an air prison, failing majestically. With his simple movements, Deku was able to disperse the glue and broke the prison. He threw himself at them and hit them as if he wasn't tired. Everyone was amazed and scared by the strength and blows that his partner showed. It was bestial. He looked like a man possessed when it came to fighting. Todoroki, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, what they did to you. Todoroki, if he continues like this he's going to kill them. Yaoyorozu, it seems. Uraraka, he's a monster, that's why he shouldn't study here. He'll kill us at the right time. Almight, stop the fight. In his muscle form. Nizu, that decision is up to Vlad. Vlad King, he hits but he doesn't kill, and I warned you Monoma needs to learn. Deku, come get me. Pony, take this. The girl used her quirk by throwing her horns, which Deku was able to deflect with some ease. The blonde kept her distance to avoid the freckled man's blows. Kendo, Pony, be careful. Running to help her. Monoma, kill that monster. Pony, I've got everything down. Deku, you let your guard down, Apple. 0. The blonde turned around and saw Deku approaching at full speed. His horns were on the ground, destroyed. Kendo, Pony! Trying to catch up. Pony, help. The green-haired man just approached and gave a strong and powerful kick to the legs and then kneed her in the stomach, causing the girl to fall to the ground, fainting. Deku, innocent. Kendo, you will pay for every villain. Deku, and here we go. The girl hit with her giant fist that Deku dodged, but he couldn't dodge a feint that the orange-haired girl gave him. The green-haired boy fell to the ground but got up quickly, and attacked with martial arts, but Kendo was able to block this, and kick him in the stomach that pushed him away. Deku, damn that's right, Itsuka Kendo, hero name, Battle Fist. She can grow her hands and deliver blows so strong that they can crush steel and destroy concrete. She specializes in martial arts, being the best in her class and tying with Ojiro at the school level. Kendo, thanks for the nice presentation, attacking with brutality. Deku, dodging and counterattacking, but unfortunately they are weaker than me. Kendo, you piece of... The girl was strong, no one could deny that. She used her fists and made strong movements. She had elegance when she moved, and her strength was not only in her hands but also in her legs. The kicks she gave were enough to make the freckled boy stagger. Kendo, you said you were innocent, right? So where is it? Where is this supposed innocence? Deku, hitting Kendo's stomach hard, he stayed in Tartarus. He stayed and rotted in the Tartarus maximum security prison just like my corpse. Everyone remained silent at this, although Nizun knew what he meant by saying that. Kendo wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. Deku, Rinkei Oji, Koga Ryusatsuken. Kendo tried to cover herself, but this was just a trap. The freckled man lunged and hit her hands using the technique with which he hit Tetsu, making the girl open them in pain, but this was just the beginning. Deku, Fang Interpolation. Gasoshi. Using the tips of his fingers, the green-haired man delivered precise blows to the orange-haired girl's joint points, who tried to counterattack, but it was no use because the beating was being given without feeling remorse. But what no one expected was that he would deliver a powerful uppercut which finished knocking the girl down. Deku, you're good, as is Ojiro. It's a shame they're my rivals. Deku then, using his predator sense, felt a threat, so he quickly dodged. Deku, the last of Class B, the cowardly Nito Monoma. Monoma, it wasn't cowardice. Deku, your plan was to let everyone hit me so I'd tire myself out and not be able to defend myself against your great copy master technique. Monoma, putting it like that, I look like the bad guy. Deku, well, considering that you let him hit your teammates without intervening, well. Monoma, I don't care what you think, I win. The blonde launched himself at the green-haired man, but he dodged him with a jump to propel himself and land against the back of the Monoma. Deku, please, if that's your attempt to defeat me, then you still have a lot to learn. Monoma, this won't be like the cafeteria. Deku took the blonde's arm and brought him closer to hit him with his knee in the stomach. He released his arm, and joining his hands gave a hammer blow to the back, slamming him against the ground. Deku, you're just an amateur and you're right. This won't be like the cafeteria's adopting the watchdog man stance, it will be worse. The boy launched himself with force, and using the movements of the dog hero, he hit Monoma in the face with force. Deku, come on, are you going to tell me you're tired? Aren't you too strong? Get up, even Bakugo gave me more of a fight. The blonde got angry and threw himself again, trying to touch him, but Deku deflected his arm upwards and hit him hard in the armpit. Monoma, I know what you're trying to do, so you just want to provoke me so I'll lose my mind and attack you without thinking. Deku, that's using your head, although it's too late, I won. The green-haired man just turned around, giving his back to the blonde, who saw this with annoyance. Monoma, it's over? Wasn't I a match for you? This can't end like this. Come here, you bastard, and finish this. Deku, if I hit you again I'll kill you, that's why it's over, consider me merciful. The green-haired boy left, and this provoked Monoma, who launched himself with fury. The boy was about to kick Deku, but the freckled boy dodged it, spun around and hit the blonde in the chin, and then grabbed him by the arm and knocked him down. On the ground he grabbed him again. Monoma, fearing what Po would do to him, please don't do it. Deku, did I tell you or not? If you attack me again it will be your end, plus they have recovery girl, go cry with her, starting to put pressure. Monoma, no please stop, have mercy. Deku, I'm sorry, but I have no mercy anymore. The boy grabbed him tightly and with a single pull dislocated his arm. The thunder echoed in everyone's ears and minds. Deku, dusting himself, you wanted a monster? Now you have one, just a nice boy. Everyone thought he would attack, so they were on guard. Almight landed in front of Izuku with force. Almight, young Midoriya, stop, remember this. With just one call I can end your career as a hero. Deku, really? Great, with one call I only get a pizza. The green-haired man walked towards the exit door but then turned around. Deku, although if I have to admit something about Class B, it's that they are strong. I didn't even use my Mikiri and they managed to hurt me just a little. The green-haired boy squeezed the side of his nose and applying pressure drew out the blood that was coming from Kendo's blows and some that Shishida managed to land and then simply left. The freckled boy from that moment on got what he wanted. They finally left him alone. He received a sermon from Aizawa, All Might, Vlad King and Recovery Girl, but that was the last. In his hero training he always worked alone and won. Even if he worked against two, the boy always managed to get ahead of his teammates. What nobody knew is that he had made fake notebooks. Using his pyrokinesis he recreated the one that Bakugo exploded. This was because they had already broken in to loot it, because everyone knew that he had those notes. Those fake notebooks had wrong notes. They mixed everyone's quirks, making it so that when it came to putting the advice into practice they failed miserably. That's how he also realized who was stealing them. The green-haired boy. He had fun doing this. Obviously no one knew they were fake until late. The freckled boy was calm. No one bothered him. Several days passed until we can see Deku sitting in the classroom. The boy was balancing a pencil on the bench waiting for Aizawa to arrive, but someone came with his teacher. Nizu, hello everyone. Ida, standing up quickly, the director is here. Everyone say hello. Deku just threw a rubber band at the blue-haired boy's neck with his finger. Nizu, calm down young Ida, I won't be long. In fact, I came to see one of your companions heading towards Deku. Deku, director bowing slightly. Nizu, there's no need to be so formal, son. I just came to tell you that your papers are in order, the tests were submitted, and the change of address is in process. Deku, and my suit? Nizu, it is already in process. Power Loader was going to be in charge, but when they saw who the request was from, the manufacturer was changed. Deku, Hatsum, it will take a while in that case. I'll send him a message to let me know. Nizu, that's no longer my business. But well, young Midoriya, you take care of the rest. Deku, thanks for the heads up. Said and done, Hatsum would be in charge of making the suit. The inventor didn't care if Deku was the traitor or not. She would just make the suit, and that was it. So several days passed until Deku noticed that the days had passed very quickly and he hadn't gone to see his mother. So without wasting time, he asked for permission and left for the cemetery. Todoroki, where are you going? Deku, for something to eat. Yayorozu, Midoriya, do you want us to accompany you? Deku, everyone hates me, I'm better off alone. Ida, where are you going? To meet with the League of Villains? Deku, I was planning to see your brother, finish Stain's work, but if you want to come with me. Ida, taking him by the shirt, I'm going to. Deku, when you had the chance you couldn't, here you only invite me to finish my work. Think carefully next time before attacking. Deku lightly slapped Ida, who let him go angrily. Uraraka immediately went to her boyfriend's aid. Uraraka, you better go, we can all. Ojiro, I will not fight him. Ida, are you going to turn your back on us? Ojiro, fighting in a group against someone on a whim is not honorable for any warrior. Todoroki, don't involve me either, it's your fight, not mine. Yayorozu, I don't know if it's good to mention it, but he's already gone. The blue-haired boy turned around only to see that his companion was no longer there. Ida, I hope he doesn't come back. Deku went out to the courtyard of the High Alliance, and then the Academy grounds. To avoid problems with people, he used one for all, and thanks to Edshot's ninja techniques he moved without being seen, so he quickly arrived at the cemetery. The freckled boy expected to see the tombstone full of leaves or dirt due to time, but no, it was clean. It had flowers and it looked like they were giving it maintenance. The surprised boy knelt in front of his mother's tombstone. Deku, hi mom, yes, it's me Izuku. I know it's been a while, sorry for that. I guess you should know why it's been very difficult days for me. People fear me and all that. Well, it's not what I thought would happen when I decided that I would become a hero, mom. There are times when I can't stand it. I can't sleep without thinking about you. Forgive me for everything. If I had been smarter, stronger, maybe you would be here, mom. I'm sorry for not being there when you needed me. I was weak and I failed to protect you. Please forgive me. I promise that I will be a hero that you can be proud of. I know that what I will do will not be the best, but it is the best for everyone. Mom, please. Wish me luck. Someday I will see you again, I promise. 0. The green-haired boy didn't know when he had started crying, but he was grateful because it hid his tears. Suddenly his phone vibrated, alerting him of a message. May Hatsum, I already have your outfit ready. The green-haired man put away the phone as he remembered Stain's words. Stain, write this address down in your head. Deku, why? Stain, a gift. Deku, let's see, it was in I'm not too far away if I remember correctly. If I hurry it won't be long, mom. I have to go. I hope it wasn't a joke. I promise to come see you more often. Is it already dark? That was fast. The green-haired man gathered his strength and jumped to a considerable height. Once in the air, he pushed off again, landed, and looking at the streets, quickly made a mental map, but... Woman, The UA traitor! Police, the monster escaped! Heroes! The green-haired man just sighed in annoyance, and with a single propelled step he arrived at a dark alley where, using his black whips, he moved faster, even helped by the shadows. He arrested a villain. But in the end he arrived, an old house. It looked used. He entered through the second floor, breaking a window, and using his whips he held his phone, lighting his way, hoping not to meet unexpected visitors. His predator sense was attentive to any threat as well as his body, the one for all at 0%. After a few seconds he put away his phone and, using his pyrokinesis, he generated a small fireball with enough light to illuminate and heat to attack and seriously injure someone, but not a soul could be seen. Deku, let's see, if I were staying, where would I put something? I should also know what it is, damn it. Although if he didn't tell me, it's because he didn't want anyone to find out. Okay, that reduces the index. If I were staying, where would I put something important? It can't be within full reach. The floor? No, a gigantism or strength quirk could discover the hiding place and hurt him. Walls? No, X-ray vision between the furniture? Only if it were a small object. I don't see beds or armchairs, so I don't have many options, although he would give me a weapon, that's it. Well, what weapons did he use? Knives and katanas. A knife can be hidden among the small furniture, but I don't think so. There aren't many options. If this was his house, then it's very difficult. Then something big, a sword. I have you now. Where would I put it so that they don't damage it, steal it, or find it easily? This is very difficult. Looking at the ceiling, unless. Using his black whips, the green-haired man reached the ceiling, clinging to the walls with them. He touched them to find something and. Deku, this sounds breaking space. I knew it. Oh, stained damn noseless killer, thanks. And just as his flame was lit, it went out. A flash of lightning illuminated the entire place, but Izuku was no longer there. Nizu's office. Nizu, drinking tea. You can leave now, young Midoriya. Deku, how did you know I was there? Nizu, just like I know when Edge shot comes, son. They are very quiet, but remember, I'm an animal. I have better hearing than you. Slight variations in the air, breathing, even the tension of the skin and muscles. Deku, I'll find a way. Nizu, what do I owe this visit to, boy? Deku, during my stay in Tartarus I exchanged a few words with Stain. Nothing relevant. At first he wanted to kill me, but before leaving he gave me a gift. Nizu, how could he have gotten something into Tartarus? Deku, not that kind of gift. He gave me an address. There was my gift. Nizu, and what is it? Deku, this. The green-haired man dropped the katana against the wooden table. A long black katana. The edge was red as well as some details on the handle. It had a pendant at the end of the handle and a small thorn on the back of the blade opposite the edge. Nizu, it's amazed. Deku, a Muramasa. 0. Nizu, I've never seen one like this. I have to examine it. Kid, do you have any idea why she gave it to you? Deku, he never liked me. I don't know why he did. Nizu, I understand that he recognized you as a true hero, just like Almight, right? During their confrontation in Hosu? Deku, exactly, he even saved my life. Nizu, this sword is very important, young man. You know the story of the Muramasa, right? Deku, curse swords for their incredible sharpness. They competed with the Masamune. They were banned in Japan. Nizu, do you understand why it's so important then? Young man, wouldn't you mind if I checked it? Deku, not at all. Feel free, Director Bowling. The freckled man took it and then bowed to hand it over. But as soon as he touched the handle, something strange happened. The red details and the edge began to shine brightly, surprising both of them. Nizu, that's new. I'll definitely examine it thoroughly. You'll have it ready tomorrow morning. Deku, thanks. By the way, Hatsum already has my hero suit. Nizu, and I'll give you your license tomorrow during class. Deku, yes, I'm leaving. The green-haired boy went out a window straight to his room, but before that he sent a message to the pink-haired girl. Izuku. Add a katana sheath. The green-haired boy arrived at his room, and as usual, another night without being able to sleep unless he fainted alone, the freckled boy hit his head hard. When he woke up, the first thing he did was train. In the middle of the night in the High Alliance, the only thing that could be seen were green rays and an intense fire. This was so big that it lit up some windows and consequently some rooms, In a certain room, a girl woke up because of the light that entered her room. The girl moved in her enormous princess bed until by walking around she fell out of bed. Surprised, she got up. The jet color of her hair was camouflaged in the night. Her onyx eyes slowly got used to the changes in light. The girl looked out of her window and opened it, giving way to the balcony to see with interest and then surprise the training of her green-haired partner. The girl was surprised. She could slightly see the boy, although now she did not see any change in light. Momo Yaoyorozu wondered what this was due to until he felt a look. She quickly hid in her room and waited a few seconds, holding her breath, fearing that her partner had discovered her, but nothing. It seemed that nothing had happened. The girl on all fours looked out of her balcony, but now she couldn't see anything. Feeling somewhat guilty, she lay down. The girl tried to understand what had happened to her partner. That sudden change of attitude. I will save everyone. I don't like to fight, because I know I'm going to win. I won't stand by and watch them suffer without doing anything. Unfortunately, they're weaker than me. It's a shame they're my rivals. I will be number. I'm sorry, I have no mercy anymore. No more, kind sir. Yaoyorozu, what did they do to you, Midoriya? The next morning everyone was lined up to enter the classroom, but when they opened the door they found Deku sitting trying to balance the same pencil. Ida, how did you get in before all of us? Uraraka, and with the door closed. Deku, isn't it obvious? Out the window, you guys are very slow. Bakugo, approaching Deku, I'm going to kill you, you damn piece of shit. Deku, if you couldn't before, your chances are below zero now. Bakugo, now be quiet, you're interrupting my meditation. Ida, and why would a traitorous piece of shit like you meditate? Deku, to control my anger and not kill them all as soon as I have the chance. Kirishima, you couldn't do it. Deku, is it a question or a statement? Aizawa, everyone sit down. At that moment everyone sat down. Yaoyorozu heard what the green-haired boy said and heard him so cold that she really thought he would be able to do it. The girls sat down in silence. Todoroki, hey, calm down, he probably just said that to keep us away. Aizawa, okay, today we'll do some simple training. You've already seen that rescuing hostages isn't a very difficult job if done correctly and as a team, but what about the times when you fight alone? Bakugo, simple, we explode and kill all those bucking extras. Aizawa, actually Bakugo is harder than that, that's why today. Midnight, wait a second. Aizawa, what do you want, Namiri? Nizu, I came to talk. Midnight, I came to talk to my son. 0. Deku, and here we go. Nizu, I'll take care of it. Midnight, young Izuku here, I officially hand over your provisional hero license. Ida, principal, with all due respect, accepting him into the school is one thing, but giving your license to someone quirkless. Deku, I didn't need a quirk to beat you, did I? Uraraka, and what's your name? Useless traitor suits you well. Deku, my name is Ronin, remember it perfectly because I don't want to repeat it. Ojiro, Ronin. Shoji, a ninja without a clan. Todoroki, a stray. Yaoyorozu, it is said that they were the ones in charge of the dirty work. Their brutality was very well known, and unlike the ninjas Deku, they didn't follow any code. Aizawa, as I was saying, they'll do an exercise today, 1-on-3 fights. Criminal gangs rely on their comrades even if they betray them in the end. Looking at Deku, everyone put on your suits, I'll see you in the field. 0. Deku, I'll go get mine. The green-haired boy walked to Powerloader's workshop. Fortunately nothing exploded, only Hatsum was there who, upon seeing the boy, just gave him the briefcase with his suit. Izuku quickly went to put it on, and when he was putting on his mask. Hatsum, you did it? Deku, what? Hatsum, don't play dumb, you know what I mean. Deku, I didn't do it. Hatsum, so why are there tests? Deku, if you want to believe me, go ahead, if not, I don't care. I grew up with the strongest ideals. My goal was to be a hero as great as Almight, and I would never betray that. Hatsum, Midoriya. Deku, if you don't need me for anything else, I'm leaving. I'm sick of that damn question. Hatsum, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just that. Deku, it doesn't matter anymore, it's always the same. Handsome, she didn't just cheat on you, he cheated on me too and you know it. Deku, not everyone turned their backs on you. Handsome, Midoriya yo? Deku, it doesn't matter anymore, seriously, I'll just do my job. Handsome, I didn't think you'd change green to black. Deku, I didn't do it, you made my suit, you know where it is. Handsome, good luck with them there, Hero Deku. Deku, thanks but no more Deku, he died in Tartarus. The boy left the workshop calmly, he already knew how Aizawa's exercise would be, he didn't have to be a genius to know it would be everyone against him, but the boy didn't care. Before going down he went to the direction where Niza gave him back the sword, the boy put it back in its sheath, the metallic sound and a click relaxed him a little. The outline of his eyes obtained a yellowish/reddish glow, and some green rays came out slightly. Deku, this will be fun. Finally the boy came down and as expected, it was everyone against him. Class A was surprised by the appearance of the green-haired boy, a completely black suit with some green details like the tips of the shoulder pads or the plates on the arms. He had a hood but also a black mask with a green line, it had a small opening for the eyes. Crossed on his back was the sword, on the right thigh there was a small box from where several rods came out, in his left hand there was a rectangular protuberance in the fist, and on the left thigh it seemed to carry a weapon. The Ronin hero was ready and although Yaoyorozu hated him he had to pretend again. Yaoyorozu, seeing Deku in his new suit you do look like a Ronin. The green-haired man slowly removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. Yaoyorozu, although underneath that mask you're still Izuku Midoriya, wow, it's been a long time, hasn't it? You're really bad, you promised you'd write. Deku, well Momo you know where I was a bit complicated, plus I was a bit busy. Chapter 7 Prelude. Green met black, anger versus revenge. Deku saw all his companions, blonde, red, black, blue, brown. He could locate everyone by their hair color, even the dwarf Mineta. The freckled one analyzed the situation with relative calm. Yaoyorozu, seeing Deku in his new suit you do look like a Ronin. The green-haired man slowly removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. Yaoyorozu, although underneath that mask you're still Izuku Midoriya, wow, it's been a long time, haven't you? You're so mean you promised you'd write. Deku, well Momo you know that where I was a little complicated, plus I was a little busy. Yaoyorozu, we're also busy being the best heroes, how timely you are to arrive. Deku, you're not the only one who wants to be a hero. Yaoyorozu, hey! We worked hard for this, you better leave now, villain. Deku, all I want is to be a hero, I don't care about you guys. Yaoyorozu, a hero? Oh, and why? Deku, I repeat that doesn't matter to you. The green-haired boy's tone of voice became a little thicker but for a moment Yaoyorozu could see in his eyes the old Deku, the one who dreamed of being known, so she thought that maybe she could get more information out of him. Yaoyorozu, well look at you, now you have my full attention, why did you come back? Deku, what I do or don't do is none of your business. Yaoyorozu, let me tell you something. Now that you're back, I'm your vice president again, so the way I see it, it's become our business. The whole class stood on guard waiting for the order to be given so they could attack the green-haired boy who just sighed in annoyance. Deku, things don't have to be this way, Momo. Yaoyorozu, creating a pair of swords, well, the way I see it, yes. Deku only kept his mask inside his suit, something that the brunette missed. Yaoyorozu, why don't you put it on again? Deku, what do you mean? Yaoyorozu, the mask. Deku, that's easy to answer because I want you to see the face of the one who is going to make you suffer. The green-haired boy didn't look like it, he didn't even look tense, but he was because he knew that a false move could cost him dearly. In the front row were Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kaminari, Mina, Aoyama and Mineta. They were ranged attackers. Behind them were Kirishima, Sato, Shoji, Tsuyu and Hagakure. They are melee and behind them were Jiro and Koda. The secret weapon, they had everything well planned. Deku waved his left hand and to everyone's surprise he unfurled a bow. Izuku mentally chose which arrow he would use. Everyone else was already ready to attack, even Mineta who although trembling knew he had to do something or the green-haired boy would hurt him. Aizawa, now! Kaminari attacked along with Bakugo and Todoroki, electricity, explosions, fire and ice against the green-haired man, who shot 2 arrows at the ground creating a smoke screen and then shot another one that was a grenade of more smoke, which left everyone in a scenario where visibility was almost zero. The place where they were was the replica of the city, so walking blindly was not a good idea. Deku, from a building I have them. The green-haired man had his sights set on Kaminari and Mineta. Today he would collect his debt. Flashback. We can see Deku in Principal Nise's office watching a playback of the dorm cameras, all pointing at Izuku's, showing that Mineta and Kaminari were the ones who came in and out with the green-haired man's things, although it was Jiro with the help of his jacks who opened the door for them, although it was Bakugo who stole the computer. Deku, those damn things. Nizu, what's the plan, young Midoriya? Deku, I'll go collect from them nicely. Flashback end. Deku prepared his arrows and fired, both opened and joined, creating a net which caught both, who began to scream. Mineta, damn, we're lost. He's going to kill us. Help. Stop the exercise. Kaminari, I'll use my quirk and fry this thing. The blonde released a strong discharge, but the electricity ran through the network to converge in a single point and hit them both, obviously affecting Mineta more. Deku, I wouldn't do that if I were you. It's a net specially made so that electric-type attacks return. Deku warned of a threat and turned around to find Momo Yaoyorozu wearing a gas mask. Deku, he's not poisonous but very intelligent. I expected that from the most dedicated student. Yaoyorozu, it's not a stage for chatting. The black-haired girl slashed, but Deku retracted his bow and struck a blow which broke the sharp blade. Deku, maybe another day. The annoyed brunette attacked with her other sword, but Deku was faster than her. It seemed that he read her movements, and without using his sword he dodged and hit her sides until he kicked her in the knees, making the brunette fall to her knees, but this prevented Sato from hitting her. Deku redeployed his bow and prepared for the fight. The sugar boy hit with enough force to crack the ground. Deku used an arrow to climb to the second floor, and from there he nailed his black whips to the concrete so that she would not have any discomfort. He loaded an arrow and aimed at Sato's chest. Deku, hey ugly. Surprise, surprise. As soon as Sato looked up, an arrow pierced his chest. The boy screamed, calling the attention of his friends. Momo created a fan dispersing the smoke a bit. Deku went down and launched himself at Sato, who seemed furious, and threw a punch, but Deku was able to stop it with one hand. Bakugo, impossible, activating his one for all, the power is mine. Almight, no I'll. Sato, what happened? My strength. Deku, and your intelligence also returned. Deku hit him in the face, and taking his arm he threw him aside. Sato, what did you do to me? Deku, consuming too much sugar is bad, ha ha ha. Sato threw himself at Deku, but nothing. He was hit hard and ended up on the ground. Deku, it's just something I invented, knowing your quirk. A metabolizer capable of neutralizing the sugar in your body. Sato, no. Ida, what did you do? Deku, basically I cancelled your quirk with a scary smile. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Did he cancel someone's quirk like Sato? Yaoyorozu, it's a mix of. Deku, sure, don't ruin the surprise. Bakugo, bastard. The blonde launched himself to attack. All the same, Deku just hid his smile and prepared to fight against everyone. He dodged Oyama's laser and hit poor Tokoyami in the beak. He took a tentacle from Shoji and squeezed the eye that was there before he could remove it. He used the giant as a shield while he hit him. Once he finished with the white-haired man, he quickly swept across the floor, taking out an arrow and shot 2 arrows at Jiro with such precision that he nailed both jacks into the ground. The purple-haired girl screamed in pain, although she then felt how it relieved a little. Deku, morphine, it will relieve your pain, but if I were you, I wouldn't try to remove the arrow. I have more and you wouldn't like to feel them. Bakugo made an explosion, moving with one for all, making Deku unable to warn her with his predator sense in time. The green-haired boy flew out, receiving a blow from Todoroki and his ice. Now with the freckled boy knocked down, everyone made their move. A full-power laser from Oyama, Todoroki's fire ice. Bakugo's explosions and shots with a rifle from Momo were what Deku almost received if it weren't for the fact that he was covered by a piece of concrete that wouldn't resist much. Deku, did everyone get improvements? Ida, calm down Ochako, we'll soon finish him off. We'll use Monoma's strategy. Uraraka, but he couldn't complete it. Ida, his class is weak but we are not, let Bakugo have fun, we will finish him together and get out of this damn nightmare. Yaoyorozu, shooting it's a shame you're our rival, isn't it? For the last time, Deku, you better throw away your weapons now. Deku the green-haired boy hated that damn nickname like crazy. The boy was about to jump like crazy and shoot with his gun, but then he breathed trying to calm down like Edgeshot had taught him, and then he felt his small arrow casing on his thigh. He had enough left to do damage, but he decided it was enough. He was fed up. If they all attacked him with their quirk with the intention of killing, then why wouldn't he do it? They wanted a villain, right? Then they would have him. A smile formed on his face, and while he took out 3 arrows he pointed upwards. Deku, okay Momo, here we go. The green-haired man fired and everyone saw how the 3 arrows pointed to the sky and then exploded. Yaoyorozu, damn. The explosion coming from the arrows dazzled everyone. The fire felt overwhelming, although their surprise was greater when they saw how it was directed at a specific point, Izuku. Then they saw his eyes, that reddish-yellowish glow around the edges, but the pupil turned a more intense green, and to the terror of 2 people the characteristic green rays came out. The mixture of both powers released a strong explosion that scared everyone, although in reality it was his power that caused this explosion. My son is fighting with everything. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Izuku in his Ronin suit watched stunned as his mother said these words with strength and courage. The boy could not explain how he was back there, but everything looked so real. The freckled boy believed he had gone back in time somehow. Deku, I can help her. Mom, please get out of there, I will take care of that monster. The boy, ignoring that he was still wearing his suit, drew his sword and launched himself at the Noma. Ronin, I won't let her die. Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. The huge dragon came out again and took everything in its path. Literally everything. The stage was slowly burning, turning into ashes. The boy tried to take his mother, but he couldn't. She melted in his hands. The green-haired boy knelt down and let out a loud cry of sadness, but then the stage changed, although giving him one last glimpse of his mother's corpse with her neck broken and her gaze lost. Ronin could see in her eyes that she was still waiting for the hero to appear. Now a different stage, but one he didn't want to repeat because now he saw the day, that damn day where everything went to shit. The day of his arrest. But it was different because now he saw this as a simple spectator. He saw how the Izuku of that time approached the door of the classroom. Ronin, no! Izuku, don't go there. Get out of the school, run, and don't let them find you. Izuku! Listen to me. The freckled man from that time stopped for only a few seconds. Ronin saw this and hoped that he could change something, but no, the innocent Deku approached the door. History repeated itself again. Ronin broke the stage using one for all with a punch, but now he was only in the darkness. He heard nothing but his breathing. I'm fed up, Aikun. I want to stop pretending that I love him. Ronin, that voice, Uraraka. The green-haired man turned around but saw no one, just darkness. Calm down, princess. Soon everything will be over and we will be able to be together. I hope the tests don't take long. Izuku Midoriya is accused of treason and threatens the Heroes Society in UA, so he is sentenced to Tartarus prison. Deku, no, I'm innocent. You said you were innocent, right? So where is it? Where is that alleged innocence? Are you frustrated because you know you never deserved his love? You'd better leave now. You are a monster. Deku, no, I am innocent. Shut up everyone. I said shut up. Exploding his pyrokinesis, large flames of fire were launched to several places, but in the middle of these was Ronin. No, there was Izuku Midoriya on his knees covering his ears with his hands while he tried uselessly to appease the voices until finally everything became clear. The boy opened his eyes, but it was too late. He was in free fall. The only thing he could do was use his black whips as a shield. The boy hit the ground, fainting upon landing. Ronin, damn it. The boy woke up after a long time. The darkness was already present. The freckled man had gone through the roof of a building. There was a small crater where he was lying caused by the impact with the shield he created at the last moment. Dazed and sore was how he got up. The blurred vision did not help much, although it was a matter of waiting a few minutes to be able to see well and wait for his vision to get used to the darkness to be able to advance properly. He was still a little dizzy, but he could control himself. After all, it is not very normal to be thrown into the middle of the battle. The boy lit his hand with fire and advanced, although its flame went out shortly after. Ronin, what the buck? Come on, turn it on. Waving his hand. The flame was rekindled, although it looked weaker. The boy tried to make it bigger, although the cost was a slight headache. He didn't give it any importance and put it on his head like a lighthouse, but I told you it fell here. I hope you're not mistaken. I don't want to swallow dead meat again because of you. Ronin used his black whips, which, although weaker, clung to the ceiling and raised it. He extinguished the flame above his head and a slight reddish tone formed in his eyes. He could not see perfectly, but he could distinguish his visitors. Okay, something to clarify. They were quite ugly. Ronin saw them and knew immediately that they were not friends. I already saw the hole. You were right, it fell here. The boss is going to congratulate us, ha ha ha. Don't celebrate yet. I don't see anyone. We don't know if the damn resistance arrived before. They don't matter, we are the best. Ronin looked a little closer, and he was right. They were ugly, some kind of monster quirk, large green bodies covered in oozing sores and pustules, long greasy purple hair. One arm was enormous, although the other wasn't that far behind. They walked like hunchbacked gorillas, showing their arms, intimidating the darkness. Wait, look at this. There's a crater. If something landed, it was something heavy. Do you think it's some kind of missile? Or food? Whatever it is, you have to walk carefully. Ronin didn't need to hear more. Quickly and nimbly he launched himself against one of them. He didn't care who it was, but he would kill him quickly. He threw one of his whips and entangled it in the monster's neck, but it didn't even flinch. He even turned around and looked at the freckled man with a certain mockery. Apparently it is food. And long live Haha, don't let her escape. The freckled man took out his mask and put it on with one hand. Ronin, that damn Kurogiri where he brought me. Come here, little piggy. Ronin, okay, I'll kill you for the hell of it. The freckled man threw himself against the beast with one for all active and gave a strong blow, but only moved the aberration's head. The quirk had also been affected. Ronin, I'd better hand myself over on a silver platter. The monster punched the boy in the chest, sending him crashing through a wall. Do you think you can handle it? I'm not stupid. Ronin, you turned your back on me, grave mistake, monster. The boy threw himself with force, trying to give an axe kick, missing by a few centimeters. They looked slow, but they were faster than they appeared. Ronin, you asked for its secret combination, Dragon Fang, Killing Fist for KOG, Koga Ryusatsuken. The rain of blows fell on the monster, but it simply hit the ground, causing a slight tremor that destabilized the boy and finished him off with a blow, moving him away. Ronin, isn't that technique supposed to even kill? Damn it, Garu. Just an insect. It looks like you're having fun. I'll go give the report to the teacher. We didn't find anything, just space junk. Leave something for him to eat and don't hit him so much, or the blood will make the meat bitter. The monster turned around and retreated. Ronin, for his part, was furious. His one for all did not respond. His black whips did not have the strength and his techniques were not strong enough. The boy took out his pistol, a weapon that looked like a revolver but a little bigger and looked more modern. He fixed the aim and fired twice. Are you still alive? You surprise me, kid. Ronin, of course you're 3.5 meters tall and you say I'm a child that's being arrogant, and I know people like that. The bullets ricocheted off the monster, and it charged at Ronin, pushing him away again. Ronin, he's as strong as muscular but with Endeavor's agility. Damn, I'm in trouble and my stupid strength isn't coming back. Okay, let's do this one more time. Ronin launched himself again and this time shot an arrow, but the monster stopped it. Do you still have toys? This keeps getting better. I like that food resists. Ronin, well, I hope you can eat porridge. Taking out a kunai, the boy threw himself, burying it in the chest in what he thought was the final blow. Serious mistake. The sharp weapon only broke. Ronin was about to strike, but the monster began to make strange noises, Suddenly, and to Ronin's disgust, the pustules began to swell until they exploded with acid. The boy managed to cover himself but was hit in the side, falling into a small puddle of this acid. He quickly got up and with the glove he cleaned the acid, which did not eat away much of the suit. Ronin, great. Hatsune is going to kill me. At least she's tough and was supposed to withstand the acid from the mine. Ha, nonsense. The masked man stared at the monster. He had no visible weak point. His body was armored and also had acid. It really was a problem now. The boy was about to draw his sword, but he hit himself mentally. If it was knife and bulletproof, what chance did his poor sword have? The boy saw how he still carried the broken kunai and had an idea. Ronin, all armor has a weak point. If I find this thing, I'll beat it. The body isn't, either is the torso. Only I have left smiling one last chance. The boy stood up once more. Ronin, hey ugly, do you think you can hit me and run? I'll make a coat out of your skin, it looks tough. I'm going to rip that mouth off. Ronin, that's it, come with dad now. The boy launched himself once more to a distance that the monster could not prevent. Without thinking, he used the kunai and attacked the eyes. One of these began to bleed furiously. The freckled man saw well, and even part of his face had been damaged. Ronin, I found your weak spot. He threw himself again, now with a plan. Before the monster could notice his presence, he threw a blow as a distraction. He turned around and stuck his sword hard into the other eye, making the beast scream, knocking it down, but it didn't stop there. The boy buried the sword deeper, which was shining a little more intensely. He turned the blade around while it was still inside the socket, and split it in half, also taking the brain, opening the skull, and killing the monster. Ronin, you're not impenetrable after all. The boy was limping and started to move. He was going to go for the other brother, but some sounds caught his attention. When he turned around, he saw how the corpse was inflating. Ronin, this can't be good. The boy started running, picked up the arrow he had lost, took out another one, and jumped out the window to turn around and shoot. From the arrow came a rope that approached the freckled boy until the acid also burned it, making him land on his back. Ronin, yes, my luck is never good. The boy lowered his head just to see footprints. The footprints of that abomination. The boy smiled. He would have answers now. His one for all was not yet at 0%, but he could move quickly, and so it was. Stealthily he managed to follow the footprints until he found the other brother, whom he kicked hard. You should be dead. Ronin, yes, they tell me that very often. What did you do to my brother? Ronin, wait, was he your brother? You know, brother? Dude, I don't want to meet your mother. Damn you, what did you do to him? Ronin, hitting him in the face, he exploded, so I'll ask you, where are we? The monster hit Ronin with no intention of stopping. The boy used his whip shield to cushion the blows, but it was almost useless. But after a small feint, he managed to make a superficial cut on his eyebrow. Is this really your plan? Ronin, it won't kill you, but you won't stop bleeding. I hope you like the color red. Son of a hitch. Ronin, what is it with you and animals and mothers? As soon as the boss sees you, you'll die, stranger. Ronin, wait, did you say boss? Yes, when I find you, you will be nothing but a corpse. Ronin, thinking, okay, he's strong but more stupid, I'll see if I can get information out of him by beating him up. Die already. Ronin, where are we? This is his land, he killed everyone and now he will rule everything. Ronin, thinking, he was supposed to be in Tartarus, the bastard took over everything? I have to make this brute talk more. Ronin, I asked you exactly, bastard, where the buck are we? The freckled man hit the monster hard. His combinations, despite having lost strength, were still lethal. In Japan, haha. Ronin, okay, now you've earned it, thinking, so yeah, that son of a hitch Kurogiri brought me back to this hole. I need to find Garu and Stain as soon as possible. The green-haired man made a feint and, moving to the back, gave a kick to the back. The tip hit the spine, making the monster scream. Ronin, that wasn't even a strong blow. His weak point was his face. Okay, time to feel like a predator. The freckled man hit him hard on the knees, making the monster kneel, and then put the tip in the middle of his back. Ronin, believe me, I wouldn't want to do this, but you left me no choice. Wait, what are you going to do to me? Ronin, what must be done? The boy pierced the skin with his sword. Immediately it began to turn red and the flesh burned, a sign of heating. The boy only made a cut. The sharp blade moved through the flesh like a knife through butter. The monster roared, but the real pain would come seconds later as Ronin, using his black whips, wrapped his hands, creating claws with which he opened the flesh. Introducing his hand, took the column, and using one for all, he tore it out in one pull. The roar of pain echoed in the dark night until it died away. Ronin, no one will miss him. Now I have to run and find. The monster began to make noises, and shortly after it inflated. Ronin knew what was about to happen, so he started to run. The explosion of the monster even threw him a few meters. The boy was then illuminated by the moonlight that, although weak, let him see more than what Ronin wanted. Ronin, standing up, where the hell? The boy found a destroyed sign, picked it up, and then noticed the sand. The freckled boy lit a small flame. Dagoba Township Coastal Park. The freckled man dropped the sign in shock, looked up, and felt the sea breeze. Deku, no, it can't be, that bastard is playing with me. The boy charged up and jumped, then propelled himself into the water, charged with a punch and Deku, whirlwind stream, sky-splitting flying fist, Senpu Ryuji Goki Kuretsuken. The blow landed, raising a wall of water bathing the boy, who realized that he was not dreaming or in an illusion. It was his land, but different. The boy took off his mask only to wet his face. Ronin, where the buck am I? 0. Predatory sense, the sixth sense that warned of danger, finally made an appearance. The freckled man rubbed the back of his head, the place where the stinging pain started. Ronin, finally, thanks for the help back there. I guess if you appeared now it's for a reason. Being here doesn't suit me. The green-haired boy cleaned his sword. He was afraid that the blood of those monsters was acidic, but apparently it was normal blood. His only threat was the pustules, and he never touched them. He put away his weapon and the sword. He touched the arrows and the kunais. He had a limitation on shots, but if he didn't find more things like that, then he might not need them. The boy put on his mask and raised his hood and began to move stealthily through the dark streets. All he saw was destruction, death, abandoned corpses, some of them just bones. Birds flew over the area looking for food. The boy was tired and in pain, but decided not to stop until his senses told him he was safe. He found some more monsters, weak ones. He could kill them effortlessly. Kill. The word would previously give the freckled boy chills. Now he saw it as normal under the excuse. They weren't human. That gave his soul peace for now. But after a while, fed up with this, he climbed a tree, began to swing between trees and houses. Finally he reached a somewhat high ground. His head stopped hurting. Ronin, that's great, I'll stop this. I've advanced too much for me, ha ha ha. At least I have condition. Wait, what is it? The boy saw a point that faintly shone. He ran and jumped. Using his black whips he swung. The boy reached the destroyed building that was in front of that point of light that now looked worse than he imagined up close. It wasn't much light to attract attention, but it was enough to distinguish himself. It was in ruins, but he could see some people entering through a door on the side. Old people who entered slowly. Ronin, it looks like a shelter. Okay, I'll go in and ask for asylum. If they don't let me in by fair means and my diplomacy fails, then well, I'll think of something. The boy was about to jump when he heard voices that confused him. Are you confusing me with someone else, Uraraka? I know we did wrong, but we can fix it. Ronin saw someone he didn't want to or expect to see, a brunette floating with someone he couldn't see because of a hood. The girl approached the door of the semi-destroyed building and hit it violently, opening the doors. Put me down, damn it. I swear that when I get free I'll stick an arrow in your leg. That was all Ronin managed to hear. The boy looked up, seeing a blind spot in the building. Using his whips he managed to balance to this point. The boy checked the perimeter well, realizing that he was breathing. No one would bother him. Ronin crouched down and managed to see everyone: the hooded man, Uraraka Ochako, Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki. Ida Tenya and Momo Yayorozu were all present. It seemed that they were arguing. Ronin could not hear much, but it only took one word for him to tense up. Uraraka, it's Deku. He has amnesia, that's why he doesn't remember us, but I know it's him. Ready, he didn't need to hear more, although if he wanted another proof he would have it. Uraraka would drop the hooded man, who didn't waste time. He stood up and took an arrow from its casing to aim, but in that movement he dropped his hood, revealing his green hair. Ronin sweated cold. Was what he saw true? Ronin, where the buck am I? The boy took an arrow from the case on his thigh and loaded his bow. Ronin, there's only one way to get answers. Below, the situation was bad, just moments away from getting worse, because just then an arrow fell in the middle of the argument, causing a small explosion that frightened everyone. Everyone was on guard, and with good reason, because Ronin had arrived. Ronin, okay, you have minutes to tell me what's going on here or I'll blow this damn place up with all of you inside. Chapter 8, Renegades for a Land in Trouble. Ronin, okay, you have 5 minutes to tell me what's going on or I'll blow this whole damn place up with all of you in it. Everyone looked at the masked man with some doubt and fear, but then, as if a prayer had been answered, Uraraka spoke firmly. Uraraka, I told you, he's my izuku. Pointing at Arrow. Ronin only looked at Izuku in front of him with some doubt. The boy was identical to him, although his face and bearing reminded him a lot of him. He carried his bow just like Ronin, doubting whether he should lower it or shoot as soon as he had the opportunity. Bakugo, you brought Toga's hitch to the den too. Angrily. Todoroki, damn Uraraka. Activating his quirk. Ronin, and I wanted to make this nice and peaceful, adopts a fighting pose. Bakugo launches himself using AP shots continuously but without shooting at places that could collapse the structure, but Ronin's predator sense did not respond well. The boy cannot dodge all the explosive attacks. Todoroki also attacks. The green-haired boy gets fed up. Takes out his sword ready to end this damn nightmare once and for all and get the answers he needed. The blade burns once again in that reddish glow that makes the boy smile with a certain violence. Ronin makes some movements and screams loudly. Ronin! Ryujin no Ken Wakuri! Everyone is frightened by the scream and instinctively cover themselves waiting for the attack, but it never comes. The survivors of that apocalyptic world look up seeing Ronin pointing his sword just as surprised as his rivals. Ronin, what the buck? Ryujin no Ken Wakuri! Come on, crap, it works! The sword glowed but nothing. The fire dragon refused to come out, to the annoyance of Ronin, who was suddenly hit in the torso by a fireball courtesy of Todoroki throwing him a few meters back. Arrow saw this without knowing who to help. Ronin, damn it, first my technique doesn't work and now the damn sense doesn't either. Hitting his head with his hand, come on lazy, it works. Todoroki, don't force us to kill you, you can join us and finish. Bakugo, holy shit. I'll kill that damn hitch once and for all. Ronin roared upon hearing Bakugo. His voice was simply annoying. He quickly checked that on his side he still had his weapons compartment. Once he saw that it was still there, he prepared himself and kicked Bakugo down. Ronin, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to see you, but I'd be lying. It's more pleasant to kick your ass. Bakugo, getting up angrily, daughter of. The screaming blonde couldn't finish. Ronin at an incredible speed launched himself, hitting his stomach, and with the same momentum it was only a matter of twisting a little to kick Todoroki, although no one warned him of a bullet that hit his leg courtesy of Momo Yaoyorozu, making him scream in pain. Ronin, damn, now I'm out. What? I don't feel the wound heal. The freckled man looked down, realizing that the bullet had not only pierced the suit, which it shouldn't have, but the wound still hadn't closed. It looked as if it was throbbing, playing between closing or staying open with the bullet embedded in it. Ronin, annoyed, perfect, this can't be better. A kick from Uraraka to the face reminds him that it might be better for his anger. Uraraka, you won't get out of here alive. Todoroki, activating both sides, are you ready? Bakugo, with explosions because we're going to kill you. Deku, you're right about one thing, I'm ready, but you know what? The ones who won't make it out alive are you. The freckled man got back on guard and launched himself against his enemies. The blows came and went. Deku used the military fighting style that Garu taught him. He knew it was a clear advantage against them who always depended on their quirks. Ronin knew it, and smiled at this. He may have his quirk's strength diminished as well as his physical strength, but he was already a weapon with his fists. Ronin took out a knife and managed to kick Todoroki, and then with that same weapon cut Bakugo in the stomach, but Uraraka, using her defense technique, managed to disarm him. Ronin, damn you, go ahead. Without wasting time thinking if it was the right thing to do, he butted his head backwards, hurting the brunette's nose. He then released his grip on her head and slammed his fist into her face, crushing her nose, making her scream in pain, although he was tackled by Kirishima, who now seemed to be using something stronger than his unbreakable hardening. But to his surprise, Ronin just smiled. Ronin, let's see how long you can last, Ryujiri Gansaiken. Kirishima couldn't do anything but try to cover himself. He was hit in such a way that his guard was shattered by blows, although the most brutal thing was that the boy didn't stop. He continued hitting until the blood began to stain the ground. Kirishima was dying, but a feeling made him wake up. Ronin stood behind him, took him by the arms and put his foot on his back, pulling the arms of the red-haired boy. Kirishima, you won't achieve anything with that. Ronin, are you sure? The freckled boy used his one for all, and with a single pull 2 cracks were heard. The first was the boy's armor breaking, but the second was poor Kirishima's arms being dislocated. The boy screamed loudly as he fell to the ground. Now they knew Ronin was furious. Not even meditating could calm him down now, and he was going to show them the hard way. Arrow, wait! Ronin, whispering one for all 0%. The rays came out, but not with the intensity that I wanted. It was not 0%, it was even a little less than 0%, which bothered the green-haired man even more. Ronin, of course it had to be. He lunged furiously and punched Bakugo in the face. Before the blonde could defend himself, his face was already on the ground. Although he got up quickly and tried to hit the boy, being easily stopped, Ronin put his hand in a pose simulating a gun and pointed it an inch from Bakugo's heart. Todoroki realized what he was going to do. Todoroki, Bakugo, move! But the blonde ignored it. A serious mistake, a single movement, a single blow, and Bakugo felt a horrible pain, as if all his bones sank. Immediately the boy clung to the blonde's arm, his favorite, the right one, like a cobra. The boy turned around, and as he did with Kirishima, he flipped him, but being more brutal. He heard how his arm broke completely, wrist, elbow, and shoulder. The blonde screamed in pain, and then Ronin hit him in the face with his knee and then let go, letting him fall like a rag. Todoroki would suffer the same if it weren't for his eyesight that protected him, although not for much. Because although weak, Ronin's burning fist managed to pierce his icy wall and hit the boy in the face, leaving a mark. He quickly appeared in front of Ida and hit him in the stomach, knocking air and blood out of him, and then kicking him in the face, and then a punch in the side that shattered the blue-haired man's ribs. Although it didn't seem like it, Ronin was tired, and even though he could handle everyone, the problem was Yayorozu and her weapon. Ronin was fed up with that. Without hesitation, he threw a kunai directly at the hand of the girl who was holding the weapon, causing her to drop it after a small cry of pain. The girl managed to react quickly and created a sword. Ronin took out his own to start an intense fight. Ronin, because they both use swords now. Yayorozu, I don't know what you mean, but I'll finish you off. Ronin, maybe someday. The boy gave a stab that made the brunette lower her guard momentarily, but it was those seconds that gave the green-haired boy the victory, so he quickly turned the weapon and hit her with the handle on the forehead, destabilizing her. Taking advantage of that, he ducked. Gave a low kick that managed to knock Yayorozu down, but before she touched the ground, Ronin managed to grab her by the suit. Ronin, I win. Yayorozu, annoyed, I understand, now could you? Ronin, I wasn't telling you, assistant. The boy threw a black whip that managed to hit a Bakugo who was waiting for the moment to attack from behind. Ronin, and I'm the coward, sarcastically. The boy was tired, but he felt good. It was time to get the answers he wanted, but he felt something brush his head. It was sharp, an arrow. Arrow, friend or foe, pointing his bow at him. The green-haired man turned around but just removed the arrow with his fingers. Ronin, you don't care. Ronin said this and then simply left the base, taking a big leap. Arrow saw him walk away with a serious face. He didn't know who he was, but his tone of voice seemed very familiar, just like those rays seemed very familiar to him. The boy turned around and saw that no one could give him a fight, much less think of stopping him, so just like the other, he simply left there. Bakugo, damn, getting up. Todoroki, we have to prepare everything, we were leaving in half an hour. Yayorozu, if he wanted to kill us, he could have done it whenever he wanted. He is not an enemy. Bakugo, what the hell are you talking about, Jet Black? That idiot will betray us, and then that monster will do the same thing to us as he did to that damn useless Deku. At that moment a slap was heard that resonated throughout the place, courtesy of Uraraka, who, still bleeding, looked furiously at the blonde. Uraraka holds back the bleeding in her nose. This is all your damn fault. So don't call my izuku like that again. Starting to cry. Todoroki. Uraraka, calm down, you lost blood with that hit. It's good to see that it's not broken, I think so. We'll go to the infirmary now. At least it hasn't been too busy for now. The heterochromatic helped the brunette walk. Bakugo, after a few seconds, screamed loudly. Bakugo. It's your fault for bringing that pair of threats here in the first place. Round face. Although the threat from a certain girl was not expected. Yaoyorozu. Creating a dagger, they already beat you once, Bakugo. Do you have the strength for another fight? The blonde just growled annoyed and left there. Yaoyorozu. Going with his friend Todoroki, although Bakugo is right about something. We don't know if. Todoroki. I know, okay, new plan, we won't leave, we'll follow them, they won't go far tonight, as soon as Uraraka recovers we'll leave, okay? Yaoyorozu. Yes. The brunette left the place. Todoroki and Uraraka were heading to a place in those ruins where a young woman with white hair, red eyes and a horn on her forehead came out, who despite having a sweet and angelic face could not help but change it to one of total annoyance when she saw who was approaching. On the other side, outside the space, Ronin moved with agility, while being chased by Arrow, who tried to keep up with him. Arrow, he just got shot and he can move like that. Ronin, thinking, damn, those shots sure hurt, but I have to get to a remote place to get the bullets out. Ronin followed him quickly because what he saw at the base made him have many questions. Flashback. Ronin tried to stop the masked man, but he ignored him and whispered something that Arrow didn't think possible. Ronin, 1 for all 0%. Ronin, wait a minute. Who the hell are you? That lightning, it looks very familiar, too much to be honest. Arrow looked expectantly at the new masked figure in front of him. His suit was a green and black assassin's suit, he carried a sword, and apparently had more hidden weapons. Flashback end. Arrow, wait, who the buck are you? The green-haired man asked once more, making his rival stop. Ronin, that doesn't matter to you, idiot. The freckled masked man said that while he unsheathed his sword, even if he didn't want to he would have to fight again. He was too weak, but now he knew two things. Here he wouldn't have help from anyone and this wasn't his world. Arrow, wanna fight? Then come here. Arrow took out his arrows and aimed directly at the masked man, shot after shot. Unfortunately for the archer, his rival was skilled. Maybe he couldn't use his legs much because of the shots, but he could use his hands. He deflected the arrows or stopped them with his sword. Arrow knew it was dangerous. He saw him fighting against a larger group and winning, so he improvised a plan. He tried to keep his distance, although unfortunately for him that meant fighting hand to hand. But there was a disadvantage, and that was that his body still hurt. Every step was hell. But if he wanted to corroborate his suspicions, he had to do it. He had to keep trying. Without realizing it, the boys from the extinct Class A had arrived, a small squad, Todoroki, Momo, Bakugo, and Uraraka, who were guided by an ally. Flashback. Todoroki, Eri, do you think you can handle it? 0. Eri, it looks better this way with displeasure. Todoroki, Eri, do you think you can? Eri, honestly. Todoroki, listen, I know you dislike the idea, but we're in a fight. We're all soldiers, and I need her cured. Apparently there's a new mystery brewing. The white-haired girl just sighed in defeat. She was right. Eri, sorry Uncle Shoto, come, I'll do what I can. The girl sat the brunette down, and after adjusting her nose she used her quirk, managing to heal her completely. Uraraka, and you already found them? Todoroki, I gave the notice to Tokoemi. I told him to look for 2 suspects. One of them with green hair and another hooded one. He still needs to let me know. Eri, green hair? Wait, my dad is. Todoroki, we don't know for sure yet, Eri. It could be a trap, so when we find them we will interrogate them. Momo, that's going to be sooner than you expected. You were right, they didn't go far. Tokoemi called, he found them. Todoroki, how are you feeling, Uraraka? Uraraka, much better, thank you, daughter. And the white-haired girl simply walked past him and went towards the two-tone man. Eri, please look for him, Uncle Shoto, and take care of yourselves. Todoroki, that's the mission. Momo calls Bakugo. We'll leave now and tell Tokoemi to come back. He and Ida will be in charge in our absence. Momo, yes. The faithful military girl went out looking for the blonde, and it didn't take long to find him. Momo, we'll go after them, come out now. Bakugo, you finally say something useful. The boys went out, their weapons loaded and ready. Stealthily they moved through the darkness in the direction their faithful friend told them. Flashback end. The boys didn't take long to arrive but were surprised to see both of them fighting because they thought they were allies. Uraraka, still hopeful that the one she saw was her Deku, was horrified to see how he was being beaten by the masked man. Uraraka, stop now! The girl shouted this loudly to everyone's annoyance because her element of surprise had gone to shit. Now the two knew they were there. The first to react was Ronin. Ronin, this is none of your business, stupid! The freckled masked man took a small dart out of one of his pockets and threw it where Uraraka and the others were. She instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for the pain to come, but it never made an appearance because before the dart hit her she was stopped by an arrow. Arrow, get away from here, it's dangerous. Everyone noticed it. Even though the order had a certain touch of authority, they also noticed that Arrow said it with tiredness in his voice. The boy would not resist much longer. Uraraka, we won't leave you alone, Deku, anymore. Uraraka said this with a broken voice, but no one supported her. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on the fight, watching how Arrow only remained on the defensive because the hooded man gave extremely powerful blows. The green rays did not stop coming out of him, and each one, despite not going with all his strength, it was dangerous. The green-haired man with the bow knew it. He needed an opening, but Ronin did not make it easy for him. Ronin, is that all you have, Archer? I really expected more. It's a shame you're my opponent. Ronin was gaining ground, but that's when Arrow saw him. An opening in his defense of the masked man appeared every 20 hits Ronin landed. Ronin, you're good, but I'm fed up with you. I'm sorry, but I'll end this now. Ronin kept hitting and Arrow kept on the defensive, waiting for his signal, but it was hell. Ronin, what's wrong? Don't you want to know who I am anymore? Well, it's better for me. I'll finish you off once and for all. The freckled man made his right arm catch fire. Ronin, it won't be zero, but it will still hurt. But Arrow smiled because this was the 20th blow. Arrow, maybe you will, but today is not that day. Disturbed. Arrow took advantage of the opening in his defense and threw a punch to the masked man's shoulder. Damn predator sense useless. Ronin could not prevent it, much less block it. The shoulder creaked and rumbled. This made the masked man complain. Continuing with his technique, Arrow gave an axe kick to the chin, lifting him in the air. He took 2 arrows from their casing and shot them at the sides of the masked man's face. Both arrows made a flash that Ronin again could not prevent. The boy was momentarily blinded, and it was in this lapse of time that Arrow took advantage of him, who stood behind him, strangling him with one hand while with the other he tried to take off his mask. Ronin wanted to defend himself, to avoid at all costs that they take it off, but the tiredness, the wounds and the lack of air began to take their toll on him. Little by little Ronin began to lose consciousness, but at the last moment, he managed to propel himself forward, taking the archer with him, and ended the fight by hitting him on the chin, pushing him away. But although he had won, he had also lost. He felt it. His face was exposed. Arrow fulfilled his objective, to remove Ronin's mask. Astonishment was what was on the faces of everyone present, because in front of them were 2 izuku Midoriyas. Arrow, so my suspicions were true, hee. I'd like to celebrate, but I'm tired. Arrow couldn't avoid it. The boy fell to the ground. The fight was so aggressive for him, he finally lost consciousness. Ronin, shit, what should I do now? Seeing everyone's faces seriously, this is awkward. The second green-haired man said this tiredly. Although fed up, he raised his gaze, observing angrily the spectators who still did nothing. Ronin, and what the hell do you see me as? The green-haired man shouted this as he ripped off Arrow's mask. Ronin, the damn thing is of no use now. Uraraka, did Deku really is that you? Ronin, no, I'm leaving now. The boy unfolded his bow and loaded an arrow and pointed it at the survivors. They activated their quirks, fearing the threat. Ronin, if I wanted you dead you would be already. Now move or die for real. The green-haired boy shot and the arrow passed through the middle of everyone, hitting a kind of humanoid bird in the skull. The boy charged fire and threw it towards it, burning it. Everyone relaxed except Bakugo, who wanted to jump again to attack but stopped when he saw how Ronin almost fell if it weren't for because he put his knees managing to support himself. Ronin, that was close, damn, I can't move anymore. Momo, my Midori, are you? Ronin, half dead? Yes, hungry? Too much tired? How could you have no idea injured? Also. The freckled man now fell to the ground although he was still conscious. Ronin, if you value your lives, take him, pointing at Arrow, he needs him more. The freckled man was about to faint when he felt himself being lifted up. Momo, fortunately for you we have Uraraka who can take you both, but we want answers. Ronin, we have a deal then, thanks. The girl carried the two izuku floating, but after a while Ronin asked to be lowered, and with Momo's help he managed to walk until after a long time he managed to walk alone. Momo, how do you do that? Ronin, what? Momo, walking after everything you went through. Ronin, I don't like being carried like a balloon, it creates a void in my stomach and everything turns around, it's disgusting, and I'd rather be as far away from her as possible, pointing at Uraraka. Momo, don't you want me to be with you after everything you've been through together? Ronin, it's because of everything we've been through together that I'd rather not be by your side. Momo, afraid of getting hurt again? Ronin, no, I just don't want to kill her, and as you know. Momo, we really need answers. Ronin, just ask the right questions and maybe you can learn something. They finally arrived at the base. Arrow was waking up, surprised to be there again. The boy wanted to let go but realized he was floating. Arrow, hey, can you let me go? Ronin, shut up, they saved us, you should be a little more grateful. Arrow, now you want to talk? Ronin, they saved you and I saved them, we're just even. The boys were alone, that's how they had been left while the others discussed what to do with them. Arrow, and what's your story? Abandoned by your mother? Tortured by them? Ronin, just because we're stuck in the same hole doesn't make us friends, stay away from me and we'll be fine. Arrow, so tell me, why the new suit? Is the friendly green rabbit no longer in fashion? Or is your dimension a villain dimension? Ronin, dimension? Arrow, yes, dimension, this is not your world or ours, it looks like it but no, it is another land, one of many I suppose. Ronin, a multiverse, how are you so sure? Arrow, I saw graffiti on the way here, it wasn't very motivating, and I think Uraraka said she couldn't die so easily. Ronin, it wouldn't be the first time he's wrong, although you're right. The situation is terrible. I thought I had moved forward in time, but the monsters, things like that weren't there when I left. Plus, I woke up in free fall. I was supposed to be on solid ground. Arrow, did you see them too? Ronin, yes, they are not like the Nomas of my land, these were abominations and half intelligent. I killed two before meeting the merry gang, they were truly ugly, they said they were brothers. Jiro managed to hear and told his companions who entered suddenly. Jiro, you killed the twins? Ronin, were they twins? Come on, that's a joke. Suddenly everyone tensed. Jiro and Bakugo looked at Ronin with hatred and approached him dangerously. Arrow, are you always this popular? Ronin, almost always. Todoroki, stop you too, he didn't know. Ronin, know what? Todoroki, they hate you now. Ronin, great, and feeling is mutual. Jiro, slapping him, those idiots were mine. Ronin, lay a hand on me again and believe me you'll wish they were your rivals instead of me. The freckled boy glared fiercely at Jiro, who just looked at him with contempt and then turned away, but Ronin could see a slight hint of sadness in the rude girl. The freckled boy scanned the entire room looking at his companions. Ronin, they killed him, didn't they? Jiro, what? Ronin, they killed Kaminari. Jiro, how did you know? Ronin, just as I know that not everyone is alive, Mineta, Hagakure, Tsuyu, Sato, Aoyama, Siro, Ojiro, Kaminari are missing. Todoroki, keep quiet, it's not good to name the dead. Ronin, sharpening his gaze, really? And what happens if I mention the name Izuku Midoriya? Todoroki immediately became serious, and his fireside began to steam. Ronin, he's dead, right? Momo, How did you realize? Ronin, blame it on Uraraka and her habit of always saying his name. By the way, where is Bakugo? Todoroki, healing his arm with Ida. You really hurt them. Ronin, I could have killed them but I held back. They should thank me. Uraraka, you took Ida's breath away. Ronin, listen, let's do this the simple way. You tell me what happened, who did it, and how do I stop it? Todoroki, why? How could someone like you stop him? Ronin, I defeated you, didn't I? Think about it. Todoroki, it was luck. Ronin, thank fate I don't have all my strength. Todoroki, you talk a lot for a Midoriya. Ronin, and that bothers you? Shodo? Their gazes clashed, Todoroki annoyed, Deku fed up, both were about to start fighting but… Momo, enough. Listen, you and I made a deal. I helped you. Now you'll answer whatever we ask you. Ronin, yeah, I guess so. What do you want to know? Momo, what is your name? Who are you? Ronin, that's easy, I'm Izuku Midoriya, a student of UA Class A. Todoroki, we're not in the mood. Ronin, if you don't want to believe me, it's not my fault. Momo, okay, what are you doing here? Ronin, if I knew I would tell you. Momo, and you? Pointing at Arrow. Arrow, same, Izuku Midoriya UA, I don't know what I'm doing here. Todoroki, one of you is lying. Ronin, either we're both telling the truth and you're just suspicious. Todoroki, my best friend died because of trust, you'll believe that. Ronin, so he died? Todoroki, damn it. Momo, okay, I guess it's our fault. Listen, you know what you were. Ronin, yes, an idealistic fool. Arrow, idiot dreamer. Momo, a true hero annoyed. Ronin, you have your definition, we have ours. Momo, okay. Sai, listen, he was a great person, he gave everything for others, he saw the happiness of other people above his own. Ronin, and how do you think we started? Momo, I don't know what happened to you, but he would never behave like that. Ronin, listen, the world is not pink and with colored unicorns, not everything is love, friendship and harmony, the world is a dark, chaotic place where you live with the decision that one day you will leave this world fighting against a villain, and you may win or your death may be in vain. Momo, but… Arrow, we chose what to do since we decided to fight for everyone, and that's why we ended up like this. Todoroki, all for one escaped. Ronin, I know, one of those monsters said it. Todoroki, but he wasn't referring to him. Ronin, what do you mean? Todoroki, it happened so fast that we didn't realize it. All for one had escaped from Tartarus, the alarms sounded, the League was with him along with thousands of villains, it was night, classes had already finished, Bakugo immediately wanted to go, he said that he could kill all for one alone but Deku knocked him out with a single blow. Flashback. Bakugo, I'm going to kill that bastard. Deku, Kaken, calm down, you know that the only one who… Bakugo, buck you Deku. You're just a bucking idiot who spends all his time crying because IF. A blow to the nape of the neck, a blow in the purest kendo style, and Bakugo was on the ground unconscious. Everyone saw Deku amazed at not knowing what was happening. At an impressive speed the freckled man went to his room and put on his hero suit. When he returned nobody believed him. Ida, Midoriya, you're not thinking about going out, are you? Deku, if you know what I think, don't stop me, old friend. Jiro, oh hey, calm down boy, I'm sure the pro heroes will take care of it. Deku, and you too, but that will be until the last. It was an honor to be your partner, please don't hate me. The green-haired man activated his quirk, slowly the rays increased in intensity. Deku, come on, you can do it. Izuku, you can 00000. Uraraka, no please Deku, Deku 0%. The scream echoed in everyone's ears, his hair stood on end, the lightning now looked frightening. Deku was ready for the fight, one for all responded to the boy's feelings. Deku, I will save them all. The boy moved at an incredible speed, the thick steel doors that reinforced the students split in two as if they were made of paper. The lights went out with that blow and with good reason. As the hours passed Bakugo woke up and as Deku had said they called them all to battle. the boys fought hard, ready to end that nightmare. That same night, but far from them, a fight was taking place, a decisive battle between good and evil, one that would shape the world. Flashback end. Ronin, all for one, killed him. Todoroki, yes, but Deku also killed him. Arrow, wait, what? Todoroki, it was a brutal battle, we couldn't help him from our position, and All Might couldn't fight anymore. Both the villains and the gusts of air that both gave with each blow made help impossible, but what we do know is that both gave a last and explosive blow that ended the lives of both. Finally the two fell to the ground. Deku defeated the master of evil, but we lost the next symbol of peace. Ronin, thinking, that's my destiny, to die at the hands of that monster, at least I'll take it with me. Arrow, but I don't understand. If that was all it was and he's already dead, then why is everything like this? There's no explanation. There were more heroes than villains. Momo, yeah, maybe, but then he showed up. Ronin, who? Todoroki, we don't know his real name, he introduced himself as Jaeger. Ronin, a hunter, we've faced guys like him before. Todoroki, not like him, he had an army, they were like the Nomus but intelligent, stronger and meaner. They decimated the hero society in a matter of days, maybe? Jiro, Kaminari protected me and those stupid twin sons of Hitches. They took him away from me. Ronin, what kind of quirk does he have? Todoroki, we don't know either, or at least we're not sure. When he appeared there was a huge explosion that wiped out everyone, and in the middle of it he and his army of monsters. The League had no choice. It was join him or die, and he proved it. He killed 3 members. Ronin, to whom? Momo, Spinner, Compress, and twice. Arrow, he had to show his quirk there. Momo, he didn't kill them personally, he sent a subordinate, he drove them crazy to the point that they begged for his death, then he granted it to them. A shot in the head each courtesy of another subordinate. He only saw this while smiling, and Shigaraki saw in the front row. Ronin, so this Jaeger is someone very dangerous. I understand, but I just have one question. Todoroki, which one? Ronin, why and with whom did Uraraka cheat on her Deku? Everyone looked at the freckled boy in surprise. How could he have known Uraraka had tricked him? The brunette immediately began to shed tears, but she tried to look strong and offended. Uraraka, I never. Ronin, I know we did wrong, but we can fix it. He's my izuku. I'm not stupid. Besides, he stopped the fight, and when he saw my face he showed sadness. Add to that, Momo said. Afraid of getting hurt again? How does she know that he hurt me if he doesn't even know me? Uraraka, I don't. Arrow, I bet it was with Bakugo. Todoroki, why? Arrow, besides being the only one who isn't here, if it had been you, you would have defended her, calmed her crying, or said that it wasn't your or her intention. Everyone remained silent. Both boys were good observers. Ronin, apparently it's the same no matter what dimension it is. Sigh, okay, I've decided. Hey, you get up. Arrow, me? Ronin, you're the only outsider in this damn place besides me. I think that guy knows why we're here. We'll get the answer out of him by talking or hitting him. He'll decide. Besides, I don't want to be near her. Todoroki, are you crazy? You can't go alone. He'll kill you. Ronin, only if I let him. Besides that, I won't go alone. I left a pendant in my dimension. I hope they haven't left. Arrow, okay, I'm ready. Let's go now. Ronin, you guys stay here, hide, that suits you. We'll go and put an end to this damn nightmare. Todoroki, if you leave you won't come back. Ronin, I've never had a fixed home. Arrow, when you took out the bullets. Ronin, while you were unconscious. Arrow, and your shoulder? Ronin, fine thanks, stop asking and let's go, or are you scared? Arrow, no, I was just making sure you weren't a nuisance. Ronin, you lost to me so you can't have an opinion. Momo, are you really going? Didn't you learn anything from what you heard? If you leave, you'll die. He won't show you mercy, especially when he sees your faces. Ronin, thanks for reminding me. The green-haired man put on the mask and lifted the hood, hiding his face. Arrow, well, I'll make my will. Ronin, put a scarf over your eyes. it worked for many comic book heroes. Arrow, buck you. Momo, I'm serious, if they came it must be for something. Ronin, exactly, that something owns this world, I'll just go kill it and get out of here. Arrow, I'll do the same, this is not my home. Momo, wait. The girl could no longer continue speaking because Ronin jumped with his one for all, taking the other green-haired boy with him. The brunette looked at him helplessly. The girl clenched her fists while some tears ran down her face. She didn't want to live that again. Is anyone there? It's Deku, hee. I think I survived. Can anyone hear me? Momo, please don't go. The boys had traveled a great distance with that jump, and thanks to the fact that One for All did not abandon them, or at least not completely, they were already too far from the rebel base. Ronin's predator sense began to warn more and more strongly that they were close. Arrow, you didn't have to grab me like I was a sack of potatoes. Ronin, he wanted to stop us, boy. Arrow, first of all, don't call me that again. Ronin, how? Arrow, I have a name, so don't call me son, boy, or even pig. Ronin, understood, gentlemen. Arrow, haven't they told you that you're a little annoying? Ronin, very often. I'm not even going to call you by your name. Did you forget it's the same as mine? We're basically the same person. Arrow, well yeah, okay, Arrow. Ronin, what? Arrow, that's my name, Hero? It would be better to call it Vigilante, I think. Ronin, you really named your weapon? An arrow? Arrow, well that's better than calling me. Ronin, go on, say it, I'm sure you don't know. Arrow, yes I remember. Ronin, you won't? Arrow, I'm not stupid. Ronin, I know, but I never told you my name. Arrow, how rude. Ronin, mine is Ronin, happy now? Arrow, I don't have a clever joke for that. Ronin, I know now, be careful, something tells me we are not so sure now, maybe we will have company soon. Arrow, as soon as he sees us he'll want to know what I'm doing alive. Ronin, Yayarosa lied to us? Arrow, it wouldn't be the first time. Ronin, problems with her? Arrow, personal problems. Ronin, it's okay, I didn't say anything. Arrow, but why do you say he lied to us? Ronin, Todoroki said that the new villain appeared after All for One's death, but Yayarosa said that if he sees us he will kill us. Our suit had a mask, she doubted that he could locate us as well as other villains. Arrow, you don't think Shigaraki warned him? Ronin, if so, she wouldn't know if that happened because he is supposed to subdue the League after our death and his promotion. Arrow, damn, you're telling me that. Ronin, shut up. Arrow, a while ago you were the one who didn't want to talk and now you're telling me to shut up. Ronin, something is coming, it's big. Arrow, be careful. Arrow, I don't see. The boy was hit by something invisible. Since he couldn't see it, the freckled boy flew a few meters. He quickly got up and met up with the masked green-haired boy, who gave him a piece of cloth. Arrow, what is this? Ronin, a good improvisation will cover your hair and part of your face. We will be safe like this now, pay attention. I hope your traumatic experience helps you survive. Arrow, oh sure he will. The green-haired man put on his scarf and after that he adopted a combat pose, taking out his bow. Ronin lit his fists and took out his sword, which lit up, illuminating everything. Arrow, I want one like that. Ronin, one-of-kind dimensional special edition. Arrow, where did you get it? Looking everywhere. Ronin, Stain gave it to me. The masked boy used his technique again, illuminating his eyes, allowing him to see a little more. That's how he saw a shock wave approaching him, so he made some movements with his sword. Ronin, Tiger Roar, cut wind. Uendo Berk, Tiger Roar. The attack broke the wave but couldn't prevent a blow to treachery from hitting the boy's back. Ronin, okay, it was a terrible decision to come right now. Arrow, you barely notice? Ronin, do something useful. Arrow, we're both tired, we didn't get enough rest and yet we dared to come. The two were annoyed. Ronin held his sword tightly and Arrow his bow. They were willing to fight until they got what they wanted. After a while they managed to finish off their rivals, a quirk that launched energy waves and another that blended into the environment. gave problems, but they were able to finish them off permanently. Although fatigue began to take its toll again, the boys began to breathe heavily. Ronin, damn, that was really. Arrow, now you regret it, right? Ronin, there's only one way home and you know it. Arrow, but we should have waited. Ronin, I know, but we're here now. It's time to get answers. Do you want answers? Arrow, oh shit. Ronin, and it looks like the main event has arrived. Hello, Jaeger monster. Jaeger, I see I'm known. Ronin, a genocidal dictator does not go unnoticed by anyone, whether in this world or in others. Jaeger, others? Ronin, well, it seems you don't know much. We have that advantage. Okay, I don't like to say this, but it's time to put this dog to sleep. Jaeger, and what are you waiting for? Come on. The freckled man drew his sword and launched himself at full speed against his rival, but the latter dodged his attack cleanly and, using his own momentum, hit him in the face, putting him on the ground. Jaeger, easy. Arrow, not so fast, friend. The freckled man shot 2 arrows with precision. His target? The opponent's face, but he easily caught them just inches from his face, hitting both of them. Jaeger, come on, kid, really? I'm the biggest villain and you're attacking me with branches? Ronin, still on the ground, used his black whips, which wrapped around Jaeger's leg and threw him aside. Ronin, I get the impression he's not fighting seriously. Arrow, I stopped 2 arrows, that's not good. Ronin, I could do it too, it's a coincidence, it's time to get serious. Arrow, wait. Ronin, wait for shit, if you don't want it, fine, just don't get in my way. The green-haired man launched into the fight, lit his fists, and roared loudly. Ronin, Senputetsu Zenken. Ronin hit hard, he felt as if his fingers were breaking. Looking more closely, he could see how each point he hit turned a metallic gray color. In that moment of distraction, Jaeger gave a strong blow to Ronin's side. The green-haired man felt his ribs break and sink. Then he hit him in the head, and another in the face that freed Ronin's jaw, throwing him far away. Arrow, don't even think you're going to win. The masked green-haired man tried to hit the monster, but he couldn't. It was as if he read his movements. The freckled man took out a knife and tried to stab him, but his rival was faster. He grabbed it, and breaking his arm, made him stab himself. Jaeger, you guys are so easy to read, always so brash, you're predictable. Ronin, you're forgetting me, stupid. The freckled one approached and managed to land a blow to the jaw. Arrow, taking advantage of that, managed to hit his rival in the torso and then in the neck. The two stood in front of him and were about to hit him. Although the enemy was faster, he deflected Ronin's attack, which was his burning fist, and made it hit Arrow. He took the arrow that the archer shot the first time and fitted it into Ronin's knee. He got up and hit them both. Arrow, watch where you aim your attacks. Ronin, your damn arrow. Jaeger, ha ha ha, for a second I thought I would lose. But they are so oblivious to each other that they are slow, and I am stronger. Ronin, buck you! A bare-knuckle fight. The opponent took several hits as well as Ronin. He couldn't avoid them all. Ronin, Senpuri Yujui Goki Kuretsuken. The villain was propelled backwards, receiving a kick from Arrow and an arrow that exploded. Ronin, you'll be bigger, but you know what they say, the bigger. Arrow, they fall harder. Firing 3 arrows. Ronin, Rinkeoji, Koga Ryusatsuken. The attacks hit the target, which was filled with smoke. They were sure they had killed him without a doubt. Ronin, you're finally of some use to me, archer. Arrow, well, that was disappointing. Jaeger, really? From the smoke he emerged, and posing. Obviously he was not clean. The cuts and damage were visible, but he still appeared standing, giving them both chills. Jaeger, I must congratulate you, you are the first to know my power. Ronin, come here, you damn assassin, or better yet, adjusting his jaw, I'll come for you. The green-haired boy jumped away. A more brutal fight began. The blows were charged with force. Ronin wrapped his fists with fire and charged them with his one for all, but at a certain point in the fight Jaeger took the boy's fist with only one hand. Jaeger, my turn. The beating that Ronin received was brutal. It was as if each blow that the rival gave was a rocket. He hit too hard, but an arrow managed to save him, although for a few seconds, Ronin took out his sword ready to attack, but his enemy snatched it, and with a single cut he made the freckled boy lose an eye. The blood ran. The boy screamed, but without showing mercy the hunter hit him in the head, then he hit him again in the ribs. You could hear them crunching, a blow to the chest that sank his sternum. Finally he carried him face up. Arrow, no! Loading another arrow. Too late, the monster lowered Ronin, slamming his back against his knee, breaking his spine. The green-haired man screamed in immense pain. Jaeger just threw him aside, bored. Jaeger, nice sword, kid, although it's not my style. Arrow, damn! The archer managed to land a blow to the face and another to the legs, but his rival was also strong. He hit him in the chest. With a broken arm it was already difficult for Arrow to fight. Jaeger hit him in the neck, right in the trachea, cutting off his breathing, and then in the ears, disorienting him. The boy crouches with a gesture caused by the pain, but the villain does not stop, and with a hammer blow to the back he defeated him. Both were on the ground. Jaeger, and this is the best the resistance had? They're strong, but they're just stupid children. Okay, so they can see I'm benevolent, I'll let you live. Tell those fools I'll find them, and then they won't be able to escape me. Arrow could breathe a sigh of relief until he remembered that he only spoke for one. The villain raised Ronin's sword, pointed it at his chest, and with a little force stabbed it, making the freckled man scream. Jaeger, he was useless. With those wounds it was almost impossible to move, and with a broken spine there was no option. The villain left both boys alone. Arrow, no, damn it! Son of a hitch! Why did you kill him? Ronin, I'm not dead, idiot. Arrow, what the buck? Ronin, the bastard almost hit my heart. Hopefully I can move, this will really hurt. The freckled boy took his sword and, using his one for all with enough strength to not break it, he pulled it out in one pull. Even though it meant great pain for the boy, blood was running down his face, and he gritted his teeth. Ronin, Jew, I swear I'm going to kill that ape. Arrow, you shouldn't be, well, dead? Ronin, they tried once, and look at me. Sometimes I think I'm lucky or death hates me. Arrow, is it your quirk? Ronin, no, my quirk is one for all, although I also have the natural one. Arrow, natural? Ronin, the quirk we should have inherited from our parents, the Pyroquininis. The green-haired boy was surprised. Was this what his parents' combined quirk looked like? Arrow, looks great. Ronin, although I haven't mastered it yet. On the other hand, what you see here, pointing to his wounds which were slowly closing, is a technique I learned during my stay in Tartarus. Arrow, were you in Tartarus? Ronin, yes, it was a great experience. I was close to dying several times. Fortunately I acquired this. It heals any wound, well, almost any, but things like this are easy. The price to pay is the pain of feeling them close. The freckled man clenched his teeth as his body tensed. The veins in his body stood out. Ronin gave a few cries of pain. Arrow saw the cuts close. He heard the spine heal. Soon Ronin was standing, although the cut and the damage done to his eye could still be seen. The wound still hadn't closed, but at least it had stopped bleeding. Arrow, don't you heal everything? Ronin, an eye is more difficult. It's a nervous system and stuff. I guess it will be ready in a few hours, I hope so. Arrow, first time you've been hurt like this? Ronin, first time I've lost, and I will wait for him. I told you so. When we get back to them, right? Arrow, if we can. That bastard left us here because he thought he would die, and with a broken arm I won't be able to defend myself for much longer. I'll also die here. We're basically screwed. Ronin, I wouldn't say that. Momo tried to prevent us from coming. I heard the sound that her creation makes, and I saw when she had this showing a device dash. I discreetly took it from her. It's a tracker. I assumed she wanted to stick it on our clothes like she did with the Momo at camp. It's just a matter of doing this, and the signal will be sent. Ronin pressed a button, and the signal began to sound. Arrow, I hope they don't take too long. Arrow took out an arrow and broke the tip, making a spark, causing it to ignite. Ronin also took out one and threw it where the other was, and with his pyrokinesis he lit the flame more. Arrow, if you have a bow, why haven't you used it before? Ronin, it broke during the fight. The freckled man unfolded his bow, and it was shown broken with the string snapped. Ronin, and it's supposed to be made of steel or something. Arrow, Well, that is a problem. Ronin, he used his quirk against us. That's why he said we should feel honored. He has something like a sixth sense, only he can see the movements, like a glimpse into the future. Arrow, how are you so sure? Ronin, nobody knows my fighting style. How do you think I beat you in them? Arrow, you had to say it again. Although you're right, I don't know that. In my world there is nothing like it. Ronin, when you tried to train with the Garu monster, he trained me. Arrow, were you trained by villains? Ronin, I just told you I was in Tartarus. Arrow, I'll investigate. I hope it's not too difficult, but tell me, will you apologize? Ronin, why? You were the one who got in my way. Arrow, that guy was mine, my ticket home. Ronin, it's mine too, don't forget. Arrow, of all the izukus I could have encountered in the multiverse. Ronin, buck you, because it's either me or I really don't have anything better to say. Lying on the ground looking at the stars, defeated by their own stupidity, they both remained silent as they thought. Arrow, looking at the sky, have you ever looked at the stars? Ronin, where I come from I couldn't. Arrow, will you tell me your story? Funny. Ronin, buck you and don't bother me. Arrow, sigh, where I come from my friends killed me, or so they thought. They set a trap for me and even made it all look like an accident, but... Ronin, I told you not to bother me. The bald man got upset with that comment, stood up and was about to leave if it weren't for the pain that prevented him. Arrow, what did I say wrong now? Ronin, stop bothering me, will you? I don't want to know your story, you don't want to know mine. We're not friends, idiot. All we need is a plan so we can get back to our own dimension. Arrow, are you so desperate to get back? Do you have someone waiting? Mockingly. Ronin, sighing, annoyed, you wouldn't understand, friend. Arrow, guys spend years in purgatory. Believe me, you have nothing that can scare me. Ronin, annoyed, they accused me of something I didn't do. They all beat me up and taking advantage of my unconsciousness they sent me to the top floor of Tartarus. They chained me and tortured me. Happy? Arrow, man, wow, it went badly for you even though you avoided mentioning it. Ronin, my ex cheated on me with Ida. Arrow, I'll guess your ex was Uraraka. Ronin, genius, sarcastically. Arrow, you got tense hearing the story of this world's Izuku and his death. Do you think I didn't notice? Ronin, the Izuku here and I are cursed. Arrow, if there really is a multiverse, believe me, they shouldn't be the only ones. Ronin, I already told you the short version of my story. Arrow, I know Saya was betrayed, same story as you well, almost. I was on an island and came back. I found out about several things when I spoke to them again. Roni, it's he wait. Ronin started laughing uncontrollably, annoying the green-haired Arrow man. Arrow, what are you laughing so much at, idiot? Ronin, seriously? Let me see if I understand. They killed you, sent you to an island, and when you came back you forgave those bastards? You're really stupid, ha ha ha. Arrow, just because I forgave them doesn't mean they're my friends. Arrow said this as he looked at Ronin. The boy was having fun as he was playing with his bow. Ronin, tell me something other than your sad story. Arrow, how bitter. Ronin, is this what you fight with? Arrow, yeah, remember? I took off your mask with that bow. Ronin, could you make me some skewers with your arrows? Ronin asked this as he took one out and analyzed it. Arrow did his best not to lose his temper and rushed to hit the freckled man. Arrow, leave that, it's not a toy. The boy got fed up and quickly snatched the bow from Ronin and returned to his seat. Ronin, how boring you are, Arrow. Arrow, at least now you call me that. Besides, haven't they told you that you're so stressful? Arrow said this thinking that this would shut the Ronin up, but... Ronin, I haven't given them the chance, and you don't know anything. I was in hell for almost a year and a half. I had to become strong. Arrow, yes, and I was in purgatory for 5 years. I became someone else. We're not that different, Ronin. Ronin, we are both monsters created under different conditions. Arrow, I guess Momo is taking too long, don't you think? Ronin, we are away from any situation that does not want to kill us. Also remember what Todoroki said, they may not even come. Arrow, right. Ronin, tell me the truth, why do you hate her? Arrow, do you know what it's like to love someone so deeply that you'd do anything for them? Ronin, yes, I would like to say no, but yes. Arrow, I felt that way about the Momo from my dimension. Ronin, wait, so you and her? Arrow, believe it or not, I wasn't like the Izuku here or you. I considered Uraraka a great friend, nothing more. Momo was who I thought was the love of my life. What a love. Ronin, she? Arrow, the party on her yacht was a facade. She organized everything and hid it in the same way. I received an explosion from Bakugo in the face for her. Because of her damn fault I lost my memory. Ronin, oh hey, you should calm down, old man. But Arrow didn't listen. The boy on the contrary got more upset and stood up suddenly. Arrow, and I was going to propose to her, can you believe it? I was so stupid to think that she and I would be happy forever. Og damn, I hate Momo Jayorozu. The freckled man shouted this as he collapsed on the ground. Seconds later he heard him start to sob. Arrow, I was willing to give my life for her. Ronin looked at him for a few minutes, doubtful of what he would do next, but he took a deep breath. It would be nice to have someone else to count on. Ronin, I started hanging out with Uraraka shortly before the mission against Chisaki. Arrow, the rescue of Eri? Ronin, yes, I thought I wouldn't survive. Night I was handling Chisaki as if he were too powerful an enemy. I thought telling her what I felt was the right thing to do, but I was wrong. Or well, at first she said she felt the same. We started hanging out. My mother adored her. She said I wouldn't find anyone like her. The day I was arrested I discovered her kissing Ida and saying that she couldn't keep pretending she loved me. Arrow looked at his partner. He knew that life had been hard on both of them. Arrow, and about your arrest? Ronin, the villains sent evidence to missing security cameras. Arrow, the USJ accident? Ronin, I got into the computer and stole the information. Arrow, Bakugo's kidnapping? Ronin, I could have saved him but I didn't want to. Arrow, Stain? Ronin, I defeated him so he wouldn't interfere with the League. Arrow, they thought of everything. Ronin, yes, in prison they tortured me. Dabi lit and heated my shackles until my flesh was charred. Toga made cuts all over my body. Shigaraki made some lines using his disintegration. I prayed for death. Arrow, why didn't you use one for all? Ronin, Almight took it off me. Arrow, and what did I just see? Ronin, the one for all must be passed voluntarily. He forced me to make the decision. When I knew this I trained. I was trained, Stain, Garu, and although I don't like it, muscular too. Arrow, you seriously let that killer? Ronin, where do you think he gets that brutality when fighting? Arrow, true, but tell me how Mom took it. Or well, your mother, it's difficult, haha. Ronin, how did she take it? I don't know, she was killed by a Shigaraki Nomu. Arrow looked up in shock. Had Shigaraki really dared to do so much? Ronin, she launched an invasion from all sides. She was in Muzurifu or maybe in Hosu or Dagoba, I really don't remember. I was away helping in the fight. She had a date with All Might, but he was having a great time with Midnight. She never arrived. They broke her neck and killed everyone. Arrow, as it? Ronin, I forced myself to watch the video. Arrow, so All Might and her were? Ronin, yes. Arrow, but he cheated on her with Midnight. Now I understand you. Ronin, and what about your dimension? Arrow, well, she's still alive and also has a relationship with All Might, although now I think I'll do a little research. The freckled man lowered his head in helplessness. Despite being in purgatory, he was able to protect his mother. Why couldn't Ronin? Arrow, hey, I know what you're thinking. It wasn't your fault. That bastard planned everything very well, to tell the truth. But now you can get paid. Ronin, and of course I will. I'm sure I'll come up with something. Wait. Arrow, what? Ronin, something is coming. Arrow, standing up, are you sure? Ronin, absolutely. How is your arm? Arrow, perfect. It's already healed. How is your eye? Ronin, all my wounds are already healed except that one. I told you, it will take longer. Arrow, take. The freckled man took off the mask they had made for him and gave it to Ronin. Arrow, will protect your wound. Ronin, thank you putting it on. The green-haired man took out his sword which began to shine. Arrow, he took it and didn't do that but with you he did, why? Ronin, I don't know, that's how it came. Arrow, and it's your weapon. The freckled man took out his characteristic green rays and his fists began to burn and then ignite into an orange flame. It hurt to use his quirks after the beating he had just received, but he knew it would be worth it if they managed to win, although a few seconds later he turned everything off and put his weapon away again. Arrow, what's wrong with you? Ronin, I feel when something is approaching, it alerts me. In this world it is failing, but now I don't feel it, I hear it. Arrow, me too, it's an engine. After a few minutes, it appeared. It was a small, hovering motorcycle that could fit 4 people. The vehicle descended, and its occupants were seen. Momo, glad to see you're still alive. Ronin, in my world they want me dead. If I survive them then these won't be a problem. Momo, come on, Melissa, can you make room? Arrow, me Melissa? The blonde raised her gaze, colliding with Arrow's. The green-haired boy slowly approached the inventor as he began to cry. Finally the boy put his head on her chest. Arrow, I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough, I'm really sorry. Melissa, izuku? Momo already told me what's going on, could you control yourself? This is a little awkward. The green-haired man listened and just got in behind her. Momo, hey, are you feeling okay? Watching Arrow. The boy didn't answer. A cold look was what the brunette got in response. Ronin, get in and let's go. If he comes back I don't want to be here. Momo, did you face him? Ronin, don't you see this? Pointing to his covered eye. The girls simply started, but Ronin noticed how the vehicle left a mark on the ground. Ronin, if they did this to prevent them from following their trail then they are wrong. Even if it is an aerial vehicle it leaves a trail on the ground. Can you go higher? Momo, yes, rising maximum height. What's your plan? Ronin, charging his one for all, you're about to see it. The boy gathered strength and although it hurt, he threw a strong blow to the ground which, although it was not going with much force, raised a large curtain of air and left a slight crater which achieved its objective, that they lost his trail, although that also gave a surge of speed to the vehicle. Momo, you should have moderated yourself a little. Ronin, and that's not all my strength, now don't complain and let's get away from here as fast as possible. Momo, I think we'll go to the doctor when we arrive, she might want to see them. Ronin, we're fine, thank you. The eye will heal in a few hours. Arrow again did not answer. Ronin saw that it was a deep hatred and that Melissa was with him, and so far she was the only person who achieved that effect. Ronin, thinking, 5 years on an island without knowing who you are, if someone helped her then she wasn't abandoned, it must be hard to survive like that unless someone helps you. The trip was slow, although with the help of Ronin's one for all they managed to arrive fairly quickly. Shortly before landing, Momo took out a device and turned it on. Momo, we're getting closer, we found them. Upon landing they saw Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Mina, Jiro and Tokoemi waiting for them. Todoroki, are they alive? Momo, judge for yourself. Both boys got off, looking a bit weak. Uraraka was scared when she saw Ronin's eye patch and wanted to get closer, but he just moved forward, ignoring her. Bakugo, have they already lowered your ego? Ronin, am I you? And how's your arm? Todoroki, I told you if you went you wouldn't come back. Ronin, and I'm here, right? It was also helpful, it was educational. Todoroki, do you have any useful information? Ronin, we know his quirk. Bakugo, he didn't create you, we've been trying to figure it out all this time, just like you. Arrow, it's a prediction and counterattack. Todoroki, really? Ronin, why would I lie? You can see what attack we're going to make. Your body puts up a defense that manages to neutralize the blows. When the attack ends, you make a gap in the defense, you take advantage of it and strike with more of your strength. Kirishima, are you sure that's it? Ronin, I didn't lose my eye for nothing. Arrow, can we come in? Honestly, I'm hungry and I could really use a coffee right now. Ronin, make it 2. Todoroki, I told you, If you leave, you won't come back. Momo, he managed to kill the twins and some monsters of that type, and he also discovered his quirk, something we didn't do. The way I see it, you earned a drink. I'm treating you. Ronin, thanks I guess. Arrow, just don't get in the way. The boy passed by and bumped his shoulder into the brunette who lowered her head. Ronin just grabbed her shoulder. Ronin, it's not personal, at least not dimensionally. It's strange to say that word. Momo, I think so, by the way, even if you don't want to go to the doctor, she wants to see you. Ronin, her? If it's Uraraka, believe me, you'll really want to stay away. Momo, no, it's someone else, although I don't know how to take it. The boy followed the brunette to the small tent where Eri came out. The girl saw Deku, felt her eyes fill with tears. Returning to her childlike attitude, the girl ran into Ronin's arms. Eri, Dad! Ronin, Eri? You're really huge. Eri, you don't have to pretend, I know you're not the one. Ronin, Momo told you, right? Eri, her and Aunt Melissa. I didn't understand much of what Melissa said, but Momo simplified it as alternate dimensions like in the comics, hehe. Ronin, well, that's a very short way to sum it all up. Eri, you're not leaving? Ronin, forgive me, little girl, but I'll have to do it. There's a world that needs me. Eri, I lost my father and my grandmother, I don't know what I have now. Ronin, I'll rid this world of Jaeger and then you can choose, okay? The girl started to cry, but Ronin realized something. Ronin, wait, you said grandma? Eri, I lost her, I'm sorry. Momo, Izuku, what's wrong? Ronin, what happened to Inko Midoriya? Momo, she died, we buried her next to Deku. At that moment Arrow was entering the infirmary and heard what Momo said. He knew that Ronin would be. Ronin, hanging Yayorozu with his black whips and lifting her up, where is she? Momo, is Izuku? Calm down. Ronin, either you tell me where it is or I swear to God I'll break your neck. Eri, Pa, Dad? Ronin, don't look at this, little one. Arrow, calm down, Ronin. Ronin, she died. Arrow, she died too, and these idiots did nothing to prevent it. Arrow, damn Yayorozu, what did you do? Ronin, don't make me shoot you, taking out his bow. Ronin, you don't understand, you still have your mother, you don't know what it feels like to lose her. I couldn't save her here, damn it, because I'm weak. Yayorozu managed to create a sedative, but before she could inject it, Deku injected her and stole her. The girl fell asleep. Ronin, no matter what damn dimension they're in, they're sons of hitches. The green-haired man was about to leave. Eri, it's a few meters in front of the base, so they'll always protect us. The boy listened and went out. When he left, he found the cross and knelt down. Ronin, Mom, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I know I'm not the Izuku you know, but you were the only thing I had left in the world. Please forgive me. Arrow, it wasn't your fault, mate. Ronin, you don't know. Arrow, you're right, maybe I don't know, but I do know that if we're here exclusively you and I, it's for a reason. Maybe you couldn't save her, but you can save everyone. You said it right? You'll give her a future where Eri can decide for herself who she will be in the future. I don't know what will have happened in your world, but I know that you can still be a hero. Ronin, a hero doesn't kill. Arrow, and today I stained my hands with blood. Arrow, me too, but we both know that to do the right thing you have to break the rules. Ronin looked at his partner for a few seconds. The death of his mother at the hands of Shigaraki had motivated him not to give up again. He would not disrespect the mother of the Izuku of this world by giving up. The boy just got up. Ronin, sorry, Mom. Arrow, what did you do? Ronin, it's not what I did. Arrow, so? Ronin, but what will I do? The freckled man put his usual serious and annoyed face back on, adjusted his suit, and went back into the base. Arrow, wait, what are you going to do? Ronin, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki, what do you want? I won't serve you that coffee, the water is hot. Ronin, I'm out of here. Todoroki, and where exactly are you going? Ronin, where else, to kill the bastard who brought me here. Arrow, I'm going with you. Ronin, I fought you once and we lost. This time I'm going alone. I have an arrow with that bastard's name on it. Yayorozu was entangled with her coffee, and the one she had promised to the freckled boy, but as soon as she heard his plan she approached him throwing cup bases. Yaoyorozu, wait, you can't just leave like that, you haven't recovered yet. Ronin, so what? I know where it is, I know how to get in, and I don't think he'd like to see a ghost. He'll take me seriously this time. Momo, and what will you do if they kill you? Ronin, according to the movies, I return to my dimension. Melissa, actually entering the room, that's not how it works. Ronin, what do you mean? Melissa, you and the other Izuku entered this dimension suddenly, you weren't invited. Ronin, so what? Melissa, maybe you don't know it, but there is a theory, it's called the chrono shift theory. When you abruptly leave a timeline you anchor yourself to your time, dragging it with you. Time stays in that same position when a piece is missing. Ronin, Melissa, exactly, but if you die, your time becomes untethered, it loses its connection to you, and what do you think? It resumes its course, but if you're not there, then everyone assumes you're dead. Ronin, or do you still think I'm a traitor? Momo, traitor? Bakugo, so your world is one of villains lighting up his fireside, that's why you're so urgent to see him, right? You don't plan on defeating him, but rather joining him. The bicolor set fire to his flames, but they were directed at Izuku, who generated a small fireball with them. Ronin, listen, little Shoto, do you think you're a leader? Fine, you're not my leader, you don't command me. If you want to kill me, do it, let's see who helps you next. But remember this, once I defeat you, and if I want, I'll do it again. Eri, but you're Ronin, he'll recover, he's already healing. Arrow, as much as I dislike the idea of fighting with them, I have to say it, with problems we manage to survive, it is better to rest, we will make a good plan and we will finish it. Ronin, I don't believe what you're saying. Arrow, me either, but I think it's necessary. Sometimes the strength of victory is not in how much strength you have, but in how much strength you have with your allies. Ronin, damn, I guess you have a point. Okay, let's make a plan and take down that monster. Being here reminds me of home. Arrow, Tartarus is your home? Ronin, I don't have many places to go in my dimension. Todoroki, were you in Tartarus? Ronin, it wasn't a big deal. Bakugo, it's a reason to distrust you. Ronin, look, you son of a hitch, do you want to trust me? Okay, if you don't want to, then I don't care. In my dimension, there's a son of a hitch just like you that I want to put an arrow in the palm of his hand. Do you want me to start practicing my aim with you? Bakugo, come on, you damn murderer, dare! The blonde stood up suddenly, ready to throw punches, but Todoroki froze his feet. Bakugo, what are you doing, damn? Todoroki, I'm protecting the safety of this squad, don't do any nonsense, stay calm and sit down, or I'll put you to sleep myself. Bakugo just gritted his teeth but listened. Yaoyorozu for her part approached Ronin with another cup. Yaoyorozu, still hot, sorry, I dropped the other one when I heard your plan. Ronin, it's okay, thanks Momo. The green-haired boy took the cup with his left hand, which caught Arrow's attention, who wondered how he was able to grab the cup without burning his hand. The boy was about to ask when a certain brunette approached slowly. Arrow only regretted this. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Uraraka, Izuku, I know you're not the one here, but I'm sorry and I want to redeem myself. Do you think you and I could? Approaching Ronin. The green-haired man took a knife out of one of his cases and pointed it at the brunette. Ronin, if you want to stay alive in the fight, I suggest you stay far away from me. Uraraka, I know you're not my Izuku, but understand that I didn't want to. Ronin, finish that sentence, and by God you'll wish I wasn't the Izuku who arrived. Bakugo, you piece of... Ronin, you two are bucking idiots. The Izuku of this dimension was a saint, but I'm not. Tell me the truth, do you really think you deserve forgiveness? He went out of his way for you, and how did you repay him? Seeing Uraraka going to buck this bucking Muslim every chance you got like a hitch in heat. That's what you did, and if you want to hit me, do it, but if you do it, you'll prove me right more easily. Uraraka held back her tears while Bakugo just gritted his teeth. Ronin, give me the reasons to kill them, believe me, I wouldn't mind, I've done it before, the stupid arrow guy, and I could take care of that monster without you. Uraraka, Izuku yo. Ronin, I'm not your Izuku. And listen carefully, yours is rotting underground, so get the hell away from me. The boy got up exalted and left there, going up to the roof. Everyone was surprised by how the boy had spoken. Uraraka was shedding tears while Bakugo only had his fists closed, although he had a guilty face. Yaoyorozu after a while was the only one who stood up. Momo, since no one cares, I think I'll go check on her. The girl walked towards the stairs. Arrow, maybe you should wear a straitjacket. Momo went up, ignoring the comment, and seeing the green-haired man in a meditation pose. Momo, am I interrupting? Ronin, a little, to be honest. Momo, why are you like this? Ronin, you may not know it, but… Momo, we are not them. Here Izuku was loved by everyone. Ronin, less than 2 people. Momo, well yes, but… Ronin, listen, you're a very kind person to come here to appeal to my human side and all. But I'm not your Izuku. I was betrayed and beaten by my friends, so if you don't mind, leave me alone. I just want to focus on the upcoming fight. Momo, in your world. Ronin, I was in a relationship with Uraraka until I found out that she was cheating on me with Ida. That same day everyone beat me up so badly I'll always remember, and they locked me up in Tartarus. So understand, I'm not happy with all of you. I don't give a damn about your war, I just want to get out of here. Goodbye, and that's it, and go back to my reality. Yaoyorozu, I didn't know that. Ronin, obviously I never told you, now leave me alone. But the girl didn't move. She stood there thinking carefully about what she would do until she took a breath and started to speak. Momo, and what am I like? Ronin, what did I tell you? Momo, you said not to appeal to your human side, and since I saw that you don't have one, then I want to know more about me and your reality. Ronin, if that's how you leave, okay, it's the same as you, now get out. The boy's voice was loud and authoritative, but the brunette didn't move. Momo, it can't be like me. Ronin, same chest, same face, same height, they are basically the same. Momo, she hasn't been through what I have. Ronin, say you're too annoying, it's okay, she's strong, she's very intelligent, she knows how to solve problems very easily, her quirk is powerful. Momo, now I feel flattered. Ronin, but she's stupid, she's weak. Momo, okay, I don't like that anymore. Ronin, she has an inferiority complex that makes her go backward instead of forward as she should. She is intelligent but doubts her actions. I suppose you are superior to her in that. Momo, why? Ronin, you don't hesitate. You would be capable of killing if necessary to save someone. You don't ask when making a decision, you make it and that's it. You create your objects with incredible speed. Momo, sometimes I wish I wasn't like this. I'd like to be the same as the Momo from your dimension or the same one from a few years ago, worrying only about school and not knowing that I'm willing to kill, being able to sleep knowing that I'll pass the academy exam and not thinking that I could die. Ronin, but in the end, thanks to that, you're still alive, or so I want to think. I went through the same thing, remember? Momo, well, different, hee. Ronin, well, yes, I think so, hee. The green-haired man laughed a little under his breath but was noticed by the brunette. Momo, so that's how it is. Ronin, what? Momo, your laughter, haha, since you arrived I have never seen you laugh. I thought it was even foreign to you. Ronin, I'm not a robot, Momo, although sometimes I wish I were. It would save me a lot of things. Momo, and you would deprive yourself of many feelings. Ronin, I know where you're going and the answer is no, they killed me, Momo. I can't just go back and be fine. Honestly, I don't even know what I am anymore. I just want to be left alone. Momo, sometimes what we think we want isn't what we really want, Izuku. The green-haired boy looked up, seeing the dark field adorned by stars. Ronin, have you ever seen them? Momo, what? Ronin, the stars, have you ever seen them? Momo, never, we can't afford that luxury here. Ronin, in my world I couldn't give myself that pleasure either. But look, there are millions and millions of them. Although we only see the same dots, there are times when I wish I were just one of those that no one sees. Momo, but it is always present, in one way or another. I mean, you will always be a hero. Ronin, one who won't be very loved, hee. Momo, at least you'll do the right thing like you always have, and that's good. The girl took Ronin's hand for a few seconds and then quickly removed it to smile at the boy, who slightly responded to the smile in the same way. Momo, although I repeat, you should trust us a little, you'll see, once you give them the go-ahead you'll know that we only want to do the right thing. Ronin, you really made a vision joke after seeing my condition? You're really bad, hee. Momo, I had to make you laugh somehow. They both shared a small laugh until they were interrupted. Kirishima, listen, dinner is ready. We're also discussing who will stay on guard tonight. Ronin, I'll take the turn up here. Kirishima, are you sure? It's a long night. Ronin, so? Kirishima, I suppose you sleep, right? You know what sleep is, right? In your dimension they do sleep, right? Momo, come on, Kirishima. Kirishima, ha ha ha, I was just playing with izuku. But hey, come eat. Dinner passed without surprises for anyone, and so it was time to go to sleep. Everyone said goodbye to Arrow and Ronin except Bakugo and Uraraka. Todoroki, hey you two, we'll turn off the lights, nobody will come out, we don't want any surprises, okay? Arrow, it's fine with me, I'll take care of it here. Ronin, anyway, I'll go up and settle down. Melissa, hey by the way, Ronin? Ronin, what's up? Arrow, I gave her your bow, that thing was broken and I thought if anyone could fix it, it was her. Melissa, here, from what I know, your bow unfolded so this one will work for you, it also unfolds and I also made you some arrows. Ronin, thanks Rubia, what do you think? I think I'll wear it today. Todoroki, no, save that for tomorrow or when the fight comes. Today you will use a gun, it is a modified rifle, it doesn't make noise but it has great power. Ronin, okay, well then I'll get on. The boy got on hoping to get some rest and almost made it. The lights went out, and soon everything was dark and silent except for the slight noises made by each of the boys from the extinct Class A and the survivors they had saved. But then he heard, almost like a whisper, a light song. The boy got off slowly, putting his ears everywhere trying to find the source. He met Arrow, who let him advance. Soon he distinguished well and quickly, without making a rude, he went to where the song was coming from, finding himself with the surprise of seeing Momo by candlelight performing the song. Insert Jenny of Old Stones by Florence and the Machine. Momo. High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost, and the ones she had found, and the ones who had loved her the most. The freckled man decided not to cut off the girl's inspiration, who started her song again. Leaned against the wall. Arrow arrived and gave her a bottle. Arrow, and because of things like that I fell in love with her. I'd better go, and you go up to your post. Ronin, I'm coming up now. The green-haired archer retreated, leaving the Ronin alone, who continued listening. Momo, the ones who'd been gone for so very long she couldn't remember their names, they spun her around on the damp old stones, spun away all her sorrow and pain. And she never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. Ronin looked at her intently. He knew that this wasn't the Momo from his dimension, but even the one from his dimension hadn't turned her back on him. Maybe that was why, even though it didn't seem like it, she was protecting her. The boy finished listening. Meanwhile, in the rooms, each of the former members of Class A thought about the upcoming battle. Bakugo took out one of his grenades and pressed it tightly against his chest. Uraraka took out a picture of her with Deku and caressed the face of her deceased ex-boyfriend while she cried, regretting what she did. Mina and Kirishima sat at opposite ends of his bed, turning their backs to each other. Ida in his bed took out a picture of him with Mei and kept it in his jacket, which he hung up. He said a prayer and went to bed. Jiro took out a stuffed animal that Kaminari had given him and hugged it tightly while he cried. Todoroki, for his part, took out two photographs. One that he had with Deku, his best friend, and another that he had with his deceased family. In the living room, the girl continued singing. Momo. They danced through the day and into the night, through the snow that swept through the hall, from winter to summer, then winter again, till the walls did crumble and fall. And she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, and she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost, and the ones she had found, and the ones who had loved her the most. The girl finished singing and began to sob. Ronin, nice song. Momo, hey? Since when are you there? Ronin, since you started singing, beautiful song, very sad, appropriate for these times. Momo, I guess do you need company on guard? Ronin, no, I'm fine, thank you. I think you need to sleep more than I do, dream of a better world. Momo, someday we'll have it, maybe that's why you're both here. Ronin, yes, maybe rest. The boy made a sign with his hand and retreated. He was patiently holding his gun. He had already killed some of those things that happened to pass by. He heard footsteps and turned the gun but discovered that it was only Momo. Ronin, I already told you I'm fine, you should sleep. Momo, I know, it's just that I can't, at least not until I tell you something. Ronin, what? Momo, nobody knows, but All for One didn't kill Deku. Ronin, what are you talking about? Flashback. Todoroki, Momo, I'm not receiving anything from Midoriya, my communicator broke. Bakugo, are you receiving anything? Bakugo, I lost mine, someone go. Momo, I'm the closest, I won't be long. Todoroki, take care of yourself, I don't want any surprises, the battle is over but it's better to be prepared. Momo, I know. The girl approached, her communicator still working, which was the good thing. She slowly approached until the small earpiece began to make noises. Deku, static here, static alive, static copy? Momo, Deku? Deku and Momo? Is that you? God, how good, ha ha ha, here is the hero Deku, apparently I'm alive, please help me. Momo, on the way. The girl started running through the rubble. Helping her friend was the least she could do for him after all the achievement of saving everyone. The girl was arriving when. So you are the famous Deku. Deku, you, who are you? Without you on the board with All for One, everything will be easier. Deku, we won't make it that easy for you, who the hell are you? Jaeger, it's true that I have bad manners. I introduce myself to the hero Deku, my name is Jaeger, it's a pleasure to meet you, too bad it's for the last time. The girl was about to arrive, she could see the guy, the new villain. The girl was about to use her quirk when she heard the freckled man's voice. Deku, don't come, get away, run away as fast as you can survive. Then she saw how the villain raised a rod and stuck it into Deku's chest with force. The girl froze with fear, she felt her blood freeze. Her strength abandoned her as she saw how Jaeger took out the spear and pointed it at Deku's head to bury it again. He took it out and then noticed the girl. The man just smiled. Jaeger, either you nor anyone else will be able to escape what is coming. The guy just turned around and left. As soon as he was out of sight, the girl ran to the green-haired boy and saw him. His face lost color. His eyes lost their shine, and he took his last breath. Deku was dead. Flashback end. Ronin, so you? Momo, yes, I saw him die. Starting to cry, I told everyone that he died from his wounds. I didn't want them to know that that monster attacked him by treachery, but I could have done more, if only I had been faster. Ronin, I would have killed you too then, we couldn't beat him, Momo. Besides, Izuku wouldn't have wanted that, he was a hero, he preferred to protect you before anything else, it wasn't your fault, do you understand? Momo, you don't know how I feel. Ronin, believe me, I must be the one who understands you best right now, but you know something? You shouldn't be sad anymore. Do you know why? Momo, why? Ronin, because I'm here, you said so, maybe I'm here for some reason, hopefully to free everyone from this curse. Momo, let's wait. Ronin, but I can't do it, at least not alone. If you help me along with the others, then I think we'll win. I'll kill that son of a hitch and free your world. The girl looked at Ronin. That look she gave him when she met him, full of hate and anger, had now turned to hope. The boy did not console her hypocritically. Each word had a weight that she understood. She immediately remembered her Izuku, and that made her fill with courage. The girl hugged the freckled boy, and after a while she let him go. Momo, you better not lie, okay? Ronin, hee okay, now you want to stand guard with me? I could use a hand. Momo, creating a weapon, I was hoping you'd ask for it. Both boys positioned themselves, pointing at the veil of the night covered by its blanket of stars. Chapter 9, A Ronin vs. Heroes. Green met black, anger versus revenge. Deku saw all his companions, blonde, red, black, blue, brown. He could locate everyone by their hair color, even the dwarf Mineta. The freckled one analyzed the situation with relative calm. Yaoyorozu, seeing Deku in his new suit, you do look like a Ronin. The green-haired man slowly removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. Yaoyorozu, although underneath that mask you're still Izuku Midoriya. Wow, it's been a long time, haven't you? You're so mean, you promised you'd write. Deku, well Momo, you know that where I was a little complicated, plus I was a little busy. Yaoyorozu, we're also busy being the best heroes. How timely you are to arrive. Deku, you're not the only one who wants to be a hero. Yaoyorozu, hey! We worked hard for this, you better leave now, villain. Deku, all I want is to be a hero. I don't care about you guys. Yaoyorozu, a hero? And why? Deku, I repeat, that doesn't matter to you. The green-haired boy's tone of voice became a little thicker, but for a moment Yaoyorozu could see in his eyes the old Deku, the one who dreamed of being known, so she thought that maybe she could get more information out of him. Yaoyorozu, well, look at you, now you have my full attention, why did you come back? Deku, what I do or don't do is none of your business. Yaoyorozu, let me tell you something. Now that you're back, I'm your vice president again, so the way I see it, it's become our business. The whole class stood on guard waiting for the order to be given so they could attack the green-haired boy who just sighed in annoyance. Deku, things don't have to be this way, Momo. Yaoyorozu, creating a pair of swords, well, the way I see it, yes. Deku only kept his mask inside his suit, something that the brunette missed. Yaoyorozu, why don't you put it on again? Deku, what do you mean? Yaoyorozu, the mask. Deku, that's easy to answer because I want you to see the face of the one who is going to make you suffer. The green-haired boy didn't look like it, he didn't even look tense, but he was, because he knew that a false move could cost him dearly. In the front row were Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kaminari, Mina, Aoyama and Mineta. They were ranged attackers. Behind them were Kirishima, Sato, Shoji, Tsuyu and Hagakure. They are melee, and behind them were Jiro and Koda. The secret weapon, they had everything well planned. Deku waved his left hand, and to everyone's surprise he unfurled a bow. Izuku mentally chose which arrow he would use. Everyone else was already ready to attack, even Mineta, who, although trembling, knew he had to do something or the green-haired boy would hurt him. Aizawa, now! Kaminari attacked along with Bakugo and Todoroki. Electricity, explosions, fire and ice against the green-haired man, who shot 2 arrows at the ground, creating a smoke screen, and then shot another one that was a grenade of more smoke, which left everyone in a scenario where visibility was almost zero. The place where they were was a replica of the city, so walking blindly was not a good idea. Deku, from a building I have them. The green-haired man had his sights set on Kaminari and Mineta. Today he would collect his debt. Flashback. We can see Deku in Principal Nise's office watching a playback of the dorm cameras, all pointing at Izuku's, showing that Mineta and Kaminari were the ones who came in and out with the green-haired man's things, although it was Jiro with the help of his jacks who opened the door for them, although it was Bakugo who stole the computer. Deku, those damn things. Nizu, what's the plan, young Midoriya? Deku, I'll go collect from them nicely. Flashback end. Deku prepared his arrows and fired. Both opened and joined, creating a net which caught both, who began to scream. Mineta, damn, we're lost. He's going to kill us. Help. Stop the exercise. Kaminari, I'll use my quirk and fry this thing. The blonde released a strong discharge, but the electricity ran through the network to converge in a single point and hit them both, obviously affecting Mineta more. Deku, I wouldn't do that if I were you. It's a net specially made so that electric-type attacks return. Deku warned of a threat and turned around to find Momo Yaoyorozu wearing a gas mask. Deku, he's not poisonous but very intelligent. I expected that from the smartest student. Yaoyorozu, it's not a stage for chatting. The black-haired girl slashed, but Deku retracted his bow and struck a blow which broke the sharp blade. Deku, maybe another day. The annoyed brunette attacked with her other sword, but Deku was faster than her. It seemed that he read her movements, and without using his sword he dodged and hit her sides until he kicked her in the knees, making the brunette fall to her knees, but this prevented Sato from hitting her. Deku redeployed his bow and prepared for the fight. The sugar boy hit with enough force to crack the ground. Deku used an arrow to climb to the second floor, and from there he nailed his black whips to the concrete so that she would not have any discomfort. He loaded an arrow and aimed at Sato's chest. Deku, hey ugly! Surprise, surprise! As soon as Sato looked up, an arrow pierced his chest. The boy screamed, calling the attention of his friends. Momo created a fan, dispersing the smoke a bit. Deku went down and launched himself at Sato, who seemed furious, and threw a punch, but Deku was able to stop it with one hand. Bakugo, impossible, activating his one for all, the power is mine. Almight, no I'll. Sato, what happened? My strength. Deku, and your intelligence also returned. Deku hit him in the face, and taking his arm he threw him aside. Sato, what did you do to me? Deku, consuming too much sugar is bad, ha ha ha. Sato threw himself at Deku, but nothing, he was hit hard and ended up on the ground. Deku, it's just something I invented, knowing your quirk, a metabolizer capable of neutralizing the sugar in your body. Sato, no. Ida, what did you do? Deku, basically I cancelled your quirk, with a scary smile. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Did he cancel someone's quirk like Sato? Yaoyorozu, it's a mix of. Deku, sure, don't ruin the surprise. Bakugo, bastard. The blonde launched himself to attack. All the same, Deku just hid his smile and prepared to fight against everyone. He dodged Oyuma's laser and hit poor Tokoyami in the beak. He took a tentacle from Shoji and squeezed the eye that was there before he could remove it. He used the giant as a shield while he hit him. Once he finished with the white-haired man, he quickly swept across the floor, taking out an arrow, and shot 2 arrows at Jiro with such precision that he nailed both jacks into the ground. The purple-haired girl screamed in pain, although she then felt how it relieved a little. Deku, morphine, it will relieve your pain, but if I were you, I wouldn't try to remove the arrow. I have more and you wouldn't like to feel them. Bakugo made an explosion, moving with one for all, making Deku unable to warn her with his predator sense in time. The green-haired boy flew out, receiving a blow from Todoroki and his ice. Now with the freckled boy knocked down, everyone made their move. A full-power laser from Oyama, Todoroki's fire ice. Bakugo's explosions and shots with a rifle from Momo were what Deku almost received if it weren't for the fact that he was covered by a piece of concrete that wouldn't resist much. Deku, did everyone get improvements? Ida, calm down Ochako, we'll soon finish him off. We'll use Monoma's strategy. Uraraka, but he couldn't complete it. Ida, his class is weak, but we are not. Let Bakugo have fun. We will finish him together and get out of this damn nightmare. Yaoyorozu, shooting, it's a shame you're our rival, isn't it? For the last time, Deku, you better throw away your weapons now. Deku, the green-haired boy, hated that damn nickname like crazy. The boy was about to jump like crazy and shoot with his gun, but then he breathed, trying to calm down like Edgeshot had taught him, and then he felt his small arrow casing on his thigh. He had enough left to do damage, but he decided it was enough. He was fed up. If they all attacked him with their quirk with the intention of killing, then why wouldn't he do it? They wanted a villain, right? Then they would have him. A smile formed on his face, and while he took out 3 arrows, he pointed upwards. Deku, okay Momo, here we go. The green-haired man fired, and everyone saw how the 3 arrows pointed to the sky and then exploded. Yaoyorozu, damn. The explosion dazzled everyone and the fire felt overwhelming, although great was their surprise to see how it was heading to a specific point, Izuku. Then they saw his eyes, that reddish-yellowish glow around them. Although the pupil turned a more intense green, and to the terror of 2 people the characteristic green rays came out. The mixture of both powers released a strong explosion that scared everyone. Yaoyorozu, with fear my Midoriya? Todoroki, what is it? Bakugo, no it can't be, but he took it from you. Deku, wait, do you think this is his work? Showing his fists wrapped in fire, no, this is my natural quirk. Bakugo was petrified. Did he say natural quirk? Deku, I'll tell you a little story. My father had the fire-breathing quirk and my mother had telekinesis. Guess what comes out of that? I'll tell you, it's called pyrokinesis. The boy smiled and launched himself with one for all, hitting Bakugo in the stomach, then turning around and with impressive speed appearing behind Ida, kicking him in the back, then twisting and grabbing Uraraka's face and slamming her against the ground. Deku, you call me a monster and a traitor, right? It's time to show you how badass I can be. Smiling, Todoroki put his arms crossed when he received a blow from the freckled boy. Yayorozu immediately went to help her friend with her sword, but a whip grabbed it and slammed her against the ground. The black-haired girl was lifted with a kick to the jaw. Bakugo approached and hit with one for all and dragged the freckled boy, embedding him suddenly in a building where some pieces fell on top. Everyone thought they had won. The wave caused by the crash was too strong. Even Almight had worried about the green-haired boy because that blow had been stronger than those Bakugo usually gave. Almight, did he push himself too far just to defeat him? Young Bakugo is amazing, but I think he went a little too far with Deku. Ha 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 curse, so this is what it feels like to be hit with it. What could that be? 0%. Everyone opened their eyes when they saw Izuku emerge from the pile of rubble. His suit was dirty, and although he had some drops of blood on his face, he didn't have any cuts. Bakugo now felt scared along with All Might, but Nizu just smiled. Deku, what's wrong with you? Why are you making those faces? It seems like you saw a ghost, or is it true that they almost killed me? They sent me to prison, and not just anyone. They sent me to hell itself, but guess what? I'm back, ha ha ha, I am Ronin, the hero who returned from hell. Bago, hero? You're nothing but a damn fool. Your biggest mistake is coming back. No one wants you here, you damn traitorous rat piece of shit. Insult after insult, Bakugo barked these words in an attempt to lower Deku's self-esteem and make him easy prey, but Deku, by the way Bakugo, I see you got used to my power very quickly, I wonder why. Bakugo, isn't it obvious, scum? I'm better than you. Deku, it's funny because it was supposed to be a very great power, maybe it's true, maybe if you're stronger than me. The blonde just widened his smile. He had managed to diminish. One hit was all Katsuki Bakugo needed in the jaw to understand how wrong he was. The blonde landed and saw everything Deku had traveled. It was a great distance. How could he have done it so fast? Deku, starting to be wrapped in his rays, or maybe you never had my power. Deku smiled, and in a matter of seconds those rays became more intense, colliding against each other, making a monstrous noise that made everyone's hair stand on end, but especially All Might's and Bakugo's, as the green-haired man showed that he mastered the power in its entirety. Deku, ha ha ha, seriously, look at their faces. Ida, no matter how strong you are, I'll finish you off. Deku, then come for me. Taking out their black whips, Deku threw himself against his rivals just like them. Without hesitation he threw a whip that grabbed Ida by the head and turned him, lashing him against Oyama. He ran towards Uraraka and, preventing her from touching him, he hit her in the face. He kicked her in the ribs and, grabbing her by the shoulders, he threw her to the other side. Ojiro tried to return to the fight, but his movements were easily dodged by the freckled man with the help of his whips, although he did manage to land a few hits, which made Deku smile. Deku, you really are someone amazing and very funny, Ojiro. Ojiro, I appreciate that, but I feel offended that you don't fight with all your power. Deku, it's hand-to-hand combat, I respect that. Both of them were fighting, giving their all in terms of physical ability, but then Bakugo with his explosions pushed Izuku away from the boy. Ojiro, interrupting a fight like that is not honorable for anyone. Bakugo, I don't give a shit about your crappy honor, I'll just finish that idiot off and… Deku, and only then will you sleep peacefully? Ha ha, Bakugo, you are adorable. Bakugo threw himself and tried to fight, but it was no use. Deku massacred the blonde without mercy. He hit him without using one for all, and the blonde knew it, and although it infuriated him, it also frustrated him because he knew he was no match for the freckled man. Deku, you know something, Bakugo. When your face changes from hope to despair, hitting hard on the jaw, it's a real pleasure for me. Bakugo broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that smile on Deku's face. It looked demonic, as if he enjoyed hurting him. Bakugo wanted to get away, but it was too late. Deku had his target ready and wouldn't stop until he finished, but a wall of ice divided him. Todoroki, you want to get to him? Fine, this is my rematch, Shizuku. Deku, so be it. Deku threw himself. His suit was fireproof to avoid damaging him with his quirks, so there was no problem. Deku threw himself, but also Ida, Shinso, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Tsuyu and the others who were left standing. Deku, annoyed by that, threw himself, and passing through the fire of the bicolor by his telekinesis, he took him by the head and propelled himself backwards, kicking Ida in the face. When landing and without letting go of Todoroki, he put his whips on his arms, making his fists bigger, and with these he pushed the heterochromatic to the ground. Kicked Yaoyorozu in the stomach and hit Mina in the face, drawing blood from her nose. Kirishima approached and managed to tackle Deku, hitting him several times in the torso, but the green-haired man, using his one-for-all, hit the redhead in the back, and although he had his hardening active in his unbreakable form, Kirishima heard it creak, a sign of cracking. The boy didn't believe it. Did they really manage to break it again? Tsuyu, Kirishima, throwing out her tongue. The green-haired boy took it without much effort and began to warm his hand. Soon Tsuyu knew that she would be lost if she didn't do something. The girl threw herself and tried to hit, but nothing. Deku dodged it and increased the temperature, but before doing anything, the freckled boy released his tongue to avoid being burned by the acid of Mina, who had attacked him furiously, and with blood running from her nose. Deku, do you want to keep fighting? Bakugo, get out of the way, you damn extras, he's mine. Deku, you're so noisy, you're bothering me. Shut up already. A black whip stuck to the blonde's mouth and slammed him against the ground, and then approached him. Deku looked into Bakugo's eyes. Now he saw that in that look of superiority had turned to desperation, fear, a great and deep terror. Deku, how curious, the last time I saw those eyes was when you were almost killed by the mud villain. Deku smirked as Bakugo changed his gaze to one of total fury, but then Deku put his hand near the blonde's chest. He changed the position of his hand, now pointing 2 fingers. He moved it away an inch and then quickly closed his fist and hit Bakugo to release him immediately. The blonde felt a great pain reflected in a heartbreaking scream. Ida trembled a little before throwing a treacherous kick to Deku's head, who held Ida's leg, squeezing it. Deku, your game is over, I win. The black whips floated and lightning came out. The green-haired man hit Ida's groin with his open palm. The freckled man dragged him away, but for that carelessness he received a cut from Yaoyorozu. Deku, well, this is awkward. The freckled boy hit Yaoyorozu and pushed her away, receiving a huge flame from Todoroki combined with a pillar of ice. The boy took out his sword, which shone before everyone's eyes. The blood-red edge shone, and with a single cut he cut a path through the fire. Deku, let's finish this properly. The green-haired boy and the brunette engaged in a sword fight. But since he was focused on his rival, he received some blows, but they did not affect him. The boy attacked with everything and showed the girl his superior power with the handling of the use of the sharp weapon. With a single blow, the black-haired girl's weapon fell to pieces. The most outstanding thing being that the freckled boy's sword did not show any damage. With the handle he hit Momo on the head, making her faint, but before closing her eyes she saw something that scared her. Deku, okay, this ends now. The green-haired boy made some movements with his sword. The glow burned brightly. The freckled boy pointed at Bakugo, who was with Todoroki, and Deku, Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. Before everyone's horrified gaze, an imposing fire dragon began to form and headed in the direction the sword was pointing. Bakugo tried to repel it with his explosions augmented by one for all, and Todoroki used his fire side, hoping it would serve as a barrier. But the dragon fed on this fire as well as the one Bakugo made and the one coming out of the ruins, becoming faster. Todoroki, damn, this time he really did it. Bakugo, stop giving away your damn fire and think of something to save us. Todoroki, believe me, I have no shortage of desire to leave you to your fate, but I'm also here so. The bicolor quickly generated a thick pillar of ice. The boy knew that the dragon would perhaps be able to cross it, but it would give them the opportunity to escape to the two, although what nobody expected was that the dragon would climb as if it were a snake. When it reached the top, it threw itself against them. Bakugo put his arms in a cross, trying to mediate the impact, while Todoroki created an ice dome around him. Everyone thought they would die. Almight, young Midoriya, stop. Mina, he'll kill them. Kirishima, damn, I'm still weak hitting the concrete. Yaoyorozu, please stop, izuku. The technique surprised them. They were surprised to see it crawl, but seeing that imposing dragon embed itself in the ground until it disappeared was something they did not expect. The dragon disappeared completely. Todoroki's ice was defeated by the melting of much of its structure. Everyone saw how the freckled man was now trembling with his sword in hand. The edge still showed that intense reddish glow. What shocked them most was seeing how its characteristic green rays mixed with the steam coming out of the boy's body and suit. Deku rejoined and brandished his sword once more, removing the steam from it. Everyone could hear, without knowing why, how the suit made a noise of relaxation. The boy put away his sword and how much it did click opened his eyes looking at all his companions. Deku, did I tell you or not? You'll see the face of the one who will make you suffer. The green-haired man took out his mask and put it on. The last thing they saw of his face was a mocking smile. Almight, director, did you see that? A year and who knows how many years have passed in Tartarus, and now he suddenly acquired a quirk? It's all for one's doing. We have to stop him. Nizu, I investigated Almight. I would not accept someone who threatened my students, and young Midoriya is telling the truth. It is his natural quirk. Being a fusion of his parents' quirks and them being RD generation, it could be said that separately they were not that great, and since they never used them to their full capacity, young Midoriya would obtain the beta version, so to speak. It was so weak that it was imperceptible. Even now he still does not give his all. You saw how he ended up after that attack. Almight, boo, but director. Director, Toshinori, I know how long he spent in Tartarus, but I wasn't the one who put him there. You should have confidence in him. After all, he's still your successor. The blond man looked at the freckled man with great attention, almost wanting to see his soul in search of some of the goodness that characterized him. Mina, damn psychopath, you almost killed us. Deku, you said it, almost. Also remember this, it may seem otherwise, but I'm not the bad guy. The green-haired boy turned around and went to a food stand that was left. The boy entered and took out 5 sodas. He approached Yaoyorozu, who was on the ground, and left one in front of her. He went in front of Ojiro and did the same, with Todoroki and Shoji too. The boy finally uncovered his and walked towards Mineta and Kaminari, who were still on that net that was still electrified. Deku, that's a good friend. You can get out of there, Kaminari, but you decided to stay with Mineta. Kaminari, wait, can I go out? Deku, your quirk is electric type. You would only feel static. It's like your battery is being charged, idiot. Kaminari, I feel stupid now. Mineta, wait, would you leave me here alone with that traitor? Deku, well, I guess he's not such a good friend now. But hey, I'm glad you're both here. Can you tell me why you think I caught you two specifically before everyone else? Mineta, because you're afraid of us. Because I can keep you on the ground without you being able to move. And Kaminari, I can fry your brain and leave you like a vegetable. Deku, no, but close like a kilometer. But it's something. I'll give them a second chance while I take a sip of this soda, okay? Deku lifted his mask as he drank a little. The boys knew what he meant but didn't want to say it. They knew it would hurt. Deku, ready? Anything you want to say? Kaminari, first take off my net and I'll talk. Mineta, and you have to take us to Recovery Girl. Deku took out 2 arrows in response. Deku, one of these cancels the net, the other is a normal arrow. Tell me what I want to know and I'll give you the right one. Kaminari, you're not serious, are you? Listen carefully, you damn psychopath. Either you free us, take us to the infirmary, and release my girlfriend, or I swear, while you're asleep, I'll use all my quirk on your head. Deku just sighed, annoyed. Deku, okay, you guys win. I admit it, you're tough. The freckled boy stood up, took the last gulp and took the 2 arrows. The boys sighed in relief. Even Mineta winked at Kaminari, feeling saved. Big mistake. Deku threw an arrow with 1 for all straight to Kaminari's leg, making him scream. Mineta saw this and feeling like shitting himself, crying, he started to talk. Mineta, okay, I admit it, Kaminari and I broke into your room and stole your All Might stuff. Everyone was surprised by that. They had no idea, although Jiro, even nailed to the ground, felt nervous, as did Bakugo. Deku, really? Wow, friends, I didn't expect that from you. It really hurts with feigned sadness. Well, I guess this is fixed. You can return them to me, right? They were all original and worth a lot of money, and now I really need that money. Mineta, no, we don't have them, in a low voice. Deku, did you say something? I don't think I heard you. It must be the electricity. The green-haired boy took the net and pulled it out with a jerk, surprising both of them, but Kaminari tried to make a strong attempt to launch an attack towards Deku, but he just took out his sword and stuck it in the ground. The electricity went to it. Now the sword was releasing some sparks. The freckled boy took the arrow and embedded it further, making the blonde roar in pain. Deku, hey, why are we getting along so aggressively, right? Now tell me, Mineta, what were you saying? Mineta, I said we don't have them anymore, damn it. Deku, and why? Believe me, if you tell me you gave them to the orphans, I won't get angry. Mineta, no, we needed money and we sold them. Everyone opened their eyes. Had they really done that? Deku, money for what? Did they need to pay for exams or their food? Mineta, new Pro Heroes items came out and Kaminari and he bought the Bikini Special Edition collection of Midnight, Empty Lady, Miruko, Ryukyu and the Hussy Cats without Tiger. Deku, oh really? And they were really worth it? Well, I guess that doesn't matter. Now tell me how they got into my room? It's supposed to be locked, and the door didn't look broken. Jiro started to feel nervous. She wanted to pull out the arrows, but it was useless. She was well stuck. Kaminari tried to use his electricity, but Deku took the arrow and started to spin it, making the blonde stop any attempt at attack. Mineta, wow, how do we get in? Deku, yeah, that was my question. Come on, grape juice, aren't you supposed to be a hero? Look, Kaminari is suffering. Only you can save him. Kaminari, Mineta, if you say something I swear arg. Damn Midoriya, it hurts. The blonde screamed loudly, making the poor purple elf feel bad. Mineta, it's okay, it was Jiro. Deku, who? Mineta, leave him alone. I already told you it was Jiro, damn it. Yayorozu, Kaikyuka. Jiro, no, don't listen to her, Yamamoto, she's just saying that to save herself. Mineta, it's not like that. Kaminari told his girlfriend that we needed the money and that we knew where to get it, and since everyone hates you, Midoriya, then he had no problem opening the door for us with his jacks. The green-haired man just stood up and adjusted his mask, then took a breath and headed for the exit. Aizawa, wait, you heard my students that. Deku, that doesn't merit anything. You gave them the order to kill the first day I arrived, and today you were willing to let them all pounce on me. Now we're even. Nizu, as much as it hurts me to admit it, you are wrong about something, if there is a punishment. Deku, and what would it be? Nizu, Mineta, Minoru, Denki, Kaminari and Jiro Kyuka were absent from school. They stole things without permission and got money from them. Basically they stole. Their home teacher will take care of that. Their parents have already been notified. Izuku Midoriya, for brutally attacking his classmates and seriously injuring them, is punished with a week of preventive detention, which means that he will not be allowed to leave the academy grounds. Deku, really? Well, I guess earning it won't be that different from being locked up in Tartarus. Kaminari, what do you mean our parents have already been notified? Mineta, how fast can they be? Deku, I'm sorry I didn't say it before, but I already knew you had done it. The cameras recorded you geniuses. They are tiny little things, but they are very useful, putting away his sword. Kaminari, damn, Mineta is going to hurt Jiro now. Mineta, I was protecting you, idiot. Deku, I won't really do anything to Jiro, I just wanted to talk. Kaminari, I swear that one day you will pay me, traitor. Deku, I'll wait for him. In the meantime, I want everyone to listen carefully. What I did was just a demonstration. To anyone who enters my room and steals things without my permission, let me tell you that I will know, and you will too when you receive an arrow in the head. Uraraka, he's threatening us, director, he's a monster. Deku, I only protect my things, you were the ones who stole. The green-haired man left the place limping, although after a few minutes he was walking normally. Deku, this is painful, but at least I endure it better. It's good to know they were right. I recovered all my strength, although it's difficult to use it after a while with only half. The green-haired man advanced slowly until he reached a secluded place where he wiped the blood from his nose. Deku, It's harder to heal this. I'm still not used to using my quirks at the same time. I have to come up with a new exercise plan if I want to achieve something. Funky, you're still inexperienced at that, boy, remember. Deku, you're not much help, old man. Funky, I'll give you a tip. One for all boosts the wielder's quirks, maybe you can. Deku, maybe I can boost my quirk without using it to its 0, it's not such a bad idea. Funky, for now it's the only thing you can do in what you practice. Deku, I wish you had been this helpful when I was in the other land. Funky, in the other what? Deku, that's what I mean unless it was a dream. The freckled man lowered his hand to his weapon, felt it, and took it out, seeing that it was the same one she had given him. Deku, retro technology, one guess, but it can be useful. Not all of them are that bad after all. At that moment he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. When he went out he saw Yaoyorozu, who was limping quite a bit. She looked hurt, which meant that she wasn't with recovery yet. The boy decided to ignore her. It was her problem if she didn't want to be healed. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. Midoriya, where are you? Deku, I'm leaving. Using one for all and his techniques learned by Edge Shot, the boy quickly escaped. The brunette wanted to apologize but couldn't find him. Yaoyorozu, how bad I really want to apologize to him, although his attacks, the way he fought and how he treated Mineta. The girl thought dark things about the green-haired man, but then she remembered his gaze, that split second where she saw the izuku from before, as well as his words after the fight. I'm not the bad guy. Yaoyorozu was in doubt. Was the freckled one really not the bad one? Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, come on, we have to go to the infirmary. Yaoyorozu, yes, I guess so, I'm coming, wait for me. The green-haired man watched the girl walk away, hiding on the ledge of a building. The boy narrowed his eyes and quickly got out of there. His healing factor would keep him alive for a while longer. Chapter 10, Not All Are the Same. The freckled boy left the fake city and met Nizu. Nizu, young Midoriya, how do you feel? Ronin, honestly a little dizzy. I wouldn't understand hee but I'll recover, thanks for asking. Nizu, boy, don't you need something? Ronin, maybe I'll go to the doctor. Nizu, I thought you didn't need it anymore. Ronin, it's not for me. The boy changed his suit and went in the direction of the infirmary. The only thing he had with him was his sword on his back and his pistol on his leg. He had the version of his bow folded in his pocket, and the arrows on his thigh. When he arrived at the infirmary, no one bothered him. He just went to the room that he knew where two people were. Todoroki, leaving Midoriya. Ronin, what's up, old man? Todoroki, nothing, what are you here for? You didn't seem hurt. Ronin, you might be surprised, it's also the special suite for those who got in by recommendation, and there are only 2 in Class A. Todoroki, I'm glad you're back, sorry if I just said it, you don't give us a chance to talk. Ronin, I know, don't worry, I appreciate what your family has done for me, although you are the only one who is happy about my return. Todoroki, well, but one day they will realize, are you going to pass? Ronin, she didn't distrust me, I guess taking care of her is my duty. Todoroki, come in, by the way, your notebooks. Ronin, I know, thanks for that. Todoroki, but I've seen that the others. Ronin, nothing is what it seems, ha ha ha. 0. The boy entered and closed the door while the bicolor just looked at him amused. Todoroki, maybe the change isn't so bad. Ronin entered the room and saw Yaoyorozu lying still unconscious. The boy approached and stroked the girl's hair, opened a window and looked at the garden, and then with his whips he took some flowers, filled the vase with water and put them there, and then put them next to the girl's bed, then took a chair and stood next to the girl. Left his things on the floor except for the weapon. The boy stretched and crossed his arms. Ronin, if with all the noise I made he didn't wake up, I doubt he will now. The boy closed his eyes. During his stay in the other land, he couldn't sleep. He fell into a light sleep, but after a few minutes, it was the brunette who woke up. Yaoyorozu, what? Where the infirmary? It's true they beat us again because I can't be as strong as them. The girl squeezed her blankets tightly. She could pretend that she had overcome that inferiority problem, but in her loneliness she knew that she still wasn't that strong. The girl turned around and was surprised to see the green-haired man sitting next to her. She was rather scared because she thought he was coming to give her the final blow, but when she saw him unarmed she felt relieved. Then she remembered the times they fought. He always knocked her down before anything else hit her. He even protected her from Bakugo's explosion, although that also meant that she would try to kill him. The girl looked at the freckled man's face carefully. His freckles were still there, but his gaze had changed to a more mature one. The girl didn't know what to feel, so she just smiled. Yaoyorozu, you are a very interesting person, Izuku Midoriya. The girl wanted to play a joke on the boy and slowly created a dark brown cowboy hat. She brought it closer to the green-haired boy, but before she could put it on, Ronin woke up and took her hand tightly. Ronin, what are you trying to do? Yaoyorozu, do you believe this showing the hat? Ronin, I'm not a cowboy. The boy took the hat and warmed his hand. Suddenly steam began to come out. The girl thought it would burn her and looked down sadly, but Ronin just let it fall on her lap. Ronin, although he has good taste. Yaoyorozu, but I thought that. Ronin, what would I burn? Haha, I know, but no, it's very well done, thanks Momo. The freckled man took it carefully and put it on, tilting it forward a little. Ronin, get well, I know there are no more classes after this one, so you have time. The freckled man crossed his arms again, ready to sleep. Yaoyorozu, wait, don't fall asleep, what if someone comes in? Ronin, this is the suite for you and Todoroki, no one enters here without permission. Yaoyorozu, it's not a suite, it's just. Ronin, the special room for those admitted by recommendation, he is a Momo suite, don't complain anymore. Yaoyorozu, who gave you permission to call me that? Ronin, keep quiet, we're in recovery, and I haven't slept in days. Yaoyorozu, and why? Ronin, nightmares, horrible nightmares. Yaoyorozu, how do I know you don't play? The freckled man just stared at her. Ronin, tell me the truth, do you think I did it? Yaoyorozu, is that supposed to be the case? There's evidence against you. Ronin, I didn't ask you if there was proof or not, I asked you, do you think I did it? Do you, Momo Yaoyorozu, think I would betray my friends and the school? Yaoyorozu, honestly? The truth is no, I always saw you as so heroic, so willing to give your life for others that thinking of you as a villain seems unfair to me, a betrayal of what you showed us during the time we knew you. Ronin, there's your answer, it wasn't me, and I'm not joking with my nightmares because what I experienced in Tartarus was something I don't want to remember at all. Also, despite what everyone says, I really want to be a hero, and even if I prove otherwise I wouldn't kill my allies. Yaoyorozu, I understand Midoriya, and I'm sorry I didn't know, well, I had no idea. Ronin, nobody knows, Yaoyorozu, can't you just say sorry and everything will be resolved, but in any case, your understanding is appreciated. Now can I sleep? Recovery will come through that door at any moment, and I don't want to hear her screams. Yaoyorozu, but your fighting ability, you didn't even have that before, how or why did you change your punches and kicks for an already marked ability? Ronin, during my time in Tartarus I was treated like shit. Yaoyorozu was chained with his arms open. They threw food at me as if I were a seal or a dog, and they tortured me daily. It was that or die. Yaoyorozu, but... Ronin, go to sleep now, you must be exhausted. Yaoyorozu, but if you're innocent, why don't you prove it? You're the most tenacious person I know. Why don't you look for proof? Ronin, everyone hates me, I wouldn't get help from anyone. Everyone sees me and it's the same. They accuse me, they freak out, or they ask the same stupid question. Did you do it? How does it feel? Honestly, I'm already sick of all that. Yaoyorozu, so what? You just gave up and that's it? What about your dream of becoming the hero? Ronin, I still want to be a hero, but that number thing is behind me. Maybe I'll take Aizawa's example. Besides, it's not that I've given up. I just learned a lesson. If the world thinks I can only be fake and dishonest, then there's no point in trying to be anything else. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. The girl wanted to continue arguing, but the freckled man was right, she was tired. The recovery treatment was exhausting. The girl saw how the freckled man, realizing the state of his companion, adjusted his hat and leaned more comfortably in the chair to sleep. The girl did the same. She curled up in her bed and closed her eyes. But what the brunette didn't know is that before falling asleep, Ronin drew his weapon and discreetly pointed it at the door. He wouldn't kill any allies, but he didn't want any surprises either. Yaoyorozu, sorry for not helping you, Midoriya. Just as Ronin said, Recovery Girl entered the room and the old woman almost screamed and was shocked when she saw the freckled man. The old woman was about to call All Might to get him out, but Yaoyorozu, who was just waking up, interrupted her. Yaoyorozu, it's wait, Recovery. Recovery Girl, don't make any noise, girl, he's here and I don't want him to hurt you. Yaoyorozu, but he won't do anything to me, I let him pass, well he took care of me. Recovery Girl, don't protect him, Miss Yaoyorozu. He's a villain. I don't even know why he's here. Yaoyorozu, what does it say? Everyone hates me, I wouldn't get any help from anyone. The girl was about to complain when a slight movement alerted them both. The freckled man opened his eyes seeing Recovery Girl. Ronin, I knew it was a bad idea to come, well I'm leaving before they call the cavalry. Recovery Girl, so just go. Ronin, okay, don't get carried away, you might have a heart attack. See you later, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, it's wait. Ronin, leaving I told you, didn't I? Everyone hates me. The freckled man left the room and went to his own. Upon arriving he put away his weapon along with the arrows and the bow and finally hung up the sword. The green-haired man sat on the floor ready to meditate, but his mind only reproduced the images of what he lived in the other land and his own experiences. Sorry I wasn't strong. My son will defeat you. I can't pretend I love him anymore. It's the monster of Class A. Give it to me. Without you on the board everything will be easier. It's a monster! Shitty orphan. With a broken spine he wouldn't get very far. Each word, each memory made the freckled man clench his fists more. Unconsciously his one for all was activated, increasing in intensity. This was interfering with the light in his room and the one outside. His pyrokinesis was also activated, generating some flames on his arms or on his face. His whips also came out, moving with force. His sword, as if it heard the bloodlust of its owner, began to burn. The part illuminated in red began to shine intensely. The freckled man clenched his teeth in fury, but then, I always saw you as so heroic, so willing to give your life for others, that thinking of you as a villain seems unfair to me, a betrayal of what you showed us during the time we knew each other. It is always present, in one way or another, I mean you will always be a hero. You will do the right thing as you have always done, and that is good. Listen, right now you are as hated as we are, maybe even more. You need to learn a lesson. The hated will lose and the loved will win. It's a tragedy, I know, but if you want to change this, then become strong, don't lose to anyone, and become the monster they think you are. Never let them see that they hurt you. You are good at fighting like a hero, but remember that you have fighting skills taught by villains. Let's say you are something new. When you get out of here, because I know you will, you better not make a fool of yourself, because now you're not a stupid kid anymore. The boy opened his eyes as he relaxed. His power diminished until he relaxed. He stood up, but then he saw how a kind of smoke formed which took shape, revealing a beautiful woman with long jet black hair, beautiful features in a hero costume that showed off her well-formed muscles, very well-worked body. Nana Shimura appeared in front of the freckled man. Nana, are you feeling better now? Ronin, Nana, sometimes I don't know why I meditate, only bad things come to mind. Nana, I helped you with that, didn't I? Aside from the bad things in your head, good things have also happened to you, boy. Izuku, I'm starting to think I'm cursed, hee. Lately only bad things happen to me. Nana, that's life, Izuku. There are bad times and good times, but they all converge at the same point, teaching. Ronin, tell me you didn't read that on a fortune cookie. Nana, ha ha ha, maybe it's been a long time. Don't let hatred consume you. Adapt everything you've learned to yourself. You are something new, having teachings from heroes and villains. Now it's up to you to direct those teachings to the right path. Ronin, and how do I know which is the right path? Nana, because even when you could have killed them you didn't. Well, yes, you were close, but you didn't, despite everything they did. Ronin, I like that you are so positive, Nana, but I don't know what will happen the day I can't control myself. Nana, that day will never come, Izuku. Because I know that you are someone pure, you would not endanger the lives of innocent civilians, you would not kill. The black-haired girl began to disappear. Nana, well, that's all I can do for now. I'll try to keep your thoughts positive, okay? Try not to get into trouble. Ronin, well, I'll do my best. The black-haired girl smiled motherly and disappeared. The green-haired boy saw that after sleeping and meditating the day had gone by faster than usual, so he decided to go to the bathroom, wash his face and eat something. Blessed be the teachings of Edge Shot, Izuku moved calmly through the halls of the High Alliance until he reached the bathroom. The boy washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His freckles were still intact, but his face had changed. There was nothing left of the innocent child he once was. Deku had disappeared from his face and Ronin was the one who saw him back. The freckled boy also noticed his hair. It was long again, not excessively like in Tartarus, but it had grown, and he didn't cut it after his first fight, so it was uneven. Ronin, damn, I'll have to cut it down, but I don't have any money. Maybe I can ask Principal Nizu. I'll do it tomorrow. I think I'll stop by his office before school starts, while I'm feeling a bit hungry. The freckled man left the bathroom, but a few steps later he found Yaoyorozu, who was returning from a study session with her classmates in the recreation room. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, what are you doing here? Ronin, I was going to get something to eat. I was meditating in my room and time slipped by. Yaoyorozu, what a coincidence, I come from there. I was teaching math to the others. Ronin, so they're there? All of them? Yaoyorozu, well, almost everyone. Some are in their rooms, but most. Ronin, I'm going to my room. The freckled man didn't let the girl finish speaking and left, but Yaoyorozu caught up with him. Yaoyorozu, you're hungry, aren't you? Ronin, yes, but if I have to decide between eating and being bothered or going to sleep, I'd prefer the second, it's more peaceful. Yaoyorozu, if they insult you, you'll hit them, right? Ronin, it's not that easy. I don't want any trouble. Yaoyorozu, but it seems you like to fight. Ronin, I fight because I have to. I don't really like it. Yaoyorozu, why? Ronin, with a mocking smile, because I know I'll win. The freckled man turned his back on the girl and moved forward a little, but Yaoyorozu did not give up. Yaoyorozu, wait, but what if you didn't even have to fight? Ronin, I don't know, what do you suggest? Yaoyorozu, come on, you have to eat something. We'll eat in the kitchen like everyone else. I think the others are gathered in the recreation room watching a movie. Ronin, thinking I guess you're right. I just have to avoid all those idiots, and that's it. Yeah, I think it could work. Let's go. The girl smiled slightly and the two left. Yaoyorozu, by the way, sorry for what happened in the infirmary. It was wrong and I couldn't avoid it. Ronin, it wasn't your fault even though I told you so, right? Nobody trusts me, that's why I'm better off alone. Yaoyorozu, nobody is better except Midoriya, but well, look, we're here. The two opened the door, finding almost all their classmates who upon seeing the brunette didn't say anything, but as soon as they saw the freckled man's face they became tense, especially Mineta, Kaminari and Jiro, but the boys simply ignored them. Ronin, I hope I still know how to cook something for dessert. Yaoyorozu, do you want me to help you? Ronin, thank you very much, but no, I'll be fine alone, I'm not clumsy. Bakugo, you're not clumsy, you're stupid. The freckled boy ignored it, and just went to the kitchen, found what he needed and started preparing it. It didn't take long, but then he started hearing shouts from the recreation room. The boy didn't have his sword at hand and he regretted it, but he grabbed a big knife and went out, finding a heated argument. Ida, why did you bring him here? Yaoyorozu, because I was hungry. Uraraka, it's not a street dog that you can adopt and feed. Yaoyorozu, I never called him a dog and I think they are being very unfair to him. The director said that if he regrets it, he has the right to study here. Bakugo, listen to me very carefully, you damn ponytail with a spoiled brat conflict. Either you get that damn threat out of here or… Ronin, what Bakugo? The freckled man was standing in front of everyone. Everyone turned to see the freckled man who did not have a friendly face. Ronin, and then Bakugo? What will you do if they don't get me out? Bakugo, we'll get you out. Ronin, listen, I really appreciate Mitsuki. I love her like a mother and you know it. But it's a shame she didn't teach you to respect women. Bakugo, son of a Ronin, technically I'm an orphan, now listen very carefully, either you apologize to Yaoyorozu and leave or. The knife started to burn, he had it in his right hand and using his pyrokinesis he began to heat it. The plastic that protected it began to melt and the metal began to heat up. Bakugo just smiled slyly. Bakugo, do you really think you're going to threaten me? Ronin, do you really think I won't do it? Ida, you want to fight Midoriya? Getting into a fighting stance. Todoroki, 2 against 1 doesn't seem very fair to me. The 2-colored man stood next to the green-haired man, but what they didn't expect was that Ojiro would do it too. Ojiro, they are fighting for a just cause. Yaoyorozu is our comrade and, like us, deserves respect. Bakugo, damn ape. Shoji, next to Ojiro, whether Midoriya is innocent or not is a topic to be discussed, but as Ojiro says, Yaoyorozu is our vice president and our partner, and we must respect her. Uraraka, you too, Shoji? Ronin, I don't know whether to feel grateful that you came or offended that you still don't believe me. Ojiro, you fight with honor Midoriya, I respect that and this time I will help. Ronin, I'm really flattered, but turning off his quirk there won't be a fight. We don't want any injuries or scoldings, right? Just leave her alone and I'll go to the kitchen, you all can do whatever you want after. Ida, can you promise? Ronin, if you keep your part of the deal, I'll keep mine. Ida, okay, sorry Yaoyorozu, but please if you're going to bring a dog, have it on a leash. The boy turned his back, being accompanied by Uraraka. Ronin, but I see Bakugo on the loose. The blonde got annoyed and turned around, but the knife that Izuku took fell between his feet, completely hot, embedding itself in the ground. Ronin, sorry, I think I dropped it. Ida, enough Bakugo. The blonde just grumbled and turned his back. Ronin's allies also left, and he returned to the kitchen accompanied by the brunette. Ronin, are you okay? Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry. The boy turned around and using 2 fingers touched the brunette's forehead. She was a little surprised. Yaoyorozu, what's going on? Ronin, never apologize if it wasn't your fault, they started the attack, not you. The freckled man turned around and finished cooking, sitting down and eating. Yaoyorozu, I'll make myself some coffee or tea, would you like some? Ronin, rich people's food, it doesn't taste the same. The freckled man just made a movement with his mouth, making a smile while chewing. Yaoyorozu, ignoring the joke, you haven't cut your hair, right? Ronin, I don't have money for that, I hope they pay me for my figures, it would be good money. Yaoyorozu, now if you wanted to be rich, right? Ronin, for a snob? No, I like my financially poor place better. Yaoyorozu, why the emphasis on the economic? Ronin, because I have a wealth of knowledge. The freckled man finished eating and left from there. Although halfway there his walk was interrupted again by the brunette. Yaoyorozu, wait. Ronin, what's up? Yaoyorozu, well, your cut is my fault even though you had it worse, but let me correct it. Ronin, I'm not that crazy. Yaoyorozu, hey, I'm not bad. Ronin, it's one thing that I defended you back there, but that doesn't make us friends. Besides, once you cut him and it didn't turn out well, stay away from me and we'll be fine. Yaoyorozu, creating scissors and a comb, it was only once and it was with a sword, that doesn't count, now come here. Ronin, forget it. The boy turned his back when he felt his hair getting wet. When he turned around he saw that the brunette was the culprit. The girl had a good-sized spray bottle. Ronin, did you seriously just throw water on me? Yaoyorozu, cats and some animals have been made to stop them from getting angry. Ronin, are you forgetting that I'm not an animal and that if I were a cat, which I'm not, it would only make me angrier? The boy approached the brunette quite annoyed, but she stealthily cut a lock of hair from the freckled boy. Yaoyorozu, if you don't want to leave hair everywhere, you better not get angry. Ronin, remind me to stay as far away from you as possible in the future. The boy guided the brunette to his room. The girl entered and was surprised. Everything was very rustic, very traditional. Yaoyorozu, you remodeled. Ronin, yes, it allows me to have more space and I can concentrate better. Yaoyorozu, concentrate? Ronin, I always meditate, or at least try. It helps me control my power and anger. Yaoyorozu, your room is very quiet. Ronin, look, I know your life as a princess made this seem poor to you, but for me it's more than enough. Yaoyorozu, you even changed the walls and your posters, are they Endeavor, Edge Shot, and Snipe? Hey, but they're not photos, they're drawings? You made them? Ronin Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, you hang your weapons here? But shouldn't they be kept in the support workshop or in a protected case? Ronin, I wouldn't want to leave any of my weapons in Hatsume's hands, much less the sword. Now we could. Yaoyorozu, you don't even have a bed. The fed-up boy used his black whips tangled with jet. He also attracted a chair and sat down. Ronin, you think you can? I didn't bring you on a guided tour. Yaoyorozu, oh yeah, sorry, I got too distracted. The girl began to cut the hair quickly. Fortunately in her house there was a maid. Author's note. Do you prefer maid or servant? Who taught her how to cut her hair? The girl, faithful supporter of learning any art and officiated due to her great curiosity, learned quickly, being very good. The girl left the freckled boy's long hair, but now giving it shape, the hair reached his shoulders. The top looked almost the same as before, now only layered back. The boy did not look bad and even matched his face, now giving him a more mature and slightly aggressive look. The girl sprayed it a little to be able to comb it, surprised to see him like that because she had never seen him straight hair. Yaoyorozu, so that's how it looks without it being all curly. Ronin, if you dare to laugh. Yaoyorozu, calm down, it's okay if I laughed a little. How did it turn out? Ronin, I liked it. Well, the intention is appreciated. Now if you don't mind pointing to the door. Yaoyorozu, I understand. I was glad to see you without you trying to kill us, Midoriya, and thanks for the arcade. Ronin, whatever. The girl turned around and walked towards the door to leave. The freckled boy took a light shower and dried his hair, making it return to its normal shape. The boy put a band in his hair, making a ponytail so that his hair wouldn't bother him so much. 0. Ronin, maybe she's not so bad after all. The freckled boy took out a light quilt and a sheet, spread them out, and lay down facing the door with his gun loaded and ready to shoot. The hours passed and passed. The green-haired boy was asleep like almost the entire academy, but noises began to be heard from outside. Something entered the door lock and they managed to open it. Ronin's predatory sense woke him up. The boy suddenly opened his eyes. The lack of light was not a problem at all. Using his pyrokinesis, he turned on his eyes, managing to see a little until the darkness lit up and he turned off his quirk. The boy looked closely at the door, waiting for the visitor to enter. He grabbed his modified revolver tightly, and putting it between the sheets, hiding it, he managed to make a small space to shoot. He closed one eye, sharpening his vision. Jiro, ready, that's it. Kaminari, Midoriya is stupid. Look at him threatening us and thinking he'd get away with it. Does he really think he's invincible? Ronin, whispering Kaminari, you are so predictable sometimes. Jiro, wait, I think I heard something. Kaminari, I'm sure it's Ida, just ignore him. As soon as he sees what we're doing, he'll leave us alone. Jiro, right, where will Midoriya keep his arrows? I want to return the pain from today, my jacks still hurt a little. Kaminari, what does an electrified arrow feel like? The blonde made some light rays, but Izuku had with that to locate them perfectly. With only 5 shots, his companions were against the ground. He was grateful that he put the silencer on him before, because if not he would have made a scandal. Now Kaminari was twisted in pain, as was Jiro. They had not been real bullets, but the impact hurt quite a bit all the same. One to Kaminari in the head and another in the torso. And the other 2 to Jiro in his jacks, finishing one more in the head. Ronin, and you think I'm stupid enough not to think they might come? Kaminari, damn crazy man, you could have killed us. Ronin, exactly, I could have, but I didn't want to. They were special bullets that I made for cases like this. Now you better get out of here or I'll use real bullets. The green-haired man pointed at them again. The boys got up and left, but Ronin, and I wouldn't say anything if you were not already punished. I don't want to think about what they will do to you when they find out that you sneaked into my room with bad intentions. The freckled boy holstered his weapon and went into his room, closing the door. He was standing thinking about his next move. The boy was ready to sleep, but instead he went for his briefcase where he had his hero's suit. Ronin, I guess I have to pay him a visit. The freckled boy put on his suit once more and, covered by the night, landed on a balcony, took out a lockpick and managed to force the sliding window lock. The boy managed to get in, and using his pyrokinesis technique on his eyes again, he found what he was looking for, took the object and left quickly. When he got to his room, he turned on the lights, seeing his room. Ronin, maybe I need a desk and a lamp. If that stuck-up Ida is outside, I don't want to face his screams. The boy turned off the light and sat on the floor in the darkest corner, logically the one furthest from the door. He generated a small flame above his head that allowed him to see perfectly, and then he discovered the object that was in its case. The face on Almight's sticker indicated that it was his computer, the one that Bakugo had stolen. The freckled boy opened it, and the screen took a while to turn on. Ronin, Bakugo, consider yourself dead if you managed. Now on the computer it was seen that there were 2 accounts, a sign that Bakugo had not managed to bypass its security. Now Ronin would see if he could bypass his. Ronin, he's asking me to put a password. He's not stupid. What could it be? Maybe the name of that girl from Shiketsu. I think they had a relationship. The boy tried. He entered the name Kami, but nothing. It was incorrect. Ronin, okay, not that one. That doesn't help me, although it narrows down my options. Let's see. It's Bakugo. We're talking about someone selfish, self-centered, basically an idiot with an ego as big as his explos science. That's it. Let's see. Explosion. No, okay. Grenade? Not either. Ground zero? Less, at least it's not that predictable unless. No matter what quirk you have, you'll always be below me. Without a quirk you will be nobody. UA is an elite school for people with quirks. I made this power mine. He gave it to me. Now I am stronger. Ronin, I don't think I'm stupid enough to put it. The green-haired man began to write, quickly finished typing and let it read. One for all, no. Ronin, I really hope that's not it. He hit enter, and to his embarrassment, if it was the correct answer, Bakugo's entire session was displayed in front of him. Ronin, well, that was disappointing and embarrassing. I hope that idiot Almight didn't tell him that one for all was a secret, because otherwise it's a good thing I was the one who stole it. Now let's see what I can find. The green-haired boy looked at everything, Bakugo's history and files. There were some videos, the first being a hidden camera where you could see the moment when All Might gave him the one for all. Ronin, how arrogant must you be to record that? I repeat, it's good that I was the one who stole it. The boy continued searching. He found normal things, some workouts, class reports, although what surprised him was seeing that his exercise list was the same as the freckled one. Ronin, that bastard, I just hope he didn't copy my moves. The freckled boy was close to shooting some arrows at Bakugo. His Manchester Smash, as well as his air blasts, were there. Obviously Bakugo renamed the attacks. He also found a prototype of a new glove which had the palm in a slight imitation of Uraraka, since the tips of his fingers had some holes. Ronin, AP shot digital rockets? I see, it's the same thing he does when he shoots, applying the same formula as his normal AP shots. He transfers them to his fingers. Now he can fire 5 bursts of explosions. I guess I've seen enough. It wasn't of my immediate importance, but it's his fault for leaving it so obvious. But oh well, with the shame all this has to go. Deleting the blonde's account now. It's better to see if mine is intact. The freckled boy entered his account and entered the password. He was now ashamed to remember his old self, but quickly wrote the word decuravity. The account opened instantly. Ronin just sighed with a little annoyance when he saw his wallpaper, because it was a photo where he were with his mother, Uraraka, and All Might on his birthday. The freckled boy just entered the photo, seeing that almost all of them were of him with the brunette, or All Might. The freckled boy simply put a random background and saw that everything was still in order. The boy felt better when he saw that everything was the same. He changed his password and then quickly turned off the computer and saved it under his quilt in the corner next to the wall. Thus being hidden for the moment, the freckled boy laid down once more before turning off the flame above his head. The next day. Bakugo. Who the buck was it? The roars of the blonde echoed in the walls of the High Alliance. Class A struggled to fix themselves and prevent Bakugo's explosions from killing them. At that moment Ronin appeared, walking as if nothing had happened. The boy prepared his lunch, and just as he entered he left. See you. What did you lose, Bakugo? Bakugo, my damn computer! And I didn't lose it, someone broke into my bucking room and stole it. Todoroki, all rooms have fingerprint readers to prevent entry. Yaoyorozu, don't you remember all of them? Bakugo, the nerd one remembering whose computer it was, son of a hitch. The green-haired boy just smiled maliciously as he headed to his classroom. Thus began a new school day at UA. The subjects passed normally. Everyone was doing their best, although a certain blonde was only thinking about how to get his computer back, until the time that everyone loved came, heroic practice. Everyone was in Gamma Field. Their teachers were Midnight, Cementos, Ectoplasm, and Snipe. The entire class was wearing their hero costumes, although there were some whose costumes were new in a crude attempt to look more aggressive, trying to intimidate a certain green-haired boy who didn't even bother to pay attention to them. They had received a clear order, and it was movement practice. Ronin was quite far away from everyone, hitting a steel wall until Ectoplasm approached. Ectoplasm, boy, I saw you have some good moves that would be missing? Ronin, training, I awakened my pyrokinesis in prison, professor. I'm still not used to it. Ectoplasm, okay, so I want you to fight me. It will be a practice fight to see your resistance, then we will work on it to improve it, okay? Ronin, okay. The professor just made a gesture, and a rising wall of steel hit the green-haired man in the jaw, pushing him away. At random, his sight saw the ectoplasm clones which threw themselves at him at full speed. Ronin, easy %. The boy threw himself directly, although he did not count on the clones wanting him to do that. Making a formation, they managed to hit him. One more clone was about to hit him in the face, but Deku, using his strength, managed to hit him so hard that he made him vanish. The freckled boy took out his sword, which shone intensely, but a clone kicked him in the wrist, forcing him to drop it. Ectoplasm, that's a dangerous weapon for everyone. Ronin, you wanted to see my stamina, right? Ectoplasm, yes, but did you really think I would make it easy for you? Bakugo saw the freckled boy's sword on the ground quite far from its owner. The blonde smiled evilly. He already knew what to do. He would take the sword and force Ronin to return the computer. The boy grabbed it by the handle. At that moment the edge turned black, and although it seemed impossible, it refused to move. The weapon felt totally heavy for Bakugo, who even began to yell at the sharp sword. Sato, do you need help? Bakugo, are you blind or stupid? I can do this alone. The blonde couldn't do anything. Even Sato and Shoji tried, but nothing. It seemed that it was even heavier. Not even Bakugo's one for all did anything to him. Deku kept fighting against Ectoplasm. He had to admit it. The teacher was a difficult rival. He could even confuse his predatory sense. The freckled boy shot with his bow and his gun, but there were too many clones. The boy wanted to use his Ryujin no Ken Wakuri to end it all once and for all, but without his sword he couldn't. The boy suffered because of this until he remembered. It will be a practice fight to see your endurance, then we will work on that. Ronin just smiled, realizing what his teacher wanted to do. Ronin, okay, one more time. The green-haired boy activated one for all once more. His power rose rapidly, 0.000%. The boy brought out all his power. His black whips wrapped around his arms not exaggeratedly and lit up with fire. The one on his right arm was no problem, but on the left it was more difficult to maintain concentration. Ronin, you'll pay for this, damn Shigaraki. The green-haired man crossed his arms and opened them forcefully, letting out a gust of air due to his power. Ectoplasm, that's what I meant. The freckled boy dodged the walls that Cementos created with great ease, but that was only a distraction so the clones would get lost. Now Ronin had to go after them. The freckled boy stood on guard and concentrated all his power of both quirks. Even though the pyrokinesis was increased by 1 for all, he kept it there for a while. The boy remained standing, trying to concentrate, and Ronin, sighing, okay, let's see how this works, Mikiri. The freckled man dropped his arms, relaxing his entire body. Steam began to come out of him, even filtering through his suit. Everyone watched this in surprise. The lightning had stopped coming out, the fire had gone out, and the black whips had disappeared, but in a matter of seconds. Ronin, it works! And it happened. The rays came out like an explosion. They crashed against each other with immense force. The fire in his arms had appeared as well as the whips. His hands were now bigger in the form of claws wrapped in flames. The boy opened his eyes, showing a sharper look. Yayorozu, my Midoriya? The boy smiled, the same smile he gave Bakugo in their fight, demonic. The boy adopted a beastly pose on all fours and began to run like that. If people thought it was impossible, they were wrong. The green-haired boy moved fluidly and quickly. He jumped, and using his claws he nailed himself to the wall. The Korya boyed between walls, jumping in zigzags between them. Each mark he left was deep and the burn was visible. The boy knew that this was dangerous because if he lost control he would turn into a true beast. Using his predatory sense he managed to dodge an attack from Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm, you surprised me, boy. Let's see how you perform like this. Ronin smiled again and went to attack. His blows were powerful. The teacher and pro hero had already fallen a few times before these, but he was a professional. It was a very big difference because despite the knowledge that Ronin had, we must not forget that he was a student. His experience was null in a battle against many. Ectoplasm, you're a good boy, but you're still just a child. Hitting the battle ended. Ronin, thanks for the compliment, even though you called me a kid? Well, I guess I could accept that, but you're saying the battle is over? Really? Who decided that? The teacher was surprised because the freckled man stood up once more. The man stood on guard and launched himself to attack his student. Ronin, Shunshinko. The clones were hit hard. The boy was attacking with total fury. Ectoplasm knew it had been a very bad idea to underestimate him. Ronin, the Great Fire, Gasoshi. Who had taught him to fight like that was the man's question. His fists moved fluidly. He delivered accurate and powerful blows. The rest of Class A was training to see this fight. Everyone was impressed. Bakugo, MPH's nonsense. Those clones are not that strong. I managed to beat one in the training of the damn license. I don't know what they see as impressive. Ida, that's true. We'd better focus on our own training. Yayorozu, Bakugo only defeated one. He's beating everyone Ectoplasm Sensei puts in front of him. Ronin, I'm sick of this. Let's end this now. Senpu Ryujui Goki Karetsuken. Senpu Ryujui Goki Karetsuken. Cementos raised a thick wall separating them, this to prevent an accident, and also because his partner had an extra attack, but the wall didn't last long. The attack was strong, more than the barrier could bear. Without being able to avoid it, it broke into pieces. Ronin was tired. His power was decreasing rapidly, but he knew that if he could beat his teacher it would mean that he was controlling his power. Izuku smiled normally. His face had lost half of that beastly trail, now splitting in two, but he became quite frustrated when a giant ectoplasm came out from the rubble. The boy only took a few steps back. Ronin, oh please, annoyed. Ectoplasm, tired kid? Ronin, are you tired? I could do this all day. Bad choice of words. The freckled boy was hit against everything. Now with immense distraction everyone stopped their training. They saw how the green-haired boy was hit. Needless to say, everyone was happy that they finally put the freckled boy in his place. Bakugo kept trying to lift the sword, believing that with Ronin injured it would be easier. Serious mistake, he still couldn't lift it. Ronin, come on, I can't fight that, it's impossible. Damn, this time he went too far. He needed a bigger attack to be able to fight my sword. The boy tried to grab his weapon but remembered that he had lost it in battle. The freckled boy kicked the floor annoyed and was then pushed again. Ronin, okay, I hope I have some strength left. The boy turned off his quirks as well as the Makiri. His body was again wrapped in steam, and they hit him again. Ectoplasm, come on boy, what's up? Are you going to tell me that you're already tired? Ronin didn't respond. He breathed heavily and closed his eyes, but they hit him again. Ectoplasm, why aren't you fighting back? Didn't you say you were the strongest? Didn't you say you could do this all day? Again and again, the boy slammed himself against the walls, floor and ceiling. He wasn't very strong, but now he had some broken bones and cuts. Healing them would hurt a lot, but then he managed it. Ectoplasm, why don't you hit me? Ronin, I can't, I'm concentrating. The green-haired boy raised his hand without knowing the direction. Suddenly the sword began to change to red and its weight decreased. Bakugo smiled, thinking that he had managed to steal it, but it simply flew away at full speed. On the other side, Ectoplasm was about to end the fight. He released one last explosive blow, but before it could hit, Ronin managed to jump with 0% of his strength upwards. The jump hurt, and the fall would hurt more. His bones cracked, but just at the moment, when ectoplasm turned around along with all his students, the sword reached Ronin's hand. It lost its black glow to turn red. The boy fell and had an idea. One that could save him or kill him. It would be worth a try. Ronin, I've never done this from this high up. Ectoplasm attacked, and without knowing why, Yaoyorozu was worried about the freckled one. Ida, finish it, sensei. Bakugo, kill it, ectoplasm. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, be careful. Ronin, don't fail me again. The boy made some movements with the sword. It seemed as if the light followed him as he fell. Ronin, Ryujin no Ken Wakuri. The huge green dragon formed, spinning in the air, and began to fall next to the green-haired man, opening his snout. Ectoplasm, you won't win. Ronin, I repeat, and who decided it? The professor wanted his student to not hurt himself, as well as not hurt him. Ronin was only looking for an opportunity. The dragon struggled with the gigantic clone. Everyone saw bites and blows until an immense light blinded them all. Totally incandescent, they were forced to cover their eyes. When they opened them, they saw that the clone had disappeared along with the dragon. Ectoplasm lost? A professional hero with years of experience was defeated by a student? The answer was no. From the rubble, the adult professor came out coughing a little. He grabbed his chest and tried to cover his mouth. He looked hurt, but he was alive. But then what about Ronin? Ectoplasm, damn, that's strong. Midoriya, where are you? Boy. The professor searched. He wanted to send his clones, but he had no strength. He had one, but he didn't have much strength left in case the freckled man wanted the second round. Without giving up on finding him, he kept searching until the sound of something rising between rocks made him turn around. Ronin was standing, completely injured. The cuts, bruises, blood, and broken bones had not healed. His suit was torn, battered. His sword hung from his right arm, and for the first time the man saw his left arm. The skin, which was nothing more than paint, hung, revealing the metallic parts. Some were dented. The green lines were more visible. Traces of burns could also be seen. Ectoplasm, boy, are you okay? Ronin, I wasn't looking for victory. I was looking to avoid dying, hee. The boy smiled, but seconds later he fell hard, raising a light curtain of dust. The hero approached and inspected him, verifying that he was still alive, and so he was. He sighed relieved until he saw his arm. He held it, looking better at the metal part. He hadn't heard anything about a prosthesis. Nobody knew anything. So is it a wound that was inflicted on him in Tartarus? The professor knew that he was innocent, but he didn't know the torture that had been done to him. Ectoplasm, if no one knows about your arm, it's because you don't want it to be known, right? Okay, let's keep it hidden a little longer. The professor lifted the freckled boy, hiding his arm in his suit, and took him away. Cementos ran up to him. Cementos, Ectoplasm, are you okay? Ectoplasm, yes, thank you, although I couldn't say the same about him, showing the boy. Cementos, did you defeat him? Ectoplasm, yes, well, I don't know if it counts. He used his technique to survive the fall. Plus, I think he overexerted himself. His strength wasn't at 0%. I think I could defeat him again, but I'm sure if he keeps training he'll become unstoppable. Cementos, but look at him, his face, his suit, his attitude. We made him a friend. Ectoplasm, we turned our backs on him when he needed us most. Cementos, that's what happened. The teacher went with the boy to the exit. Ronin's right arm hung with his sword in his hand. It was not shining in any tone. Yaoyorozu, seeing that, thought the worst. Running, she approached Ojiro, Shoji, and Todoroki. The latter arrived at her step. Yaoyorozu, teacher! Ectoplasm, come back, class is over. Todoroki, will he be okay? Ectoplasm, Midoriya? Yes, he just needs to rest. He's unconscious, that's all. Now go back to your dorms. The teacher spoke with a firm voice and left with the green-haired boy in his arms. Ectoplasm, there's no doubt, kid, that even if it hurts, everything that happened to you will make you stronger. You'll be the best hero.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.